Chapter 1451 Sudden Change. Chapter 1451 Sudden Change. I want an elixir. As for chaos gems, it wouldn't be a problem, Jian Wuxuang said. If so, please follow me to the secret room for further discussion, Universe God Mo Yen said. Secret room? Jian Wuxuang was happy, but he wore a poker face. Sure. Please. Under the lead of Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wuxuang walked into the secret room in the interior of the shop. On the way, Jian Wuxuang took out a token secretly. The token was a mirror token, specially used to record the mirror image. The mirror image was also the item that Jian Wuxuang used to prove that he had completed the task alone. Universe God Mo Yen led Jian Wuxuang, and they arrived at the secret room. There was a glimmer of light in Jian Wuxuang's eyes, and his soul power covered the surroundings. He instantly determined that it was the best time for him to take action. Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wuxuang suddenly spoke. How did you know my name? Universe God Mo Yen turned around in surprise. Just as he turned, a silent soul light pierced into him without any sign. Too fast, and they were too close to one another. Universe God Mo Yen couldn't respond at all. The soul light hit his consciousness and destroyed his consciousness easily, like breaking dead wood. Universe God Mo Yen stared but didn't make any sound. His body was still standing but never fell. However, his aura had already dispersed. Success! Jian Wuxuang tightened his grip. Just as he had expected, Universe God Mo Yen's consciousness strength was of a normal standard among peak universe gods in the third heaven. He performed the second layer of the secret skill of Tianyuan with his inextinguishable light, and under the condition that caught Universe God Mo Yen by surprise, it was not possible for him to block the attack. His consciousness was destroyed directly. After he killed Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wuxuang took away his Qian Kun ring. Then he didn't stay any longer in the private room, but left the shop directly. Jian Wuxuang looked calm as he walked to the entrance of the shop. The two attendants bowed at him politely but didn't notice anything unusual. Jian Wuxuang left the shop without hindrance. Everything was just as planned. As long as there's no movement, there shouldn't be anyone who notices Universe God Mo Yen's death. Before they react, I should already leave the place. They won't be able to catch me in time. The third part of the task isn't as difficult as I'd imagined. Jian Wuxuang smiled as he prepared to leave Sky Sword Mountain swiftly. Humph! How dare you kill in Sky Sword Mountain? You have guts! An angry bellow that seemed to be from out of the highest heavens suddenly reverberated through Sky Sword Mountain. The voice was as loud as thunder, and it shook all the cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain. Rumble! A terrifying power instantly concentrated in the sky above. What? Jian Wuxuang's face changed. He lifted his head in shock and realized that there was a huge hand towering above his head. The towering, huge hand was moving towards him slowly. It made Jian Wuxuang feel as though his head was exploding, and there was an unprecedented fear growing in him. It's almighty! It's almighty! The king of venomous worms' voice and groan was suddenly heard in Jian Wuxuang's head. How is this possible? Jian Wuxuang was in disbelief. He was confident that he had done it flawlessly. The real gods in Sky Sword Mountain has yet to notice Universe God Mo Yen's death, and he could totally escape. However, he had never expected that the real god wouldn't notice, but the most terrifying existence on Sky Sword Mountain, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, would instead. After the owner of Sky Sword Mountain found out, he took action against him immediately. The Almighty took action on his own. Even Jian Wuxuang felt hopeless. In and out of Sky Sword Mountain, countless cultivators, including various real gods, looked up in terror. All of them were staring at the towering hand. This is the Almighty's doing? In Sky Sword Mountain, there's only one Almighty, who is the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Who is it? He provoked the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to take action himself? Killing in Sky Sword Mountain? And caught by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself? TSK. This person is doomed. Everyone was greatly astonished and pitied Jian Wuxuang. Rumble. The towering hand slowly descended. It looked slow, but there was a feeling that soared up in Jian Wuxuang that he couldn't resist or avoid it. He could only stand there and watch as he waited for the huge hand to eliminate him. He had no power to struggle nor fight back. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, I'm a disciple of Star Palace, Jian Wuxuang shouted in madness. His voice spread across the entire Sky Sword Mountain. It was Jian Wuxuang's last chance. He could only hope for the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to be lenient because of the lineage of Star. Humph, so what if you are the disciple of Star Palace? This is Sky Sword Mountain. No one has the right to violate my rules here in Sky Sword Mountain. However, as you are only a universe god, I will not kill you. I will send you to Sky Sword Prison for you to perish. The magnificent voice reverberated in the universe once again. After it was done, the towering hand suddenly increased in speed and clawed towards Jian Wuxuang at lightning speed. Jian Wuxuang had no power to fight back, and he could only watch as the towering hand picked him up like a chick and threw him. There was a wormhole that appeared in the surrounding void, and Jian Wuxuang's figure instantly drowned in the wormhole and disappeared. After it did all that, the towering hand slowly dispersed, and the magnificent voice wasn't heard again. The entire Sky Sword Mountain resumed its silence. However, the countless cultivators on Sky Sword Mountain, including the real gods, were still astonished. Earlier, when the hand descended, I felt like the sky was going to collapse. I had no intention to fight back. It was too scary. Almighty, it's an Almighty's way. The universe god is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Sky Sword Prison? Where's that? You don't know? TSK. It is widely recognized by the nearby 72 holy kingdoms that it is the scariest place. Even the real gods would be petrified if they heard the name. A universe god who is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, I'm afraid he will stand no hope to get out of it. However, he was audacious enough to kill in Sky Sword Mountain, so he deserved it. The cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain continued to discuss among themselves. It only subsided after a few days. Very soon, Sky Sword Mountain resumed its tranquility. Chapter 1452 Sky Sword Prison. Chapter 1452 Sky Sword Prison. The place was in complete isolation from the outside world. It was a boundless crimson land called Sky Sword Prison. Crimson sky and dark boundless ground, there was a pungent blood smell in the air. Virum. A part of the void suddenly distorted and was then followed by a flowing light that erupted from the distorted void. Its speed was extremely swift, and it slammed down at the bare mountain. Bang! A loud thud, then the mountain exploded entirely as shattered debris dispersed. Underneath the broken stones, a figure struggled and stood up slowly. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain is quite brutal. Luckily, my divine body is extremely strong and I can withstand such strong impact. Otherwise, if I were to be any ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven, from the slam on the mountain, I'd already have lost my skin. Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows as he felt the churning blood in his body. Very soon, he recovered his body status. This is... Jian Wuxuang looked around as he swept out his soul power. He realized that his soul power was hindered and the range he covered was barely 1/5 of what he could in the outside world. This space is extremely strange, Jian Wuxuang muttered and immediately took out a token. He tried to send a message to Hall Master Yuan, but the message couldn't be sent. He was surprised by that. He understood that he was in Sky Sword Prison that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain mentioned earlier. As it was a prison, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary one. If one could communicate with people in the outside world, it wouldn't be called a prison. I'm in big trouble, Jian Wuxuang sighed. He never thought that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain would notice during the process of him completing his task and that he would imprison him in Sky Sword Prison. He had once heard that Sky Sword Prison was an extremely terrifying place during his 70 years in Sky Sword Mountain. It seemed that most of the people who broke the rules on Sky Sword Mountain would be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. However, the people in the outside world only knew of the existence of the prison. No one knew where the prison was or what would one encounter in the prison. Although it's a troublesome situation, it's much better than losing my life straight away. Plus, I already revealed my identity when I was thrown into this prison. Hall Master Yuan should find out that I'm detained from the owner of Sky Sword Mountain very soon, and he should be figuring out a way to save me. However, before that, I'll need to figure a way to stay alive in here. Jian Wuxuang looked around with a solemn look. He could clearly feel the bloody scent in the air. Such a pungent bloody scent showed that Sky Sword Prison must be going through a mad massacre all the time. After he had thought for a while, Jian Wuxuang plunged towards a direction. He was very slow in speed. He didn't know much about Sky Sword Prison, after all. He naturally didn't dare to barge in. 3 days later. Huh! A vague shadow in a luxuriantly grown bush suddenly lifted its head. Through the gaps among the tree leaves, he could see that there was a young man in red robe carrying a sword behind his back appeared in the void above and flew past the top of his head. Red robe? Sword? This look, I've never seen it. Could he be a newcomer? Jie, here comes the opportunity. The vague shadow was overjoyed. He stared at the young man in red robe's eyes above, and he was beaming with excitement too. The aura all over his body was hidden to its limit, and it could be said that it was flawless. Right at that moment, the young man in the red robe flew past the top of his head. Swoosh! The vague shadow suddenly plunged like a cheetah. The speed was too swift. He swept up from the bush below but instantly appeared in the sky 1,000 miles above and appeared behind the young man in red robe. Then, pissed! An extremely sharp claw that could tear the sky suddenly descended and a terrifying murderous intention exploded. At such a close distance, this boy will be doomed. The vague shadow saw that the young man in the red robe couldn't find him at the first instance, and he relaxed. Just as he slashed the sharp claws at the young man in the red robe, the young man who had been facing him suddenly turned around. At the moment he turned around, his eyes flashed out a crimson light. The crimson light was like a crimson sun, extremely harsh to the eye yet eye-catching. It was Jian Wuxuang's 18 Azura Hell. One must know that Jian Wuxuang had already lit up his soul fire, and his soul power was spread around him all the time. Although the vague shadow had hidden among the bush without any sign, it was almost impossible to hide from the probe of Jian Wuxuang's soul power. Jian Wuxuang had noticed the existence of the vague shadow long ago. He hadn't exposed him. When the vague shadow launched an attack, he suddenly performed his technique. The vague shadow saw the crimson sun immediately, and suddenly drowned in a phantasmagoria. Humph! The vague shadow quickly shook off from the dreamland and harumphed. He swept out his sharp claws and then continued to explode with action after pausing for just a short while. You resisted my 18 Azura Hell so easily? Jian Wuxuang was shocked but immediately wielded his sword. A terrifying sword intention suddenly erupted. Dang! 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 Jian Wuxuang exchanged blows with the vague shadow at lightning speed. In an instant, they had already slashed thrice. The impact from the 3 collisions made Jian Wuxuang take 2 steps back, but the vague shadow grew imposing and its body turned into a 2-meter-tall, golden, exotic beast. The exotic beast used its claws and slashed. Kacha kacha! Jian Wuxuang could faintly hear that there was an explosive sound in the air. Its terrifying power made Jian Wuxuang grow distressed. Go away! Jian Wuxuang's Blood Mountain sword immediately erupted with a terrifying scarlet light. The slight bit of power of reincarnation that he had comprehended suddenly flowed into his sword principle and increased the power tremendously. Rumble! The sword light and the claw collided directly, and the 2 bolts of terrifying power exploded. The golden exotic beast that the vague shadow had turned into flew off from the attack directly. 3rd level? Just as the golden exotic beast retreated, it exclaimed in surprise. After he steadied himself, he didn't hesitate but turned around to run away. Want to escape? Jian Wuxuang's face grew cold, and he took out a gold calabash. Rumble! A large amount of blazing quicksand flowed out and instantly flooded the vast void. The golden exotic beast was engulfed within, and the quicksand region immediately took effect. Chapter 1453 Experts in the Prison. Chapter 1453 Experts in the Prison. Regional treasure? The golden exotic beast noticed the regional power from the surrounding, and it felt stressed. But then, its back suddenly grew a pair of golden wings. With the golden wings, its traveling speed suddenly increased and it flew through the quicksand instantly. Although the blazing quicksand formed pressure, it couldn't stop the beast. In the blink of an eye, the golden exotic beast dashed out from the blazing quicksand region. He ran away? Jian Wuxuang's facial expression changed. In the nearby void, after the golden exotic beast ran away from the blazing quicksand, it stopped. Then, the golden exotic beast slowly dispersed and revealed its original appearance of a human man. He was a skinny, cold-looking young man. The young man's eyes looked devilish, and he was looking at Jian Wuxuang. Newbie, not too shabby. The young man smiled. Who are you? Jian Wuxuang stared at the young man. I'm Luo Meng. I was once famous in one of the holy kingdoms. But now, just like you, I'm a pathetic prisoner of Sky Sword Prison. The young man Luo Meng made fun of himself. How long have you been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wuxuang asked. Not long. About 80,000 years. Luo Meng replied at ease, but, in actual fact, he already knew just how dangerous it was to live in Sky Sword Prison. Newbie, let me remind you. Although you're quite powerful, stronger than I am, there are many people who could kill you in Sky Sword Prison. Hence, you'd better not move around the prison as you wish. It'd be best if you were to be like me, find a spot to hide. Then, you'll be able to live, Luo Meng said. We are all people who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. I've never once provoked them. Why would they want to kill me? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows and asked. It seems that you don't know anything about the rules in Sky Sword Prison. But that makes sense. When I was first thrown in Sky Sword Prison, I was just like you. Luo Meng smiled faintly and continued. It is rare to come across a newbie in Sky Sword Prison. I might as well share what I know with you. It is needless for me to explain about the origins of Sky Sword Prison. It was created by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain especially to imprison experts. Ever since Sky Sword Prison existed, there have been more than a few millions of experts, or maybe a few billions experts imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison over the years. Why are there be so many? Jian Wuxuang didn't understand. Sky Sword Mountain was famous in Eternal Chaotic World, and the owner of Sky Sword Mountain was an almighty. Generally speaking, there would be almost none who had the guts to offend such a strong force. For instance, he himself had only offended the owner of Sky Sword Mountain in order to complete the task that lineage of star assigned. Otherwise, he wouldn't offend such a powerful force. As there was no one who had the guts to provoke him, why would there be so many experts imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? You thought only those who offended Sky Sword Mountain would be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Luo Meng sneered at him. Let me tell you, among the cultivators who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, 99% of them weren't imprisoned in Sky Sword Mountain because they offended Sky Sword Mountain but because they committed crimes in various holy kingdoms. Some of them massacred, some offended experts of a higher level, some were dragged in. In short, there are many reasons to be imprisoned. Like me, I am imprisoned due to my connections with my own sect. Connections? Jian Wuxuang was confused. The sect that I was in was destroyed entirely because we offended the royal and the holy kingdom that we were in. Then, universe gods who were in the third heaven and above from the sect were sent to Sky Sword Prison. Naturally, it included me. Luo Meng smiled faintly. From what I know, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, who created Sky Sword Prison, looks like he only controlled Sky Sword Mountain. But in actual fact, he controls a total of 72 holy kingdoms in Eternal Chaotic World. They are all appendages to Sky Sword Mountain. Among the 72 holy kingdoms, whichever cultivator conducted iniquity or offended the royal cultivators, any universe god below the third heaven would be eliminated directly, while cultivators who were of a level higher than universe god in the third heaven would be sent into Sky Sword Prison. After all these years, tell me, just how many cultivators are there who have been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wushuang asked, and he was astonished. A total of 72 holy kingdoms. Holy kingdoms. Although it was far beyond comparison with cultivation sanctuaries, a holy kingdom covered a wide expanse of territory, and the number of cultivators was huge. It was definitely an astronomical figure. There were countless universe gods in the holy kingdom. Of course, there would be some real gods too. A total of 72 holy kingdoms. Then, there must be an even larger number of cultivators. Over the years, there was definitely a large number of universe god in the third heaven who had committed crime or offended a royal member. The number of a few million or a few billion was normal. Not long after the cultivators were imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain set a rule for Sky Sword Prison. All prisoners in the prison could kill other prisoners in exchange for an opportunity to leave. A universe god in the third heaven is required to kill 100 cultivators of the same level, or 10 real gods who are above his level. Then, he can leave. As for real god, they have to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven to be able to leave. Sky Sword Prison has a unique ability. It can gauge how many people you killed in the prison. Generally, there won't be a mistake. It is the only chance for us prisoners to leave Sky Sword Prison. Luo Meng explained. Oh, I see. No wonder you said that the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison, including yourself, would want to kill me. Jian Wushuang nodded as he understood. But he suddenly responded. You said earlier that there are real gods in prison here too? Yes, quite a number of them. Luo Meng said. Real gods are far stronger than universe gods in the third heaven. Even the weakest real god should be able to create a massacre in the prison. It shouldn't be difficult to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven, right? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked. It isn't as easy as you thought it'd be. Luo Meng smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, comparing real gods with universe gods in the third heaven, the ratio wasn't as one-sided. After all cultivators who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison are restricted by the limitation in Sky Sword Prison. Everyone's divine power is capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven. In other words, even if one were a real god who was extremely powerful, his divine power would be capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven while he's in here. Chapter 1454 4 Levels. Chapter 1454 4 Levels. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Although real gods were much stronger than universe god in the third heaven, the difference was mainly in divine power. When the divine power of an expert of real god rank erupted, it was far beyond a universe god in the third heaven. Forget about the eruption of divine power, the advantage a real god had over a universe god of the third heaven wasn't that big. For instance, many universe gods in the third heaven were much stronger than real gods in unique skill and comprehension of the power of Heaven Way. As such, it wouldn't be as easy for a real god to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven. Forget about the fact that the divine power of real god is restrained, it wouldn't be that easy to kill a universe god in the third heaven. Even if the real god really had an exceedingly great power, the most crucial part is that there aren't that many cultivators in Sky Sword Prison. Luo Meng smiled. Not many? How many are there? Jian Wushuang asked. Throughout the years, there were millions or even tens of millions of cultivators that were imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. However, these cultivators live by endless massacres. How many are left? From what I know, adding up all cultivators in Sky Sword Prison currency, there shouldn't be more than 1,500 of them. Plus, the 1,500 cultivators who are able to live through endless massacres and stay alive must be extremely capable. Most importantly, they possess strong survival ability. Even if the two were different in power, it would be difficult for them to kill one another, Luo Meng said. Jian Wushuang understood. He had fought against Luo Meng earlier, and he was much stronger than Luo Meng, but Jian Wushuang couldn't make him stay. It was because Luo Meng was extremely fast and had extremely strong survival skills. With his speed, even if he were to encounter any ordinary real god in Sky Sword Prison, he should be able to survive. It'd be impossible to achieve the owner of Sky Sword Prison's criteria to leave in a short period of time. So every one of us is enduring it, Luo Ming said. After all these years, there are some experts that achieved his criteria and left Sky Sword Prison alive. Jian Wuxuang nodded in silence, and finally understood Lei Ming's feelings when he said that he was only a poor prisoner. Newbie, what's your name? Luo Meng suddenly asked. Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang replied. Jian Wuxuang, as you have chatted with me for so long, let me give you a helping hand. Here's the information of many experts that I've collected through the 80,000 years that I've spent in Sky Sword Prison. I am giving you a copy so you have a basic understanding. If you run into any experts that you can't deal with in Sky Sword Prison, run as far as you can, Luo Ming said. Then, he waved and threw a token at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang caught it directly. Jian Wuxuang, I hope that you will still be alive in Sky Sword Prison 10,000 years later. Then, Lei Meng moved and suddenly sped up. He disappeared before Jian Wuxuang's eyes very quickly. Watching Lei Meng leave, Jian Wuxuang muttered, I hope that you and I can leave Sky Sword Prison alive. Jian Wuxuang immediately got up. Soon, he found a place in the mountain and hid. Then, the token that Luo Meng had given him appeared in his hand. In the token, Luo Meng recorded the information of various experts that he knew of during the 80,000 years in Sky Sword Prison. He immediately started to read carefully. Very quickly, Jian Wuxuang was surprised. There are so many real gods in Sky Sword Prison! Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. Luo Meng had stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 80,000 years and he had recorded a total of 1,466 experts on the token. Among the 1,466 experts, there were 1,381 universe gods in the third heaven and the rest of the 85 were all real gods. However, they were restrained by the limitations of Sky Sword Prison. Hence, they could only perform divine powers of a peak universe god in the third heaven. Why is there so many? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. One should know that even in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, real god experts belong to the top experts too. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, some weaker force would only have 2 to 3 real gods who were at the highest level of fighting power. If they were to be in any holy kingdom, a real god would definitely be in existence of Overlord. Just like the Snow Kingdom that Jian Wuxuang was in back then, he had only seen one real god in Snow Kingdom, which was Master of Silence Gloriette, and Master of Silence Gloriette's position in Snow Kingdom was extremely high and respectable. There was 85 similar real gods imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. Jian Wuxuang, you must clarify one thing. King of Venomous Worms suddenly spoke. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, real gods are really top experts, but there was a difference of strength in real gods too. If I'm not mistaken, the real gods that are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison should be real gods who are weaker. Real gods who are really at the top would definitely not be here. Besides, although real gods are powerful, to an almighty, they aren't much different from ants. With the owner of Sky Sword Mountain's power, forget about the 85 real gods that are imprisoned. Even imprisoning hundreds of real gods would be easy for them. Jian Wuxuang was dumbfounded, then he continued to read the information in the token. Lei Ming was in Sky Sword Prison for 80,000 years and it wasn't in vain. The collection of information about the experts is quite detailed. He has even categorized the experts into 4 levels according to their power. Jian Wuxuang's expression grew strange. 4 levels. It was the simplest method to categorize the experts in Sky Sword Prison. After all, real gods' divine power was constrained by the limitation of Sky Sword Prison. Hence, they couldn't just differentiate them as real gods and universe gods. The 4 levels that Luo Meng had come up with was rather complete. Out of the 4 levels, the weakest would be the 4th. The level was formed by universe gods in the 3rd heaven. Generally, they only created peak rank 3 unique skill or rank 3 strongest unique skill. Their overall power wasn't too strong. If they were to be put in the outside world, an eternal chaotic world, they would be the top universe gods in the 3rd heaven. However, in Sky Sword Prison, they were the ones at the bottom of the endless massacre. Just like Lei Ming himself, who was at the 4th level. But he was considered the top in the 4th level. The 3rd level was made up of universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had created real god unique skill and those ordinary or weaker real gods, and also a few universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had comprehended a slight bit of the power of Heaven Way. There was quite a large number of cultivators at this level in Sky Sword Prison, while on the 2nd level. Chapter 1455 Jian Wushuang's Strength. Chapter 1455 Jian Wushuang's Strength. The 2nd level was made of real gods who comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way and also universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had high comprehension power towards power of Heaven Way and were extremely powerful. In Sky Sword Prison, most of the cultivators were at the 3rd or the 4th level. There were very few who were at the 2nd level. As for the 1st level, they were at the highest level in Sky Sword Prison, a bunch of experts who were on the top. There were only 4 people in the bunch of people. The 4 of them were referred to as the 4 kings. They were the epitome of unrivaled. According to Luo Meng's understanding of the 4 kings, they were all real gods that were extremely strong in power. They had extremely high comprehension power towards power of Heaven Way. It was said that they had reached the level of the Doctrine Palace. Doctrine Palace? Jian Wushuang was confused. Jian Wushuang, Doctrine Palace is a place in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries to examine one's comprehension power towards power of Heaven Way. Out of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, each and every one of them have one Doctrine Palace, and there are 9 levels in the Doctrine Palace. Every level represents a different level of comprehension. Regardless of if you are comprehending the 9 Heaven God Doctrine or the Supreme 4 Doctrine, the Doctrine Palace could precisely determine your comprehension level. The 1st level of Doctrine Palace, although it was only the 1st level, would require an extremely high level of comprehension power. Like yourself, although you comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way, it is merely at the beginner level. You are far from passing through the 1st level of Doctrine Palace. Even Zhao Han, who fought against you in the Boundless Void previously, his comprehension of Myriad Beast Doctrine is higher than your comprehension of Reincarnation Doctrine. However, he is also far from passing through the 1st level of Doctrine Palace. The 4 kings, as they possess the standard of comprehension towards power of Heaven Way of the 1st level in Doctrine Palace, even if they could only perform divine power capped at the level of peak universe god in the 3rd heaven, they could still carry out their capability as real gods. It should be extremely easy to kill the current you. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang kept quiet. According to the token, my current power should only be on the 3rd level. Jian Wushuang sighed. The 3rd level was made of real gods who were weaker and created real god unique skills, and also universe gods in the 3rd heaven who comprehended the power of Heaven Way. Jian Wushuang also comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way, but he had yet to create any real god unique skills. He was really on the 3rd level, and it wasn't the top of the 3rd level. Universe gods who comprehended the power of Heaven Way. If they were an eternal chaotic world, they would be listed on the universe god ranking list. It is rare to see any in the outside world. However, in Sky Sword Prison, there are a total of 10 universe gods who have comprehended the power of Heaven Way. So many of them! Jian Wushuang was amazed. Humph, over so years, there have been so many universe gods in the 3rd heaven who are imprisoned, and in such a mad massacre environment where the fittest survive, it's no surprise that it gives birth to many experts who possess fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list. King of Venomous Worms scoffed. Jian Wushuang, I remind you to not be puzzled by the surface phenomena. Even in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, although the universe god ranking list has gathered the top universe gods experts, the experts are only those who have revealed their capability and stepped into the limelight. However, in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and the entire expanse of eternal chaotic world, among the countless holy kingdoms, there are many experts. They possess fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, but they never once reveal their power, nor do they seek fame, just like yourself. You possess the fighting power of one on universe god ranking list, but you are not on the list. You mean that there are many universe gods in a similar state to me in eternal chaotic world? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. Of course. In Sky Sword Prison itself, aren't there a dozen of them? King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wuxuang understood. After having a brief understanding of the experts in Sky Sword Prison, Jian Wuxuang sighed with emotion. After all, Sky Sword Prison was created by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, and the owner of Sky Sword Mountain already knew that I was a disciple of Star Palace but still imprisoned me. He naturally isn't afraid of Lineage of Star, hence. Even if Lineage of Star has already found out that I'm imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, they won't be able to rescue me in a short period of time. Plus, I must take the best and the worst situation into consideration. I can't place all my hopes on Lineage of Star. I must also rely on myself. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain set a rule that, as long as I can kill 100 universe gods in the third heaven, or even 10 real gods, I can leave. That's also my way out. Jian Wuxuang knew that there should be quite a number of universe gods and real gods who left from Sky Sword Prison for the past years. Of course, he wished that he was one of them. However, I have just arrived in Sky Sword Prison and I am not at the top of the chain in power within Sky Sword Prison. It is impossible for me to kill 100 universe gods immediately and leave here. I can only take my time. Before that, I have to set foot in Sky Sword Prison steadily. Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists. With his current ability, it wasn't difficult for him to keep his footing in Sky Sword Prison. After all, he possessed a divine body of real god level. His blood-killing plate armor had strong defense power too. As long as he didn't encounter any experts of the second and the first level, he shouldn't be in a life-threatening situation. Most importantly, compared to other experts in Sky Sword Prison, he was at an advantage. It was that he possessed soul power. His soul power coverage was wide, far beyond that of real gods. Once he launched his soul power, no matter which invisibility means one was using, one would be exposed. No matter who it was, once someone appeared around him, he could notice at the first instant and identify the person's power. If he were to come across anyone who was strong and he was unable to deal with, he could totally avoid them. Then, Jian Wuxuang was put in an advantageous position. He would be able to make trouble with others, but it was impossible for the others to surprise attack him. Just like when Luo Meng, who once surprise attacked him, Jian Wuxuang had noticed him long ago. Let's begin. I shall see just how strong the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison are. With a tinge of excitement, Jian Wuxuang started wandering in Sky Sword Prison. Sky Sword Mountain, under the 9 lofty sword mountains, there was a secluded cave dwelling. In the cave dwelling, there was a person carrying 3 long swords. A middle-aged man who was like an enduring, ferocious sword, sat there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes shot open. The moment he opened his eyes, there was an explosion of sword intention. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Wow! The void before him became distorted and there was another middle-aged man that appeared before him. Although the figure was blurry, Jian Wuxuang could definitely recognize at the first glance that it was Hall Master Yuan from Lineage of Star. Chapter 1456 Misfortune. Chapter 1456 Misfortune. One of the 3 Hall Masters in Lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan, who possessed extremely strong power in Lineage of Star, behaved rather humbly at that very moment before the middle-aged man. Mr. Tianjian, sorry to trouble you. Hall Master Yuan smiled. It's nothing. Don't mention it. The middle-aged man was the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. His voice was cold as he spoke. As you have requested, I imprisoned the young man in Sky Sword Prison following a matter of course. However, Sky Sword Prison is extremely dangerous, and it's impossible for me to keep an eye on him all the time. Hence, if the young man were to run into an accident in Sky Sword Prison, I would not be responsible. Of course. Hall Master Yuan smiled. You look like you are very confident in the young man. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain looked at Hall Master Yuan. If I were not confident, why would I dare to ask Mr. Tianjian to send him into Sky Sword Prison? Hall Master Yuan smiled as he replied. The others didn't know Jian Wushuang's direct line of descendants, but Hall Master Yuan did. He knew Jian Wushuang had cultivated Xian Ye golden body and completed the first fraction. His divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. Plus, he had defense treasure with him. In Sky Sword Prison, everyone's divine power was restrained. Hence, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jian Wushuang, whose defense power was so strong. Plus, he also knew that Jian Wushuang possessed soul power. It was one of the biggest advantages he had. With the two, as long as Jian Wushuang was careful and didn't catch the eye of the few top experts in Sky Sword Prison, he shouldn't be in too much danger. How long do you want me to imprison him for? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain asked. 10,000 years, Hall Master answered. 10,000 years should give the young man enough experience in Sky Sword Prison. If he were to be lucky, he might already reach the criteria to leave Sky Sword Prison before 10,000 years. Achieve the criteria on his own? To kill 100 universe gods in the third heaven in Sky Sword Prison? The owner of Sky Sword Prison raised his eyebrows. If so, I will be rubbing my eyes in anticipation. Hall Master Yuan smiled faintly, and then his blurry figure vanished into the cave dwelling. 10,000 years to achieve the criteria to leave Sky Sword Prison? I'd love to see if the young man from Lineage of Star has the ability. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain sneered and closed his eyes. Jian Wushuang thought he was just unlucky that he had got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. He happened to be caught by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain right when he had killed Universe God Mo Yen. He didn't know that it wasn't because he was unlucky that he got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, but because Hall Master Yuan had intentionally arranged it for him. From Hall Master Yuan's point of view, although Sky Sword Prison was dangerous, it was also a great place for training. In the prison, not only were there universe gods who possessed fighting power of 1 on universe god ranking lists, but there was also a large number of real gods. Especially as the real gods were restrained and could only carry out divine powers like a universe god in the third heaven, it was extremely valuable. In the outside world, Jian Wushuang, who was universe god, wouldn't have the chance to fight against a real god after all. However, there would be many chances in the Sky Sword Prison. Such a place was, of course, suitable for training. However, Jian Wushuang had no idea at all. He thought Hall Master Yuan was negotiating with the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to get him out. However, Jian Wushuang never placed hope on other people. In Sky Sword Prison, in the vast Crimson Land, Jian Wushuang was plunging forward in the void. His soul power had spread around long ago and filled the surrounding region. He could see everything in the region. Huh! Jian Wushuang suddenly paused and looked towards a direction to one side. There was a bare mountain in the direction. It didn't look strange, but Jian Wushuang could see clearly with the coverage of his soul power. At the bottom of the mountain, there was an expert hiding. Purple-haired, carrying a saber, and there is a faint scar in between his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang could even see the characteristic of the expert's appearance clearly with his soul power without the other person knowing. With his appearance and characteristics, Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the person. Wu Tsang of the third level, an expert close to the top. He's good with the sword and created a real god-unique skill. He's good in close combat and possesses a secret skill of defense. His divine body is extremely strong too. Jian Wushuang recalled the information about the expert. The experts from 4 different levels in Sky Sword Prison, putting aside the 4 kings from the strongest first level, although the other 3 levels of cultivators were of the same level, there was a difference in strength. Hence, there were top, intermediate, and low players at every level. Wu Tsang was of an intermediate standard of the 3rd level, close to the top. I just came to Sky Sword Prison and I only fought for a short while with Luo Meng, but Luo Meng is only an expert from the 4th level who had yet to create real god-unique skill. He isn't my match, but Wu Tsang. I can give him a try. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and went forward towards the bare mountain. Just as Jian Wushuang appeared in the void surrounding the bare mountain, the expert who was hiding in the cave dwelling at the bottom of the mountain, Wu Tsang, immediately lifted his head. This person looks very unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. A newcomer! Wu Tsang immediately understood, and he was beaming with joy. In Sky Sword Prison, newcomers were the easiest to kill normally. The experts who stayed in Sky Sword Prison for years had their measures to defend, and they knew one another's ability clearly. Hence, it was extremely difficult to kill one another. Wu Tsing saw Jian Wushuang, and he immediately had the intention to kill. He stopped? He's right above me. Did he notice me? Wu Tsang creased his eyebrows. Shouldn't be. My hiding skills are brilliant. Even when real gods pass by, they don't notice me if they don't probe carefully. Wu Tsing thought Jian Wushuang had happened to stop in the void above the mountain. But in actual fact, Jian Wushuang had locked him down via soul power long ago. Come out! In the void, Jian Wushuang's voice traveled through the mountain, layers of ground, into the cave dwelling and into Wu Tsang's ears. He really found me? Wu Tsang creased his eyebrows, but he didn't hesitate and exited the ground directly. He appeared in the void above, before Jian Wushuang. Newbie, your consciousness senses are not too shabby. You can even notice my existence. Wu Tsang carried his saber behind his back and he crossed his arms. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a malicious smile. Chapter 1457 Lesson. Chapter 1457 Lesson. Such a strong murderous intention. Jian Wushuang looked at Wu Tsang before him and felt the terrifying murderous intention soaring from his body. His pupils contracted. In Sky Sword Prison, the massacring was crazy. There was no reason required to kill anyone. In the Mad Massacre, the experts in the prison had terrifying murderous intentions. Jian Wushuang flipped his wrist and Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand instantly. Haha, I shall see just how powerful you are, newbie, and see if you can live in Sky Sword Prison. Wu Tsang laughed and suddenly his figure turned vague. Swoosh! A ghostly figure suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang, and there was a green saber that swung out. So fast! Jian Wushuang was shocked. The expert information provided by Luo Meng highlighted that Wu Tsang was good with swords and his close combat power was strong. It noted that his divine body was strong too, but there weren't any specifications on how fast his speed was. Then, the speed that Wu Tsing showed caught Jian Wushuang by surprise. The moment the blade light descended, Jian Wushuang transformed his divine power and Blood Sword Mountain became a ray of crimson shadow to counterattack. Dang! There was a loud clash and the fierce strength spread. Jian Wushuang's figure shook faintly. Terrifying strength too. Although his divine power is only at the standard of a peak universe god in the third heaven, he has cultivated some kind of secret skill, and the secret skill increased his divine power, which seems to be stronger by a nose compared to mine. Jian Wushuang sighed. The next moment, the power of blood-killing plate armor erupted and his strength increased tremendously. Swoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword swept out like a snake and instantly pierced 5 holes in the void. However, Wu Tsang's figure moved around creepily and dodged the 5 attacks easily. Then, there was green light flowing out from his body that looked like a green dragon. Triple abrupt lightning! Wu Tsang held his saber with both his hands and slashed 3 times at lightning speed. The 3 slashes contained boundless power, just like 3 strikes of lightning that suddenly descended. Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword to withstand it. Dang! 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 There were 3 loud clashes and Jian Wushuang staggered backwards from the attack. Newbie, your power is only at such level? Wu Tsang stood there and looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave and there was a sudden soaring sword intention from his body. A fierce divine power suddenly erupted. Wow! A sword light suddenly shined out. The sword light was like a frightened swan. It instantly disappeared. However, as it whistled, there was an extremely terrifying, shrill aura that swept past. Sword Principle, Frightened Swan. It was created by Jian Wushuang after comprehending for 70 years under the 9 Sword Mountains in Sky Sword Mountain. It was the most ferocious stroke that Jian Wushuang had ever created. The moment he performed the stroke, Jian Wushuang immersed the slight bit of power of Heaven Wei that he had comprehended into the sword principle. The sudden explosion. Rank 3 strongest unique skill? Wu Tsang looked at the sudden stroke of frightened swan with a scornful look. Such a joke! Wu Tsang bellowed and took a huge stride. His body was like a green dragon while his blade was like a bolt of abrupt lightning. Walala! Boundless thunderous power swept out. Thunderous green dragon! Roar! There was suddenly a huge green dragon that plundered out from Wu Tsang's body. The green dragon immersed itself in the blade light, and the power of blade light instantly increased in power tremendously. The stroke was obviously a real god unique skill that Wu Tsang had created. Suddenly, the two bolts of terrifying attack collided. There was a loud thud and the sky sword prison faintly shook. What? Wu Tsang's facial expression suddenly changed. Jian Wushuang had only performed sword principle of rank 3 strongest unique skills, so he didn't bother much. After they collided, he felt an extremely strong power from the sword principle. The power was the power of Heaven Wei. Swoosh! Swoosh! Due to the impact, both Jian Wushuang and Wu Tsang staggered backwards. The frightened swan that Jian Wushuang had performed was only a rank 3 strongest unique skill after all. In terms of power, there was a huge difference compared to real god unique skill that Wu Tsang performed. However, due to the power of reincarnation, the two could be well matched. Young man, you're a newbie, but you have already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Wei? Wu Tsang's eyes were bloodshot red and obviously green with envy. One must know that he had been in Sky Sword Prison for almost 1,000,000 years. Through countless life and death situations, he had yet to comprehend even a slight bit of power of Heaven Wei. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang, who just come to Sky Sword Prison and had yet to experience a massacre in Sky Sword Prison, had already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Wei. He was, of course, jealous. You comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Wei. Although you only created a rank 3 strongest unique skill, you are evenly matched with me. I can't kill you, but I can teach you a lesson. Wu Tsang's face was cold. Teach me a lesson? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then came back to reality. Swoosh! Wu Tsang's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped before Jian Wushuang, then he slashed. Not only was he fast, but he was extremely ferocious too. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his sword to block. Just as he blocked the first slash, wow! 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 Blade lights swept towards him like billowing waves one after another. Too fast, too ferocious. They were extremely strong. The terrifying blade light formed into an ocean and engulfed him. The explosion of Jian Wushuang's divine power reached his limit, and he wielded his sword to block. Right after he blocked the few blade lights, Wu Tsang's figure moved again in an unexplainable manner and appeared next to Jian Wushuang again. His body became a saber and hit Jian Wushuang as though he was slashed by a saber. That very moment, not only his body but also his thighs, knees and arms were like sabers slashing with flexibility. Jian Wushuang was astonished. This is a close combat fight? It was close combat fight. The information that Luo Meng had provided him with highlighted Wu Tsang's ability with close combat skills. Although Jian Wushuang noticed it previously, he didn't expect that Wu Tsang's close combat skill would be that strong. His body was like a saber. Every part of his body that could be used for attack seemed to have turned into a saber. From the continuous attack, Jian Wushuang was suppressed. Although he had amazing power, he couldn't give play to his power at all, but he could only retreat. He was totally in a fix. Rumble! Wu Tsang's thighs were like the back of the saber. It broke Jian Wushuang's defense and hit his body. Then, Jian Wushuang's body immediately turned into a flowing light and erupted. Swoosh! Wu Tsang's body paused in the void. With a cold smirk, he looked at Jian Wushuang, who finally steadied himself from afar. That's enough teaching. I shall leave. Wow! Wu Tsang suddenly retreated and also at lightning speed. Very soon, he disappeared from Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 1458 Training. Chapter 1458, Training. This. Jian Wuxuang stood there as he watched Wu Tseng leave. He took a long time to calm himself down. Too strong! His close combat power is too strong! Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. Really scary. He thought that he had fought with many experts ever since he started cultivation, and his close combat power wasn't that weak either. However, when he had fought with Wu Tseng, the match was dominated by one side from the outset. Wu Tseng was the one with the strongest close combat power among all experts that he had fought before. Such a terrifying close combat power! Why wasn't it emphasized in the information that Luo Meng gave? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. From Luo Meng's information, the introduction about Wu Tseng had described his strong close combat power, but it didn't say just how strong it was. However, from Jian Wuxuang's point of view, Wu Tseng's close combat power couldn't just be described as extremely strong. It should be described as terrifying. Unless most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison are good at close combat. Jian Wuxuang thought. Oh, the people in Sky Sword Prison are always in a massacre. The massacre itself would increase one's close combat power tremendously, and the people here are imprisoned for very long. They'd figure out all the ways to increase their own power. They wouldn't even let the least bit pass. Close combat power is extremely useful during an actual fight. These experts definitely try their best to enhance their power. Naturally, all of them are good at it. Jian Wuxuang understood. If it were to be a cultivator from the outside world, when they reached a bottleneck and found it difficult to break through, most of them would look for a chance and opportunity to improve. However, it was different in Sky Sword Prison. There wasn't any chance or opportunity, only merciless massacre. Hence, once their power reached a bottleneck, they could only figure out ways to improve things that they could improve on. It also led to the scenario where most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison were very good at close combat. Wu Tseng, who had fought with Jian Wuxuang earlier, his close combat power wasn't at the top in Sky Sword Prison. In terms of power, Wu Tseng and I are about the same. However, he relied on his close combat power to suppress me. Of course, that was because I didn't perform any secret skills, nor use my soul power. Otherwise, he would be the one in a fix. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. His strongest fighting power was a flawless combination of sword principle and soul power. That was the true fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. He merely used his sword principle, but he never used a soul attack. He had yet to even reveal his trump cards. The battle with Wu Tseng reminded me that my close combat power isn't strong. There are many experts in Sky Sword Prison, and most of them are good at close combat. With me wandering here, I could train my swordsmanship with the experts and simultaneously train close combat power. After all, there aren't many experts who would fight against me in the outside world. Plus, I have the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation with me. When I tried to comprehend it on my own blindly, the speed of improvement wasn't fast. But if I were to kill and train while I comprehend, the effect would be much better compared to before. Jian Wuxuang then revealed a smile. In Sky Sword Prison, he saw the opportunity to train. An opportunity that he had never had anywhere else. Very soon, Jian Wuxuang continued to wander in Sky Sword Prison. With the advantage of soul power, he wasn't worried that he would encounter much danger. After all, if he ran into anyone above the second level, experts who he couldn't provoke, he would avoid them. He could only fight with experts in Sky Sword Prison from the third or fourth level. Jian Wuxuang had no intention of fighting with a real god in the third level either. After all, even the weakest real god in the third level, although they never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei, their unique skill and secret skill were at a terrifying level. Even when their divine power was restrained, they weren't easy targets. Jian Wuxuang planned to only fight against these real gods after he became stronger or after he had created a real god-unique skill. By then, he would really achieve the result of training. The time flew past. When Jian Wuxuang had first came to Sky Sword Prison, not many of them knew. However, as Jian Wuxuang continued to wander and fought against experts in the third and fourth level, the experts in Sky Sword Prison gradually got to know his existence. After all, although Sky Sword Prison couldn't be connected to the outside world, the experts in the prison could still communicate with one another freely. The messages weren't hindered. After Jian Wushuang fought many times, he was listed in the 3rd level by many people's experts' information collection. He was listed as intermediate in the 3rd level. Of course, Jian Wushuang wasn't there to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. Hence, he hardly used his soul power. If he were to use his soul power, he would be on the top in the 3rd level. After the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 170 years. In the 170 years, Jian Wushuang fought with many universe god experts of the 3rd and 4th level. There were victories and defeats. His swordsmanship and close combat power increased tremendously through the vigorous fighting, but it was a pity that he never once killed an expert in the 170 years. It wasn't because Jian Wushuang wasn't capable enough. It was because the experts in Sky Sword Prison had impressive survival skills. Even experts of the 4th level weren't easy targets to be killed. In Sky Sword Mountain, in the cave dwelling under the 9 lofty sword mountains, the middle-aged man sat. He was the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. He opened his eyes once again after 170 years. Then, he glanced at the Sky Sword Prison which was under his control. He could see Jian Wushuang in Sky Sword Prison clearly. Huh! The owner of Sky Sword Mountain lifted the corners of his lips and revealed a smile in disdain. It has already been 170 years. This young man from lineage of Star had yet to kill even one universe god in the 3rd heaven. Yuan said that this young man could kill 100 universe gods in 10,000 years and leave Sky Sword Prison with his own ability. From the look of things, that is just a joke. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain closed his eyes again. As he was at a high level, he was not bothered by the life or death of the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. But then, it was because of Jian Wushuang that he would pay more attention to Sky Sword Prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to take a look at Sky Sword Prison even once in a time span of tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1459 Universe God Long Xiu. Chapter 1459 Universe God Long Xiu. In Sky Sword Prison, in the depths of the forest, Jian Wushuang was sitting on a huge rock as he slowly opened his eyes. My soul strength has reached the limitation of a universe god. There was a smile plastered on Jian Wushuang's face. For 170 years, when he was wandering in Sky Sword Prison, he was mostly fighting against experts to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. As for soul attacks, for 170 years, he had almost never used any soul attack. However, what Jian Wushuang had never expected was that even when he didn't intentionally improve his soul strength, it had reached the limit of a universe god's in the 170 years. At that level, it was already at the limit that a universe god could reach. Any higher would be the level of real god. Reaching such state, Jian Wushuang's soul attack would be a notch higher compared to before. Plus, in the 170 years, his swordsmanship and close combat power would improve tremendously. His overall power was one notch higher compared to before. The current me, if my full power were to be put into full play, out of the experts in the 3rd level in Sky Sword Prison, I would be at the top. I am even close to the 2nd level. It's a pity that I never created any real god-unique skills, and yet I can be compared favorably with the experts truly in the 2nd level. Jian Wushuang sighed. With the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine improved tremendously too. However, to be truly evenly matched with the real gods who comprehended the power of Heaven Wei on the 2nd level, he still had a way to go. Continue to train! Jian Wushuang smiled and soon continued his journey in Sky Sword Prison again. During his journey, although he had never once killed any universe god, he wasn't in a hurry. To him, then, it was most important to continuously improve his power. As for the massacre, it wasn't time yet. In the cold void, there was a breeze blowing. Against one's body, it made one's heart cold too. Jian Wushuang, in a crimson robe and carrying his sword on his back, moved forward slowly as his soul power swept across. Ha! Jian Wuxuang was shocked as he noticed a figure that appeared within the coverage of his soul's sensory. It was a blonde-haired, brawny man. Even though he was far away, Jian Wuxuang could feel the raging tyrannical aura in his body. The blonde-haired, brawny man reminded people of a ruthless lion. Universe God Long Xiu? There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wuxuang's eyes, and he immediately plunged towards where the blonde-haired, brawny man was. In an instant, Jian Wuxuang appeared before the blonde-haired, brawny man. If I'm not mistaken, you're Jian Wuxuang who just got into Sky Sword Prison, right? The blonde-haired, brawny man glared coldly at Jian Wuxuang. I am. Jian Wuxuang nodded. I've been wandering around Sky Sword Prison for 170 years and I have fought many experts. However, it is my first time seeing you, Universe God Long Xiu. You knew my identity, but you have the guts to appear before me so frankly. You are very courageous. The blonde-haired, brawny man Universe God Long Xiu said. Jian Wuxuang smiled at his reply. However, he knew clearly that Universe God Long Xiu said so not because he was arrogant, but because he had the right to. Universe God Long Xiu. Among the experts in Sky Sword Prison, he was on the 3rd level, but he was at the top of the 3rd level. Plus, Universe God Long Xiu was widely recognized as the most annoying one by all Universe Gods in Sky Sword Prison. He cultivated an impressive secret skill in martial art motion. His martial art motion was known as the first in Sky Sword Prison. Secondly, he was also good at his travel speed. When he runs at full speed, even a real god couldn't catch up with him. As for his divine body, he too was strong. In combination with defense secret skill and defense treasure, many real gods' defense power couldn't be evenly matched with his. A universe god who possessed terrifying martial art motion, fast in speed, strong divine body and almost no weakness. He could move around Sky Sword Prison as freely as he wished. There was a rumor that he had once met one of the kings of the 1st level in Sky Sword Prison. The king took action against him but didn't manage to kill him. One should know that the strongest in Sky Sword Prison was the 4 kings. Even the kings couldn't take care of him. Who else could kill him? Because so, although Universe God Long Xiu was only on the top of the 3rd level, he could move around Sky Sword Prison freely. Many experts on the 2nd level who met him would opt to detour without hesitation. But then, Jian Wuxuang took the initiative when he found Universe God Long Xiu. That was why Universe God Long Xiu had complimented his courage. Jian Wuxuang, you're just a newbie. You didn't find a place to hide but wandered around to fight against experts. It seems that you are trying to train yourself using the experts in Sky Sword Prison. Now you took the initiative to look for me. Why? You want me to be one of your whetstones too? Universe God Long Xiu glared at Jian Wuxuang. Haha, you live up to your reputation, Universe God Long Xiu. You could tell the purpose of my visit at first glance. However, the purpose of my visit is not only treating you as one of the whetstones but also, if possible, I'd like to take your head. Jian Wuxuang smiled and said. Universe God Long Xiu's face grew solemn. In Sky Sword Prison, only he would ask for trouble with the others and take their heads. Since when there was someone who would boast shamelessly that they wanted to take his head instead? You're asking for death. Universe God Long Xiu took action directly as he bellowed. He turned into a beast and a terrifying, raging aura spread. Wow! A simple charge and there were 9 shadows that plunged from the void. The 9 shadows looked so surreal. This martial art motion! Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows as a shrill light flashed in his eyes. Behind! Jian Wuxuang's soul power instantly locked onto his target, Universe God Long Xiu. He turned instantly, and wielded Blood Mountain Sword smoothly. The soaring murderous intention of Universe God Long Xiu led to flowing golden light from his body. Both his hands turned into claws. Wow! 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 In the void, there were suddenly 3 golden claw marks. The 3 claw marks tore the void. Dang! 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 The claw mark collided with Blood Mountain Sword and the impact exploded. Universe God Long Xiu went illusionary and appeared in the 9 shadows again, while his real body appeared next to Jian Wushuang. His right index fingers were engulfed with intense golden light. The golden light was like a golden long spear aiming at Jian Wushuang's skull. Jian Wushuang shook and his arms moved in a creepy manner. The sword slashed and Universe God Long Xiu retreated. Universe God Long Xiu harumphed coldly. Suddenly, there were shadows in the surrounding void again. The shadows hemmed Jian Wushuang in, and they launched attacks at him simultaneously. Chapter 1460 The Only Weakness. Chapter 1460 The Only Weakness. There were a total of 9 illusionary figures that were hemmed in. They launched an attack simultaneously, waving their claws, landing heavy punches, or giving out brilliant lights from the tip of their fingers. Every single hit was real while Universe God Long Xiu's body moved swiftly among the illusionary figures and appeared in every corner, surrounding Jian Wushuang to perform a vital hit. Even Jian Wushuang found it hard to catch up with Universe God Long Xiu's martial art movements in terms of speed. He deserves to be acknowledged as the one with top martial art movement Sky Sword Prison. That's so terrifying, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, but he was not anxious at all. Although he couldn't follow Universe God Long Xiu's martial art movements, his soul power had locked Universe God Long Xiu long ago. Regardless of how creepy Universe God Long Xiu's martial art movement was, Jian Wushuang could respond in time and also could withstand Universe God Long Xiu's attacks. In the void, Jian Wushuang put his close combat power into full play. In collaboration with his swordsmanship and the power of reincarnation, he fought against Universe God Long Xiu face to face. Although he was playing defense, he never once looked in a fix. Bang! A loud thud and the 9 illusionary figures surrounding Jian Wushuang suddenly dispersed and Universe God Long Xiu's real body appeared somewhere far away. Jian Wushuang, the experts in Sky Sword Prison categorize you as an intermediate standard in the 3rd level. From what I can see, your power could be at the top of the 3rd level and you could totally see through my martial art movement. That's rather impressive, Universe God Long Xiu said. He felt rather complicated at the bottom of his heart. He was fast and his divine body was extremely strong. His martial art movement was widely recognized as the top in Sky Sword Prison. However, his power was actually not too strong. He had only created an ordinary real god unique skill and he had never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei. His true power was merely at the intermediate standard of the 3rd level, but because of his terrifying martial art movement, he was listed at the top of the 3rd level. But then, Jian Wushuang saw through his martial art movement, so it was rather difficult for him to put his greatest advantage to full play. He naturally couldn't do anything about Jian Wushuang. It's a pity that I've never once understood the power of Heaven Wei. Otherwise, I would be confident of killing him. Universe God Long Xiu took a glance at Jian Wushuang and immediately shook his head. Jian Wushuang, you're lucky. See you again soon. Then, Universe God Long Xiu moved and he retreated to the back. However, he had just started. Vroom. A boundless blazing quicksand erupted. Suddenly, it covered the entire universe and engulfed Universe God Long Xiu within. When the blazing quicksand took effect, Universe God Long Xiu's speed was affected. He started frowning. Jian Wushuang, what are you trying to do? Universe God Long Xiu roared. What am I trying to do? I told you earlier. If it's possible, I'd like to take your head down. You thought I was kidding? Jian Wushuang smiled and moved forward to him. Kill me? Ha! That's funny. The entire Sky Sword Prison, besides Heartless King, who was one of the 4 kings, who else could kill me? Jian Wushuang, I suggest that you stop wasting time. Universe God Long Xiu sneered at him. Only the Heartless King could kill you. I'm sorry. From today onwards there will be a 2nd person. This person will be me. Jian Wushuang smirked. Universe God Long Xiu's face grew dim. Universe God Long Xiu, the reason you are afraid of Heartless King is that the Heartless King is good at consciousness attacks, right? Jian Wushuang's laughter continued to spread. He had read information about the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. Heartless King was one of them and also the only real god who was good at consciousness attacks in the entire Sky Sword Prison. Universe God Long Xiu was extremely fast and known to be the top in martial art movement. His divine body was extremely strong too. In terms of material attack, he had almost no weaknesses. Among the 4 kings, the other 3 were good at material attacks. Hence, they couldn't kill him. However, Universe God Long Xiu's consciousness wasn't strong. Compared to his divine body, speed, and martial art movement, his consciousness was his only weakness. Universe God Long Xiu, try to take this! Jian Wushuang's voice was heard again. At that very moment, there was a strong crimson light from his eyes. The crimson light was like a crimson sun, extremely harsh to the eyes. 18 Azura held descended directly. As Jian Wushuang's soul strength reached the limit of a universe god, the technique was even scarier than before. Although Universe God Long Xiu was back facing Jian Wushuang, as long as he was shined on by the crimson light, he would fall into a phantasmagoria. No! Universe God Long Xiu's expression grew grave. He who was trapped in dreamland immediately went insane and started struggling. Break! Break! Universe God Long Xiu bellowed in madness, and his consciousness was quivering. Actually, Universe God Long Xiu's consciousness wasn't weak. Among peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven it could be considered as impressive, and he was only 1 step away from the limit of a universe god. However, such a level of consciousness was obviously insufficient before Jian Wushuang. Rumble. Universe God Long Xiu was raging with anger, and his heart was extremely cold. Along with the bellow, he finally shook off from 18 Azura Hell. Before he could be surprised, he immediately saw a dark light before him. The dark light was actually a black long spear that gave out mysterious strength. The long spear appeared less than 1 meter away from her. At such a close distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time even if his martial art movement was amazing. He could only rely on his strong defense power to endure the black long spear. Clang! The black long spear hit his armor, which was transformed from the robe that he was wearing, and made a metal crashing sound but didn't pierce it. Just as Universe God Long Xiu wanted to let out a breath of relief, he realized the terrifying power from the long spear had pierced through his sea of consciousness. It was an inextinguishable light that Jian Wushuang performed with his all. The inextinguishable light, with the support of the spear, was like a storm. It suddenly tore Universe God Long Xiu's consciousness into pieces. Universe God Long Xiu's consciousness slowly dispersed. Before he died, he seemed to look in disbelief and be unwilling to admit defeat. He never thought that when the other 3 kings in Sky Sword Prison couldn't kill him, he would die at the hands of a universe god. Besides, there was a look of relief in Universe God Long Xiu's eyes. Jian Wushuang stood there in silence as he watched Universe God Long Xiu fall. His eyes were cold. Being imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, you and I have no choice but to seek our way out with our all. Before I kill you, I want to say that you have killed many other experts, so you can't blame me, Jian Wushuang muttered. Then, he appeared before Universe God Long Xiu's dead body. He took away Universe God Long Xiu's Qian Kuan ring and the treasures on him. Then, he immediately took a look inside the Qian Kuan ring. Very soon, Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. Found it! Universe God Long Xiu's secret skill of martial art movement, Flowing Light Phantom. Chapter 1461 Flowing Light Shadow. Chapter 1461 Flowing Light Shadow. Jian Wushuang wandered in Sky Sword Prison for 170 years. Although he exchanged blows with a large number of experts, he was mostly using the experts to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. He had never thought of putting his opponent to death. He thought it wasn't time for him to massacre yet. However, looking at Universe God Long Xiu that day, he took action without hesitation and gave full play to many trump cards to kill Universe God Long Xiu. He only had one goal in his head, which was to get the secret skill in his hands then. Universe God Long Xiu, widely recognized as the first in Sky Sword Prison. His martial art motion was really terrifying. If my soul power couldn't target where his real body was, he could totally use that technique to suppress me and torture me. Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. Universe God Long Xiu, he was only at the standard of the 3rd level, but he was listed at the top of the 3rd level because of his martial art motion. Jian Wushuang, of course, cast greedy eyes over Universe God Long Xiu's martial art motion. Then, he killed Universe God Long Xiu and obtained the secret skill of martial art motion from the latter, as expected. Flowing Light Phantom is a secret skill of martial art motion where one turned into shadow in the void and went shuttling to and fro at terrifying speed. There is a total of 5 stages. The first stage, one could cast 3 shadows at once. The second stage, 9 shadows. The third stage, 18 shadows. The fourth stage, 99 shadows. At the 5th stage, also the highest stage, with full power, one could form up to billions of shadows in the void simultaneously. Looking at the description of Flowing Light Phantom, Jian Wushuang was astonished. He knew the secret skill of martial art motion that Universe God Long Xiu possessed was impressive, but he didn't know it was that powerful. Universe God Long Xiu depended on this secret skill and got recognized as the top martial art motion in Sky Sword Prison. But in actual fact, he only cultivated to the 2nd stage of the secret skill. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The 2nd stage of secret skill, which was to cast 9 shadows at once. Previously, when he was fighting a ferocious battle with Universe God Long Xiu, he had only cast 9 shadows. If the 2nd stage of secret skill is so impressive, just how scary will the following 3rd, 4th, and the highest 5th stage be? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. However, he also knew that although the secret skill was impressive, it wouldn't be easy to cultivate. If it was merely the 1st and 2nd stage, it would be easy. He only needed constant practice and continuous mastery to become better. However, there was a rather high prerequisite for the 3rd stage onwards. The secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom was a martial art motion that focused on space. From the 3rd stage onwards, it would need to rely on the power of space-time. Hence, to reach the 3rd stage to perform 18 shadows, he had to comprehend one of the Supreme 4 doctrines, the space-time doctrine. It was also the reason why Universe God Long Xiu couldn't reach the 3rd stage of the secret skill. After all, he had never once understood space-time doctrine. The secret skill of martial art doctrine isn't ordinary. If I were to successfully cultivate it, I only need to reach the 1st or the 2nd stage and it'd increase my power tremendously. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Then, he immediately found a secluded area and started studying the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom. Jian Wushuang was a person of quick comprehension, and the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom only had a high prerequisite for the 3rd stage onwards. As for the 1st and 2nd stage, it was rather easy, especially the 1st stage. 30 years' time passed in the blink of an eye. In the 30 years, Jian Wushuang reached the 1st stage of the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom through continuous study and practice. In an empty void, Jian Wushuang stood there. His figure moved suddenly and the 3 shadows were casted simultaneously. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang instantly appeared in the void 10 miles away and immediately plunged again. Swoosh! 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 Along with Jian Wushuang's figure moving, the 3 shadows that he cast continued to plunge as well. The speed was so fast and creepily flexible. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. Soon, Jian Wushuang's figure finally stopped, and the 3 shadows vanished into thin air. This martial art motion is pretty sick. There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Not only did his traveling speed increase terrifyingly and become more flexible after mastering the martial art motion, he also caused his opponent to be deluded by the 3 shadows. In the massacre, it would put him at advantage. Although it is only the 1st stage, it has already increased my overall power tremendously, especially in terms of close combat skills. As for the 2nd stage, It took me a total of 30 years to study for the first stage, and the second stage will be extremely difficult. I shouldn't dream of mastering it without a few hundred or a few thousand years. 1,000 years. It isn't short. I can only train while I slowly master it. Jian Wuxuang smiled, then he continued his journey of wandering in Sky Sword Prison. Before that, when Jian Wuxuang was wandering, he would rely on his soul power to avoid some experts. For example, the real gods on the third level. When Jian Wuxuang crossed paths with them, he would normally deter to avoid them. But then, Jian Wuxuang was dying to fight against the real gods in the third level. In a barren, dark land, there was a purple palace on the mountainside. Swoosh! A young man in a crimson robe carrying a sword on his back appeared before the purple palace directly. Real God Pingyu. A bright, clear voice was heard from Jian Wuxuang's mouth. It traveled and naturally spread into the purple palace. Very quickly, a middle-aged man walked out from the purple place barefoot. You are Jian Wuxuang? The middle-aged man, Real God Pingyu, looked at Jian Wuxuang. You look like you want to fight a battle with me? Jian Wuxuang smiled. I have to thank Sky Sword Prison. If I were to be outside, I wouldn't dare to fight against any real god, but now. Real God Pingyu, you're the first real god that I will fight against since I started cultivating. I'd like to see just how strong a real god expert is. If so, let's fight. Real God Pingyu didn't waste time and took out a black rod. The two of them started exchanging blows very quickly. The moment they started the fight, Jian Wuxuang let his power to full play directly. Along with his close combat skill that he had obtained in the recent years, as well as the secret skill of flowing light phantom, his swordsmanship was performed with his all too. However, he didn't use his soul power still. The battle was extremely ferocious. Under the situation where his soul power was used, although Jian Wuxuang was at an advantage with his comprehension of power of reincarnation, his unique skill was weaker after all. Although Real God Pingyu had never once comprehended power of Heaven Wei, he had created multiple Real God unique skills. Some were even close to intermediate level of Real God unique skill. Relying on his fierce unique skill, Real God Pingyu could still suppress Jian Wuxuang, but he couldn't kill him. Chapter 1462 Succeeding in Unique Skill. Chapter 1462 Succeeding in Unique Skill. Real God Pingyu was the first real god that Jian Wuxuang had fought against. Jian Wuxuang felt pressured when he was fighting with Real God Pingyu. Although it was said that real gods in the Sky Sword Prison were restrained and their divine power was capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven, the real gods' divine bodies, including their unique skills and secret skills that they possessed, wouldn't be restrained. For instance, as a real god, he had to create a unique skill of real god level. It was obviously much easier compared to a universe god. Even if he was the weakest kind of real god, the real god unique skill that he had created would be very impressive too. Then, Jian Wuxuang continued to wander through Sky Sword Prison. He relied on his soul power and found experts who were at the top of the third level and fought against them, including the real gods of the third level. Jian Wuxuang didn't intend to let them off the hook. As long as he came across them, he would have a battle with them. Exchanging blows with real gods was very beneficial to Jian Wuxuang compared to fighting against the universe gods in the third level. As for the second level, Jian Wuxuang had yet to have the guts to challenge the experts of the second level. Their differences were too vast. In all the vigorous battles they fought, Jian Wuxuang was constantly improving and perfecting his swordsmanship. He was also perfecting his unique skill. He had already created 2 rank 3 strongest unique skill. Then, he naturally wanted to create a real god unique skill, but real god unique skill. Jian Wuxuang felt that he was not far from it. Sky Sword Mountain, underneath the 9 Sword Mountains, in the cave dwelling. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, who was sitting there, already opened his eyes. His sight looked through the void, and he watched everything in Sky Sword Prison. He had been eyeing Sky Sword Prison for a few years. The young man from lineage of Star. He didn't hunt those prisoners who are weak and categorized in the 4th level. On the contrary, he constantly looks for experts at the top of the third level, including real gods, to train his swordsmanship? He treated Sky Sword Prison as his training field? He's quite interesting. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain muttered and quickly closed his eyes. In Sky Sword Prison, the time flew past. To the prisoners in prison, time was cheap. Most of them were imprisoned in the prison for many years, and they had lost all concept of time. In a spacious, barren land, Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand and stood right in the middle. In the surrounding land, there were strokes of sword marks. The surface of the sword marks were extremely smooth, and it was obviously due to extremely sharp swordsmanship. Virum! Boundless sword intention suddenly soared from Jian Wushuang's body as Jian Wushuang's eyes let out terrifying light. He held Blood Mountain's sword with both his hands and it shook slightly. There was boundless crimson light on the surface of the blade. The boundless crimson light formed a huge crimson river while Jian Wushuang was the focus of the crimson river. Go! Jian Wushuang released the tension, and the force that had accumulated in Blood Mountain's sword to the extreme suddenly erupted. Wow! So fast that there was almost crimson lightning in the air. Ridiculously fast. The crimson sword light pierced through the void and left an enormous amount of crimson light. It took very long to disperse. The crimson light hit the ground before them, and the ground instantly had a huge sword mark that covered an expanse of a few hundred miles. The sword mark was as smooth as ice and without any bumpiness. On the surface of the mark, there was a faint crimson light and terrifying sword intention. Done! Jian Wushuang stood in the void and revealed a joyful expression. Ever since he had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, it had been a total of 1,300 years. In the 1,300 years, he had been fighting ferocious battles with the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. In order to train his swordsmanship, he had been trying to figure out ways to create a real god-unique skill. Then, through the battles with the experts, including real gods, and in collaboration of his comprehension of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, he had finally created his own real god-unique skill. Jian Wushuang named it Crimson Light. Although it took a total of 1,300 years, it was considered a miracle to be able to create this move. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he grew hot with emotions. His comprehension power was extremely high. If he were to be a universe god in the third heaven, training in Sky Sword Prison with the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, it would have been rather easy to create a real god-unique skill. He wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, he was just a universe god in the second heaven, after all. A universe god in the second heaven who could create a rank 3 strongest unique skill was already considered the monster of monsters. As for a unique skill of the real god level, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be something a universe god in the second heaven could achieve. But Jian Wushuang had. It was really a miracle. At least Jian Wushuang had yet to hear of any universe gods in the second heaven who had created a real god-unique skill in eternal chaotic world. For instance, Ling Baifei, who was the top among all universe god in the second heaven from lineage of star, had only created a rank 3 strongest unique skill. To be able to create a real god-unique skill is already considered a miracle. However, at my stage as universe god in the second heaven, I'm afraid it will be impossible if I want to create another, stronger unique skill. I can only create a unique skill of the same level at most. Jian Wushuang sighed. As a cultivator, regardless of his level, there would be a limit that each level would reach. It was also inevitable for an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang was a universe god in the second heaven. His limitation in unique skill would be creating a real god-unique skill. It would be impossible if he wanted to increase its level. Unless he passed through his inverse god's test in the third heaven and became a universe god in the third heaven, then his unique skill could be leveled up further. I've created real god-unique skill, and my comprehension of reincarnation doctrine has improved tremendously in the 1,300 years. The first 3 images in the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, I already fully comprehended the first and comprehended more than half of the second. As for close body combat, I have also improved a lot. The current me is qualified to squeeze into the second level in terms of my power. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of the 4 levels of experts in Sky Sword Prison, there were 28 in the second level. Among the 28 of them, there were 26 of them who had already comprehended a slight bit of the power of Heaven Wei, while the other 2 were universe gods who were highly talented. But then, Jian Wushuang was confident that he should be able to squeeze into the second level. As for his level among the 28 experts in the second level, he had to fight against the experts in the second level before he could find out. Jian Wushuang quickly moved within Sky Sword Prison and started looking for experts of the second level. Chapter 1463 Invitation. Chapter 1463 Invitation. In the void filled with pungent blood scent, Jian Wushuang appeared on the peak of a mountain. He was overlooking a vast territory before him. The territory was made of billowing hills that formed into a huge mountain range. Here, this should be Darkness Mountain. Darkness Mountain is said to be the territory of one of the 4 kings, Blood Emperor. In Darkness Mountain, there are many experts. There should be some experts on the second level too. I wonder when I'll meet them. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and then he entered Darkness Mountain to wander around. Sky Sword Prison wasn't that big. It was at most the size of an ordinary realm in the outside world. As the overlord of the prison, the 4 kings had their territories each in Sky Sword Prison, and they had many experts under their command. The Darkness Mountain was the territory of one of the 4 kings, Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang was there to have a chance to fight against experts on the second level. Very soon, Jian Wushuang came across a real god in Darkness Mountain, and they started fighting. In the continuous hills, there was a pinnacle that seemed to be tainted with fresh blood. On the peak of the pinnacle, there was a crimson castle. The crimson castle was where the Blood Emperor resided. In a private room, there was a person in a crimson, long robe. He had crimson, long hair, and even his skin was dimly red. He looked just like an elderly with blade-like eyebrows who was showering in crimson sea. The elderly with blade-like eyebrows was Blood Emperor, one of the top experts in Sky Sword Prison. Blood Emperor meditated in seclusion in the secret room all year round. He hardly revealed himself. But then, Blood Emperor's eyes suddenly shot open. Such senses! Who is it? Who came to Darkness Mountain? As Blood Emperor muttered, in the depth of his crimson-red eyes, there was light shimmering. His body quivered slightly. Suddenly, Blood Emperor's figure became vague and suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall in the Crimson Castle. Master! A lady in green stood before Blood Emperor politely. Zi Shuang, while I meditated in seclusion, did anything major happen in Sky Sword Prison? Blood Emperor asked coldly. All these years, Sky Sword Prison has been the same as before. Nothing major happened, the lady in green answered. How about the newcomers? I've been meditating in seclusion for 50,000 years. There should be many newcomers imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, right? Blood Emperor asked. During the 50,000 years when Master was meditating in seclusion, from what I know, there's been a total of 385 newcomers. 90% of these newcomers are dead and only a portion of them survived in Sky Sword Prison, the lady in green reported. Among the newcomers, is there anyone who is wandering in Darkness Mountain? Blood Emperor continued to ask. There's one. The lady in green nodded. His name is Jian Wushuang, he's a universe god. He's in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 over years. During his time here, he has fought with many experts in Sky Sword Prison, and he has improved tremendously. A few days ago, he came to Darkness Mountain and fought with a real god under your command in Darkness Mountain. However, as Jian Wushuang fought with the real god in order to train his swordsmanship but didn't kill anyone, I let him continue to wander in Darkness Mountain as he wished. As expected, there is a newcomer in Darkness Mountain, Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor smiled and sighed. He then commanded, send a message to the real gods, universe gods in Darkness Mountain. If they see Jian Wushuang, tell them to send a message on my behalf. Tell him that I, Blood Emperor, would like to invite him to pay a visit at the castle. Yes. The lady in green nodded and quickly carried out her task. The entire hall only had Blood Emperor left. Then Blood Emperor squinted his eyes. Jian Wushuang. I wonder if he's from my tribe. If he is, I'll let him off. But if he isn't... A sharp, shrill shot out from Blood Emperor's eyes. In Darkness Mountain. Bang! 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 A loud thud was heard across the sky. A brawny man in black armor and a black triangle helmet, and holding a black long spear, had a soaring rage. He continuously stabbed with his long spear, and every single stab was like a raging flood dragon. It pierced through the void and aimed at Jian Wushuang's head. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang became three shadows and flickered in the void at high speed. He dodged the hit of the brawny man easily, then he swung out Blood Mountain sword at lightning speed too. Every sword light was extremely eye-catching. In terms of power, both of them were obviously not much different. They had been fighting ferociously for an hour in the void, but the match was too close to call. Finally, the two of them calmed down. In Sky Sword Prison, there are only 2 universe gods who are qualified to be on the second level. They are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison long ago, and they experienced countless massacres and training to be where they are today. Then, there's another universe god standing on the second level. Jian Wushuang, you've only been in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years and you reached the standard of the second level. That's rather impressive. If you were to continue to improve at such speed, I'm afraid that there might be a chance for us to give birth to the 5th king in Sky Sword Prison in no time. The brawny man in black armor spoke in a loud and bright voice. It reverberated in the universe. The 5th king? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Real God Heishio must be joking. That I could improve to where I am now as a universe god is already lucky enough. To become the 5th king, there might be a slight possibility after I break through and become real god. The brawny man, real God Heishio, raised his eyebrows but didn't deny it. Jian Wushuang, I have just received a piece of news from the owner of Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor. Real God Heishio said. Blood Emperor wants us to pass you a message on his behalf if we see you. He would like to invite you to his Crimson Castle. Oh? Jian Wushuang was shocked. One of the 4 kings, Blood Emperor, had invited him over? Real God Heishio, do you know what is Blood Emperor looking for me for? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Real God Heishio shook his head. I'm only responsible for passing the message on. As for Real God Heishio's purpose, I'm not sure. It's up to you whether you go to the Crimson Castle. Real God Heishio said and disappeared before Jian Wushuang in the next moment. Jian Wushuang stood in the void in confusion. I have never come across Blood Emperor at all. Why would he invite me over out of nowhere? Chapter 1464 Jian Wushuang's Plan. Chapter 1464 Jian Wushuang's Plan. One of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, Blood Emperor, the top expert on the first level, his comprehension of Heaven Way had reached the first level of Doctrine Palace. Such a top expert wasn't someone Jian Wushuang could match evenly. He naturally stayed at a respectful distance. He had been wandering in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years, but he had never come across any one of the 4 kings. The reason why he would wander in Darkness Mountain was that he wanted to look for a few real gods at the second level to fight to train himself. But Jian Wushuang had never thought that Blood Emperor would invite him personally. What did he want? In Sky Sword Prison, it is very dangerous. People continuously kill in order to leave this place alive. Real gods like Real God Heishio were nice to me merely because they couldn't kill me. If any universe gods on the 4th or the 3rd level who were weaker were to appear before Real God Heishio, he would have taken action directly to kill him. Blood Emperor has the ability to kill me. Hence, regardless of what his purpose is, it's impossible that I run to his Crimson Castle. It is no different from asking to die. Jian Wushuang muttered. He had already made up his mind. He didn't plan to bother Blood Emperor at all. He would stay as far away as he could. Unless he was confident with his power and thought he could deal with Blood Emperor frankly, he would then agree to see Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang continued to wander. In the Crimson Castle that Blood Emperor was in. Master, real God He Xiu replied. He already passed your message to Jian Wushuang on your behalf. However, Jian Wushuang doesn't look like he intends to make a trip to Crimson Castle. The lady in green stood before Blood Emperor politely. Doesn't intend to make a trip? Blood Emperor raised his blade-like eyebrows. According to the replies of experts in Darkness Mountain, Jian Wushuang doesn't intend to visit Crimson Castle. He was still fighting with the experts in the region to train himself. The lady in green reported. The young man is quite smart. But if he doesn't come to Crimson Castle, can I take the initiative to find him in person? Blood Emperor smiled coldly. Tell the people in Darkness Mountain to keep an eye on Jian Wushuang and send his current location to me. Yes, the lady in green replied. Then Blood Emperor's body turned vague and left Crimson Castle. He then plunged towards where Jian Wushuang was. On a barren land. Rumble. A huge axe shadow appeared out of nowhere and pressed over mightily. Jian Wushuang was immediately tough against it with Crimson Light technique. In the end, he was forced to retreat by fierce strength. Haha, you live up to your name, real God Jiu Fu. You're really impressive. I learned my lesson today. Farewell. Jian Wushuang laughed and then turned to leave. Real God Jiu Fu didn't intend to stop Jian Wushuang too. He couldn't kill Jian Wushuang after all. In the void, Jian Wushuang plunged as he recalled the battle with real God Jiu Fu earlier. The expert standing at the second level was really strong. Although I created a real God unique skill and I am qualified to step foot on the second level, I belong to the bottom among all experts on the second level. Jian Wushuang muttered. However, with years of fighting experience, I have constantly improved in grasping flowing light phantom. It shouldn't be long until I reach the second stage. By then, I should be able to cast 9 shadows and my power will increase tremendously, especially in terms of speed. Until then, I should be able to start my hunting plan. Jian Wushuang stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years. He had had his hunting plan long ago. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in Sky Sword Prison. He had to figure a way out. As he wanted to leave, he had to hunt down the experts. However, once he had revealed his power, especially his soul attack, he might cause a panic attack among experts in Sky Sword Prison. A consciousness attack was too creepy and hard to avoid. An expert who was good at consciousness attacks would be far scarier than other cultivators of another level. Most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison were of the 3rd or the 4th level. Their defense power was extremely strong. However, their defense powers were mostly against physical attacks. Once they come across consciousness attacks, they would be the same as Universe God Long Xiu that Jian Wushuang killed before. Universe God Long Xiu survived under the king's attack, but he was killed by Jian Wushuang. How would other people compare? Hence, if the news about Jian Wushuang was that he was good at consciousness attacks and his consciousness attack was ferocious, and one without the consciousness strength of a real god couldn't resist if it were to spread, the universe gods in Sky Sword Prison would definitely keep their distance from Jian Wushuang. Everyone would keep a respectful distance, and run away when they saw him. Who else would be willing to be a whetstone and fight against him? Plus, there might be some universe gods who joined forces to kill him, to remove him as a threat. Just like one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, Heartless King. She was a real god who was good at consciousness attacks and extremely strong. Back when she first got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, she killed many real gods and universe gods with consciousness attacks. But in the end, the experts of Sky Sword Prison noticed her existence and kept their distance. Whenever they noticed that she was nearby, they would run away. Hence, Heartless King could do nothing about it. Over the years, Heartless King was far from achieving the requirement to leave Sky Sword Prison. Heartless King was too powerful, too aloof. But I'm different. I am just a universe god and the experts in Sky Sword Prison wouldn't be bothered with me. Compared to Heartless King who was also good at consciousness attacks like me, I am at a major advantage because my consciousness has already transformed into soul power. Once my soul power is launched, I can easily find experts who are hiding and kill them. Heartless King wouldn't be able to do that. Jian Wushuang sneered. Hence, compared to Heartless King, his advantage over the experts on the 3rd and 4th level was much bigger. But because of that, Jian Wushuang never used his soul power since the beginning. He had been training his swordsmanship and close combat power to increase his overall power. Until he had absolute power to rely on, he would use soul power to conduct the massacres. It was an opportunity that Jian Wushuang tailored when he had entered Sky Sword Prison. Everything was going according to plan. Then, he was waiting for his mastery of Flowing Light Phantom to improve to the 2nd stage and cast 9 shadows. Then, he would begin the massacre. Chapter 1465 Blood Emperor is here. Chapter 1465 Blood Emperor is here. Jian Wushuang's plan was great. However, something unexpected always happens. Huh! Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped in the void and his face grew solemn. He could clearly feel the figure in a crimson robe with crimson hair within the coverage of his soul power. This look and this aura. It's Blood Emperor! Jian Wushuang immediately realized the person's identity. In the void near Jian Wushuang, Blood Emperor had already noticed Jian Wushuang's existence too. Haha, found you! With a slight smile, Blood Emperor's figure plunged towards Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor entrusted his people to pass me a message to invite me to his Crimson Castle, but I didn't go. Now, he has taken the initiative to look for me? Jian Wushuang's heart clenched. When he noticed Blood Emperor was plunging towards him, he didn't hesitate but started running away at his top speed. Jian Wushuang, I didn't say that I'm going to kill you. Why are you running away? In the void, Blood Emperor's voice spread as he stopped. Jian Wushuang then stopped running, but he maintained a big distance from Blood Emperor. Although there are many experts in Sky Sword Prison, I reckon there shouldn't be many that wouldn't run away when they see Blood Emperor. I, Jian Wushuang, don't have the guts to deal with Blood Emperor in person, Jian Wushuang said, and his voice spread from afar via divine power into Blood Emperor's ears. I told the others to invite you over on my behalf, but you never came to Crimson Castle as a guest. Naturally, I could only come to find you in person. Blood Emperor smiled faintly. I wonder what Blood Emperor would like me to do for him? Jian Wushuang asked. He was curious too. Why did Blood Emperor look for him? Actually, I looked for you because I needed your help, Blood Emperor said. I have been studying the formation for quite some time. However, the setup of the formation required a gemstone called Tian Sha Gem. I don't have many of them, so I wanted to borrow a few from you. Tian Sha Gem? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. What's a Tian Sha Gem? Where did Blood Emperor hear that I have Tian Sha Gems? You don't have Tian Sha Gems? Blood Emperor frowned. I really don't, and I've never heard of Tian Sha Gems, Jian Wushuang said straightforwardly. You've never even heard of them? Blood Emperor squinted his eyes as he thought to himself. He doesn't even know about the Tian Sha Gems. In other words, it's impossible that he belongs to my tribe even though he carried a treasure of my tribe. Blood Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he instantly lifted his head again. He smiled and said, Jian Wushuang, you should have Tian Sha Gem, but you never knew. I have a Tian Sha Gem with me, take a look. Blood Emperor took out a crimson gem from Qian Kun ring and pretended to show Jian Wushuang as his figure moved towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, hurry up and run. King of Venomous Worm's voice suddenly heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang's face grew grim and turned around immediately to run without hesitation. Just as he turned around, rumble, there was a soaring murderous intention which erupted from Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor was originally moving closer to him. But then, he was traveling at a terrifying speed too, like a crimson, flowing light that flew through the void towards Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor said he didn't want to kill me? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. His soul power could sense that the distance between himself and Blood Emperor was getting smaller, at a terrifying speed. At that rate, he reckoned that Blood Emperor would catch up to him in a short time. Secret skill of Dragon Blood. Jian Wuxuang bellowed, and the divine power in his body suddenly became a blazing inferno and churned at a terrifying speed. Burning with the aid of divine power, Jian Wuxuang's speed instantly increased by a few hundred times. The distance between Blood Emperor and Jian Wuxuang wasn't far, but it instantly widened the gap at extremely terrifying speed. What? Looking at the scene, Blood Emperor's face changed, and he immediately sent a message to all the experts under his command within Darkness Mountain. He wanted them to stop Jian Wuxuang from escaping. There were quite a number of experts under Blood Emperor's control, and most of them had gathered at Darkness Mountain. The moment they received his order, they carried it out. However, Blood Emperor belittled Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang's soul power spread. Hence, whenever there were to be any experts that appeared around him, he could notice them at the very moment. Then, he would dodge. The experts in Darkness Mountain that wanted to stop him couldn't even see where he was. The chase only continued for 15 minutes, and Blood Emperor had to stop. After all, Jian Wuxuang was nowhere to be seen. The experts under his control also couldn't see Jian Wuxuang anywhere. He escaped? Blood Emperor looked embarrassed, and, at the same time, he was shocked. One must know that he was also good at speed. He took action personally, but Jian Wuxuang had run away under his watch. Jian Wuxuang's skill of escape was extraordinary. Blood Emperor stood in the void and waited for a while. He was waiting for the replies of the experts under his control. Very soon, he came to a conclusion. Although the young man was very fast at running away, he should have yet to get out of Darkness Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, he must have found a place to hide. The place that he is hiding is definitely within 1,000,000,000 miles range of this region before me. Blood Emperor was clear that it was impossible for Jian Wuxuang to run out from Darkness Mountain in such short period of time. Plus, the experts under his control didn't notice Jian Wuxuang's existence. Hence, Jian Wuxuang had definitely hidden. There was a flash of a chilly gleam in Blood Emperor's eyes. The next moment, he gave a command to the experts under his control. Everyone, gather at this region, search using consciousness within a 1,000,000,000-mile range. We must find Jian Wuxuang. The experts under Blood Emperor's control immediately started to search within a 1,000,000,000-mile range. A 1,000,000,000-mile range was already extremely vast. One must know that there was a limitation of cultivator's consciousness coverage in Sky Sword Prison. A real god could only cover an expanse of 1,000 miles with his all. Relying on a real god's consciousness to search for a hidden expert within a 1,000,000,000-mile range was really difficult. Most importantly, within the 1,000,000,000-mile range, the underground was not included. Taking the underground into account, the range became even wider. There was less than 100 of them if the experts under Blood Emperor's control were all added up. Even if everyone gathered to search through the 1,000,000,000-mile range, the difficulty level of the search was still considered high. Chapter 1466 Living in Seclusion. Chapter 1466 Living in Seclusion. Within the 1,000,000,000-mile range that the experts under Blood Emperor's control were searching through vigorously, in the extreme depths of the underground, there was a cave dwelling that had exploded forcefully by divine power. Jian Wuxuang was in the cave dwelling. At that very moment, his face was pale and the aura on his body was weak. King of venomous worms, how long until my divine power has recovered to its peak? Jian Wuxuang asked. The stronger your power, the more difficult it is to recover your divine power. Plus, your divine power wasn't expended in an ordinary massacre but burned by force while you were running away. When you arrived at this cave dwelling, your divine power was almost empty. Luckily, I was there to recover on behalf. You'll need at least 3 days to recover to your peak, King of Venomous Worms replied. With his divine power, which could be compared favorably with peak in the third heaven, under the situation where it was burned entirely, it was already considered an unbelievable recovery rate for him to recover in just 3 days. It was all because of King of Venomous Worms. If Jian Wuxuang were to rely on his own recovery power, it would definitely require much longer time. 3 days? Jian Wuxuang nodded in silence as his face grew grave. What's going on with Blood Emperor? I told him I have no Tian Sha gem. I said I have none and he wanted to kill me? Could it be that he was definite that I have a Tian Sha gem? But I don't even know what Tian Sha gems are. Jian Wushuang muttered. It was because you didn't know about Tian Sha gems. That's why Blood Emperor wanted to kill you, King of Venomous Worms said. Why? Jian Wushuang was confused. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, Blood Emperor should be someone from Holocaust Sect, King of Venomous Worms said. Holocaust Sect? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Holocaust Sect was one of the most vicious sects in Eternal Chaotic World. They were brutal and merciless. In order to enhance their power, they would even massacre countless living things. Such a sect was hated by every force in Eternal Chaotic World. They were the public enemy of all cultivators. Back in Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang came across an expert from Holocaust Sect, Dao Yuanzi, and he witnessed the vicious measure of one from Holocaust Sect. In the end, Dao Yuanzi died in his hand and his blood-killing plate armor was from Dao Yuanzi. An expert from Holocaust Sect wants to kill me? Would it be because of blood-killing plate armor? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Should be. King of Venomous Worms nodded. Blood-killing plate armor is a treasure made by Holocaust Sect with a vicious method, and experts from Holocaust Sect should have some sensory ability towards treasure like this. Plus, the closer the distance, the stronger the senses. Previously, when you were wandering around the other places in Sky Sword Prison, Blood Emperor couldn't sense the existence of blood-killing plate armor as the distance was far. But when you came to Darkness Mountains, the distance became closer, and he could sense the aura of blood-killing plate armor. Hence, he aimed for you. However, although he could sense the existence of blood-killing plate armor, he wouldn't be able to gauge if you were from Holocaust Sect. After all, people from Holocaust Sect must be extremely careful when they wander around Eternal Chaotic World. They would hide the aura of the secret skill of Holocaust Sect that they cultivated entirely. Under a situation where they do not expose the aura actively, no one would know that he was an expert from Holocaust Sect. Hence, he was nice to you at the very beginning. King of Venomous Worms paused and continued. As for the reason why he asked for a Tian Sha gem from you, he was probing you. Tian Sha gem was a treasure that Holocaust Sect refined forcibly using a unique method. It is extremely precious. Many experts in Eternal Chaotic World never heard of it. However, an expert from the Holocaust Sect would definitely know about it. He used Tian Sha gem to test you, but you don't know anything about it. Hence, he determined that you aren't from Holocaust Sect. You obtained blood-killing plate armor by chance. Hence, he wanted to kill you and take away your blood-killing plate armor. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence, but he found it confusing. Although my blood-killing plate armor is quite powerful, it is just a chaos unique treasure for Universe God level. It has yet to reach the real God level. With Blood Emperor's power, he shouldn't be bothered by this kind of treasure. Hee, you got this wrong. King of Venomous Worms scoffed. Blood-killing plate armor is really just a chaos unique treasure for Universe God level to you. However, it was different for experts from Holocaust Sect. After all, blood-killing plate armor was a unique treasure to Holocaust Sect, and ordinary experts in Holocaust Sect aren't qualified to have it. Dao Yuanzi, the guy you killed back then, wasn't as powerful as Blood Emperor, but his background should be more impressive compared to Blood Emperor. He didn't get blood-killing plate armor, but Dao Yuanzi got it. To Blood Emperor, he couldn't use blood-killing plate armor of Universe God level. But when he's out of here, he could figure out a way to enhance the level of blood-killing plate armor through massacres. Then, blood-killing plate armor would become blood-killing king armor. Blood-killing king armor is a treasure that many experts from Holocaust Sect dream of. Blood-killing king armor? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He knew that there was blood-killing armor below blood-killing plate armor, but he didn't know about blood-killing king armor. No wonder Blood Emperor wanted to kill me. He wanted to take my blood-killing plate armor. Jian Wushuang understood. Blood Emperor is from Holocaust Sect. If so, what if I expose his identity? Wouldn't he become the public enemy of cultivators in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wushuang asked. He wouldn't. King of Venomous Worms smiled. If you were to expose his identity in the outside world, he would become a public enemy and be chased after by many experts. However, you're in Sky Sword Prison. In this prison, everyone is a prisoner. Under such conditions, every expert in Sky Sword Prison only wants to survive and shake off their identity as a prisoner one day. As for Blood Emperor being from Holocaust sect, they wouldn't be bothered. True. Jian Wushuang nodded as he agreed with King of Venomous Worm's assumption. Jian Wushuang, I'll pass on a set of hiding methods to you. Study them and master them as soon as possible. King of Venomous Worms suddenly said. Hiding methods? Jian Wushuang stunned. King of Venomous Worms explained. You're eyed by Blood Emperor and you're in big trouble. Although you're out of his sights for now, he definitely knew that you were hiding in this region. He definitely ordered the experts under his control to search for you in this region. If they find you, you'll be doomed. But if you master this method, it won't be that easy for them to find you. You might as well hide here and cultivate. Live in seclusion. Let Blood Emperor and his people continue their search. After some time, when they grow tired of it, you can find an opportunity to leave. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard that, and he understood. Chapter 1467 Heartless. Chapter 1467 Heartless. The experts under the control of Blood Emperor were searching for his whereabouts madly, and Jian Wushuang naturally could only opt to live in seclusion. Back when I was wandering around with King Luozhen, I learnt many methods. The hiding method that I'm going to teach you, although it isn't considered too high of a level in Eternal Chaotic World, should be sufficient for you, King of Venomous Worms said. After learning this method, even real God who probes using consciousness in the region wouldn't be able to feel your existence, let alone those ordinary real gods who briefly cover the range with simple consciousnesses. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately started to cultivate the hiding method that King of Venomous Worms had provided him with. The level of the method wasn't high. Jian Wushuang would be able to master it very soon with his capability. Relying on the method, Jian Wushuang hid his aura entirely. Soon, Jian Wushuang realized that there was consciousness that swept past him. Someone's here and it should be a real god, Jian Wushuang said softly. There's an aura in the coverage of his soul power. He was obviously a real god. However, the real god left straight away. As expected, even a real god can't find me. Jian Wushuang smiled and he felt at ease. Then, he took out the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation and started comprehending it and cultivating it in seclusion. The time flew past. In the outside world, the experts under the control of Blood Emperor, including Blood Emperor himself, continued to search through a 1 billion mile range. They even searched deep down in the ground, not letting any corner go unsearched. In a total of 12 years, the experts almost searched the 1 billion mile range thoroughly. But they didn't find Jian Wushuang at all. Can't find him? Did he get out of this place? In the sky high above, Blood Emperor's face grew awkward, but he quickly shook his head. No, it is impossible for him to escape in such short period of time. He is definitely still within the 1 billion mile range, but he definitely cultivated some sort of method that concealed his aura. Hence, we can't find him. We are in trouble then. Blood Emperor was confident that Jian Wushuang was hidden in the 1 billion miles range and concealing his aura. If he couldn't even find him with consciousness probing, it would be almost hopeless for him to find Jian Wushuang. Unless Jian Wushuang revealed himself. As long as Jian Wushuang isn't stupid, he will definitely continue to live in seclusion. Until he reappears, the experts who are under my control won't stay guard in the 1 billion mile range to monitor his whereabouts for me. Blood Emperor muttered to himself as he tried to figure out a plan. Then, there's only one way to find the young man. There was a glimpse of light in Blood Emperor's eyes. Then, he took out a communication token. 2 years later, when Jian Wushuang was within the 1 billion mile range, Blood Emperor stood with his hands behind him on the peak of a tall mountain. He looked like he was waiting for something. Soon, in the void before him, a figure in white robe appeared gradually. It was a lady in white robe. The lady looked elegant and poised. She was smiling faintly and her body was enrobed with a warm aura. She gave people a holy and pure feeling. Blood Emperor, long time no see. The holy lady in the white robe walked slowly and appeared before Blood Emperor. She looked at Blood Emperor calmly. Blood Emperor was one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. All experts in Sky Sword Prison would revere Blood Emperor when they see him. However, the holy lady was rather calm before Blood Emperor. She didn't seem nervous or afraid but greeted him as though she were seeing an old friend. Heartless, Blood Emperor replied with a faint smile. He didn't behave haughtily with her either. Heartless. Heartless king. One of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, another expert that was alongside Blood Emperor. Also, the only real god in Sky Sword Prison who was good at consciousness attacks. I heard that Fiery King went to Mist Kings. Then, he should be at your next. You invited me over today, is it to fight against Fiery King? The holy lady, Heartless King, asked. Fiery King? That mad man. Blood Emperor's face grew grave. Fiery King was like Heartless King and himself, he was also one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. Theoretically, Fiery King was not on the same level as him. In actual fact, the other 3 kings in Sky Sword Prison were afraid of him. Plus, Fiery King would leave his territory every once in a while to challenge the other 3 kings. As he already looked for Mist King, his next target would be Blood Emperor. Humph, the madman can come as he wishes. It has been more than once or twice anyway. Blood Emperor sneered, then looked at Heartless King. I invited you over today not because of Fiery King but because of another matter. Oh? Tell me. Heartless King sounded gentle. Heartless, I shall not beat around the bush with you. 1,000 years ago, there was a newcomer in Sky Sword Prison named Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor said. Jian Wushuang and I shared a great resentment. I have to kill him. You have great resentment with a newcomer? What kind of resentment? Heartless King asked. It's something from outside of the prison. It's inconvenient for me to tell you. Regardless, I have to kill Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor was speaking in a deep voice. Previously, I realized the resentment between him and me. I wanted to kill him on the spot. However, the young man's defense power was rather strong. He made a narrow escape. Oh? Heartless King raised her eyebrows and said, to be able to run away from you, Blood Emperor, just how capable is this Jian Wushuang? The young man is really capable, but while he could run away from me, he will never run out of Darkness Mountain. I am definite that he is still hiding somewhere under my nose. Over the past few years, I commanded the experts under my control to search through the area, to probe every inch with consciousness. However, they still can't find him. I reckon he must have cultivated an impressive hiding method that can conceal his aura from an ordinary real god's consciousness probing. Hence, I looked for you. Blood Emperor explained. You want me to look for Jian Wushuang for you? Heartless King's pupil contracted. Yes. Blood Emperor nodded. Among all real gods in Sky Sword Prison, you're definitely on the top of the list in terms of consciousness. The ordinary real gods under my control couldn't find Jian Wushuang's existence, but you could definitely find him if you're willing to help with your attainment in consciousness. Chapter 1468 Expose. Chapter 1468 Expose. Blood Emperor knew clearly just how scared Heartless King was in terms of consciousness. Her consciousness, including her manipulation method of consciousness, wasn't something any ordinary real god could be compared to. That was also the reason he invited Heartless King over. Can you definitely find him? Hee hee, Blood Emperor, you made it sound so easy. Heartless King shook her head and smiled. A range of 1 billion miles. If I were only to sweep the range with consciousness, it'd be easy. However, Jian Wushuang is obviously good at hiding, so I have to rely on consciousness to probe inch by inch, and you also know that the coverage of consciousness is restrained in Sky Sword Prison. Even if it was me, I'd need more than half a month to probe inch by inch over 100,000-mile range. Now you're asking about 1 billion miles. How long will it take? Sweeping the range with consciousness and probing inch by inch were totally different. If one were only sweeping the range with consciousness, it'd be easy. If a real god wasn't restrained, their consciousness could easily sweep 100,000 miles. A range of 1 billion miles could be swept in a short time. However, probing inch by inch would require using consciousness to probe every corner within the search range. It would be much more difficult than sweeping the range with consciousness. Naturally, the time required would be much longer. The reason Jian Wushuang said that Heartless King's ability to search for experts was weaker than his was because Jian Wushuang lit up his soul power. He spread his soul power, and he could cover each corner of the entire area. Anyone within the range of his soul power would reveal themselves. Although Heartless King's consciousness was strong, she couldn't do that. If some experts were to hide themselves, she had to spend a long time and great effort on probing inch by inch to find them. That was the reason why Heartless King couldn't fulfill the conditions to reach Sky Sword Prison after so many years. In the 1 billion mile range, probing inch by inch was actually very difficult for Heartless King. Blood Emperor, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. Heartless King said coldly. Blood Emperor creased his eyebrows slightly, then said, 2 evil soul pearls, how about that? Evil soul pearls? The Heartless King was surprised, but she immediately turned to look at Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor, you are really people from that force, huh? Regardless of where I'm from, we are now prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. Aren't we? Blood Emperor said. True. Heartless King nodded and smiled. 3 evil soul perks and I'll find Jian Wushuang for you. 3? Blood Emperor found it a pain. Evil Soul Pearl was Holocaust sex-exclusive treasure. It required extremely great effort and a high price to pay in order to refine one. Evil Soul Pearl was a great help for consciousness. Although Blood Emperor was an expert in Holocaust sect, he didn't have many Evil Soul Pearls. But then, he had to take out 3 pearls at once. Although Evil Soul Pearl is precious, it is nothing compared to blood-killing plate armor. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes and then nodded. 3 Evil Soul Pearl deal. Then Blood Emperor passed the Qianquan ring to Heartless King. There's 1 Evil Soul Pearl here. The other 2 I'll give you after I kill Jian Wushuang. Sure. Heartless King smiled faintly and examined it. Virum. There was a boundless consciousness that spread out from Heartless King and covered every single corner within range. Heartless King had already started probing for Blood Emperor within a 1 billion mile range. However, even for Heartless King, it wasn't easy to find Jian Wushuang within the 1 billion mile range. Even if she didn't rest, it would require a long time. In the blink of an eye, it had been 70 years. In the void, Heartless King was still probing inch by inch with consciousness while Blood Emperor followed next to Heartless King. In this 100,000 mile range, he isn't here. Let's head to the next area, Heartless King said. Then, Heartless King and Blood Emperor immediately came to the next void. For 70 years, we already searched through half of the 1 billion mile range. If Jian Wushuang were to really be within the 1 billion miles range, we will be able to find him very soon, Heartless King said, and then spread her consciousness again. At that very moment, in the underground below Heartless King and Blood Emperor, in the depth of the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang was seated quietly as he comprehended the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation. After so many years, I've comprehended the second painting thoroughly. Next up, the third painting. Jian Wushuang smiled. There was a total of 9 images in the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation. Based on Jian Wushuang's comprehension of reincarnation doctrine, he could only comprehend the first 3. He had already comprehended the first 2 among the 3. Jian Wushuang reckoned that if he were to comprehend the third one as well, his comprehension of reincarnation doctrine would be qualified to pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. By then, he didn't have to be afraid of Blood Emperor either. The third is obviously more profound compared to the 2 previous ones, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But suddenly, there was a boundless consciousness spreading across. Naturally, Jian Wushuang's cave dwelling was within range too. There's experts here to disturb me with consciousness again? It seems like Blood Emperor has yet to give up. Jian Wushuang smoked as he spread his soul power. He wanted to see which experts released consciousness. Just as he looked clearly with his soul power, Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. It's Blood Emperor! And the other person? The person was in a white robe, looking extremely holy. On top of that, her consciousness was extremely shocking. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the person. It's Heartless King! Blood Emperor invited Heartless King over? Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. The hiding method that King of Venomous Worms passed down to him had no problem if he were to use it to deal with an ordinary real god. Even if the real gods swept their consciousness across him, they would never notice his existence. However, it was Heartless King who came. She was a real god who was good at consciousness attacks. Among real gods in Sky Sword Prison, she was the strongest in terms of consciousness strength. Jian Wushuang wasn't confident in himself that his hiding method was still sufficient before Heartless King. I hope she doesn't notice me. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows tightly, trying his best to conceal his aura to his maximum. However, he also considered the worst situation and made plans for it. Heartless King was probing inch by inch with her consciousness. Very soon, she found Jian Wushuang in the cave dwelling. Heartless King moved and locked her fierce consciousness power on Jian Wushuang. Found him. Heartless King revealed a smile. However, in the cave dwelling in the depths of the underground, Jian Wushuang's face instantly changed. She found me! Hurry up and run! Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang, who made a plan for the worst conditions, instantly started running away. Chapter 1469 Consciousness Prison. Chapter 1469 Consciousness Prison. Can I escape? Heartless King smirked coldly in the sky high above as she spread a boundless consciousness. The entire universe grew dark. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang plunged out of the underground and looked at a black wall blockage formed entirely with consciousness that had appeared before him. His face grew grave. Break! Wow! There was a sharp glimpse of sword light. Jian Wushuang erupted his divine power to his limit and performed the real god unique skill that he had invented, Crimson Light. Although the sword light made a huge crack on the black wall blockage, it didn't slash the black wall blockage apart. The crack immediately recovered too. What? Jian Wushuang looked to be in a fix. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two figures suddenly appeared in the black space. They were Heartless King and Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor, according to our deal, I found Jian Wushuang for you and locked him up in this consciousness prison. As for if you can kill him, it depends on yourself. Heartless King smiled faintly. This is the remaining 2 evil soul pearls. Blood Emperor threw a Qian Kun ring to Heartless King as he moved towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you made it so troublesome for me to find you. Blood Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang coldly and his eyes filled with a surging murderous intention. We are in big trouble. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows tightly as he looked around. This should be one of the measures that made Heartless King famous, consciousness prison. It is said that in the consciousness prison, even a real god on the top of the 2nd level can barely escape. However, just because real god on the top of the 2nd level couldn't escape, doesn't mean that I can't. Jian Wushuang thought to himself quietly. He swept out his soul power wantonly and covered the consciousness prison surrounding him. The consciousness prison is really sturdy, but there's weak point. The weak point is there. Jian Wushuang locked towards the direction. He could feel that the consciousness wall blockage from that direction was obviously much weaker than the others. With my ability, if I were to perform all my techniques, maybe I could explode the weak point. Then, I'd have a chance to escape. Jian Wushuang thought and already made up his mind. Blood Emperor had already taken action. There was a flash of murderous intention in his eyes. Rumble. A fierce aura soared and his body immediately grew 3 meters high and was covered in crimson red, as though he were a living blood person. Jian Wushuang, die! A loud shrill and the statue of the 3-meter-tall blood person suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang. Wow! Blood Emperor only briefly lifted his hand, and immediately, there was a blade shadow that crystallized in the void, covered in crimson light. The blade shadows that overlapped one another contained boundless power. Suddenly, they slashed at Jian Wuxuang with anger. Hong! It was as though the entire universe was slashed in half. Such strong power! Jian Wuxuang was frightened and his soul power instantly flowed out. Roar! A deafening roar was suddenly heard, and there was golden light that erupted from Jian Wuxuang's body and formed a huge golden divine ape. The divine ape was wielding a sword as it swept out fiercely with a boundless, unyielding manner. Oh! Heartless King, who had already moved to the border of consciousness prison, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jian Wuxuang is also good at consciousness attacks. He seems to be quite good at it too. Bang! There was a loud thud and the entire universe shook madly. However, the consciousness prison was still as sturdy as a rock. The huge divine ape became a golden, flowing light and flew out. It landed on the consciousness wall blockage behind and shook from the hit. Then, the golden divine ape took another huge stride forward. After taking a hit of mine, not only did you not die, but your aura didn't even weaken. Jian Wuxuang, your power is not too shabby. The blood person that Blood Emperor had transformed into fixed its gaze on Jian Wuxuang with its bloodshot eyes. If Blood Emperor were to let out your fighting power of a true real god, it would be easy peasy to kill me. However, it won't be that easy now. Jian Wuxuang sounded extremely arrogant. Although he was only a universe god, his divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. On top of that, with blood-killing plate armor, even though Blood Emperor's abilities were much stronger than his, it wouldn't be that easy to really kill him. I'd like to see just how long you can endure for? Blood Emperor launched another attack, but he intended to fight Jian Wuxuang in close combat. Wow! 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 Blood Emperor was like a crimson ghost that constantly appeared around Jian Wuxuang. A fierce, ferocious hit was launched one after another at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang cast 3 shadows simultaneously and gave full play to flowing light phantom technique. At the same time, he erupted the close combat power that he had trained for the past 1,000 years in Sky Sword Prison entirely. Bang! 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 Every ferocious hit and collision made a vigorous roar. After 1,300 years of training, Jian Wuxuang's close combat skill was definitely much stronger than before. However, compared to Blood Emperor, who became an overlord in Sky Sword Prison long ago, he was still a notch lower. Most importantly, Blood Emperor's comprehension of Heaven Way was sufficient to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. In terms of unique skill, he was also much stronger than Jian Wuxuang. That also led to the one-sided situation in the battle. Jian Wuxuang was suppressed by Blood Emperor entirely. Luckily, his defense power was extremely strong. After he took a few hits from Blood Emperor, although he was wounded, it wasn't to the state where he would die. Humph, if you were to be outside Sky Sword Prison, you'd be dead long ago. Blood Emperor's gaze grew cold and continuously damaged Jian Wuxuang. Although Jian Wuxuang tried his best to fight back, his condition went from bad to worse due to the difference in their power. During the vigorous fight, Jian Wuxuang intentionally moved towards the weakest point of the consciousness prison. Soon, very soon. There was hope in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. He knew clearly that he was merely fighting a losing battle desperately, like a cornered wild beast, as he continued to fight against Blood Emperor. His real intention was there, but his goal was to aim at the weakest point of consciousness prison. Just as Jian Wuxuang and Blood Emperor were fighting against each other in the consciousness prison, in a place near to consciousness prison. Swoosh! A figure that was showered in flames appeared in the void. He had just appeared and he could sense the boundless consciousness power nearby. Why would heartless consciousness prison be here? The brawny man with fiery red hair creased his eyebrows and instantly plunged in the direction of the consciousness prison was at. Very quickly he arrived before the consciousness prison. Then, he overlooked the huge consciousness prison before him. Chapter 1470 This technique. Chapter 1470, This Technique. Heartless and Blood Emperor? The brawny man engulfed in flames smiled. Even with the hindrance of consciousness prison, the brawny man could still see the happening within clearly. He naturally also saw the scene of Blood Emperor fighting against Jian Wushuang. This universe god should be Jian Wushuang, who came to Sky Sword Prison not too long ago. To be able to struggle for so long in Blood Emperor's hand, his power is not too shabby. However, it ends here. The brawny man smiled faintly as he watched. He couldn't be bothered, nor did he plan, to get involved in consciousness prison. Very soon! I'll be there very soon! Jian Wushuang's eyes were red with a tinge of madness. However, in actual fact, he was absolutely calm and cool-headed. He had been moving towards the weakest point of the consciousness prison the whole time. He finally arrived at the weakest point of the consciousness prison, but his divine body was heavily injured. This is it! There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Hong! A vast, blazing quicksand exploded directly. The blazing quicksand region moved towards Blood Emperor under Jian Wushuang's manipulation. Although it seemed to only have constrained Blood Emperor slightly, it at least affected his speed. At the same time, there was an enormous amount of crimson flame that flowed from Jian Wushuang's body. The crimson flame formed a huge, crimson sea of fire directly. Jian Wushuang was standing right at the core of the sea of fire, as though he were the king of the Crimson Sea. The power of Star Palace in his body instantly flowed out too. The secret skills of Scarlet Kingdom and Star Palace were performed simultaneously. Break! Jian Wushuang's expression looked extremely crazy as the golden divine ape that covered the surface of his body let out a roar. The sword in its hand was revealing boundless power as well. Wow! A terrifying sword light swept out. The sword light wasn't a slash against Blood Emperor, but at the consciousness wall behind Jian Wushuang. It was a single venture that Jian Wushuang risked everything on, and he performed a variety of his trump cards at once. If the hit were to collapse the consciousness wall, he would stand a chance to escape. Hong! A vigorous noise and the originally sturdy consciousness prison suddenly shook madly and teetered from the attack. In the very next moment, on the consciousness wall that Jian Wushuang hit, a crack appeared and had an opening. Although the opening wasn't too big, it was big enough for Jian Wushuang to run out of. What? He knew the weakest point of my consciousness prison? Heartless King, who had retreated to the border of the consciousness prison, was surprised. Compared to Jian Wushuang being able to cause an opening in consciousness prison, she was even more shocked by the earlier technique that Jian Wushuang had suddenly performed. Especially that one technique. This technique? Heartless King was shocked. Even Blood Emperor was stunned on the spot. Blood Emperor, you never said that Jian Wushuang knew this technique before. Heartless King straightaway roared. This? I never knew he knew that technique too. Blood Emperor bellowed, but he looked extremely distressed. At this point, we can't think too much. Kill! Swoosh! Blood Emperor was fueled by murderous intention. He locked his gaze on Jian Wushuang and plunged to chase after him. However, Jian Wushuang, who caused an opening in consciousness prison, already appeared outside of consciousness prison after he had exited from the opening. I'm out! There was joy shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Without the hindrance of consciousness prison, it would be much easier if he wanted to escape in the open space. Jian Wushuang instantly performed the secret skill of dragon blood, and the divine power in his body started burning in madness. At the same time, he swept out his soul power. Just as Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of dragon blood and was prepared to make a run. What? Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Within his sensory range of soul power, he noticed an extremely hot aura which was traveling at terrifying speed. The aura appeared in the void right before him. This is... Jian Wushuang lifted his head and saw a cloud of boundless flame sweeping over. The flame was like a cloud of fire that descended from heaven. The cloud of fire landed before Jian Wushuang. Rumble! The boundless flame swept forward crazily in an imposing manner, like breaking dead wood. The surrounding 10,000-mile range was burned by the blazing flame to the point where not even a blade of grass would grow. The terrifying power frightened Jian Wuxuang, while Blood Emperor and Heartless King, who were chasing after Jian Wuxuang, immediately hauled their steps. The boundless flames slowed down and finally left a small flame burning. Inside the small flame, a brawny figure gradually revealed itself. He had fiery red hair, fiery red eyebrows, and even his beard had a flame-like redness. His body was built, and his skin was tan. He was filled with an air of masculinity. However, the brawny man engulfed in the flame was covered in unprecedented rage, and his gaze was furious too. Looking at the visitor, Blood Emperor and Heartless King grew grave. Jian Wuxuang stopped in the void afar too. He was shocked to see the sight. Such a terrifying aura. The aura was so savage and so much stronger compared to Blood Emperor and Heartless King. This is Fiery King! Jian Wuxuang immediately understood the visitor's identity. In Sky Sword Prison, the 4 kings were publicly recognized as the 4 most powerful experts. However, among the 4 experts, there were differences in their power too. Among them, Fiery King was known publicly and recognized as the strongest. He was stronger than Blood Emperor, Heartless King, and also Mist King. The legend said that Fiery King would visit the other 3 kings every once in a while to fight against them. Every time they fought, although he couldn't kill the other 3 kings, he could torture the other 3 kings. Hence the reason why he was recognized as the number 1 overlord in Sky Sword Prison. The other 3 kings were afraid of Fiery King to a certain extent. Then, Fiery King appeared before Jian Wuxuang. Impressive. 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, and there are 3 here. Plus, Fiery King took the initiative to block Blood Emperor and Heartless King for me? Jian Wuxuang's expression grew strange. The brawny man showering in flame, Fiery King, was in boundless anger as he stared at Blood Emperor and Heartless King before him. Blood Emperor, Heartless, the 2 of you, how dare you do anything to my underling? You have guts! A loud roar was heard from Fiery King. His deafening voice shook the surrounding void as though they were shivering in fear. Hearing that, Blood Emperor and Heartless King grew pale while Jian Wuxuang looked surprised. Chapter 1471 Fiery King. Chapter 1471 Fiery King. My man! Fiery King said that I'm his man? Jian Wuxuang was caught by surprise. He had not been in Sky Sword Prison for long. He had not came across Fiery King before, nor had he been an appendage to Fiery King. But then, Fiery King said that he was his man? More interestingly, from Blood Emperor and Heartless King's expressions, they seemed to know that he was Fiery King's man. What was going on? Fiery King! Heartless King looked at Fiery King. I am invited by Blood Emperor. He gave me benefits while I only looked for Jian Wuxuang on his behalf. Before this, I never knew that he was your man. I had no idea either, Blood Emperor said. I don't care if you knew or not. In short, you already took action against him. Fiery King was raging with anger. He was really angry at that moment. When he came to the void nearby and saw Blood Emperor and Heartless King were fighting against Jian Wuxuang, he didn't bother, nor did he intend, to get involved. After all, a massacre in Sky Sword Prison was originally crazy. Jian Wuxuang wasn't related to him at all, so his death had nothing to do with him. However, at the crucial moment, Jian Wuxuang performed various trump cards and caused an opening in the consciousness prison. Among the trump cards that Jian Wuxuang performed, it included the technique from Scarlet Kingdom. The moment he saw Jian Wuxuang perform the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom, Fiery King couldn't just sit and watch. As you already took action against my man, you have to pay the price for what you have done. A cold voice was heard from Fiery King's mouth. The next moment, Fiery King immediately launched an attack. Rumble! Fiery King's figure expanded instantly, and suddenly became a giant that was 100 zhang tall and covered in flame. It was a flaming giant. Wow! The flaming giant stepped hard and kicked in the direction of Blood Emperor and Heartless King. On the way, a churning crimson flame swept out mightily. It suddenly covered the surrounding void in an instant. In the 10,000-mile range, it became a crimson sea. The flaming giant that fiery king became was the only ruler of the Crimson Sea. Looking at the sight, Jian Wuxuang's eyes stared with his eyes wide opened. This is... Scarlet Kingdom! Scarlet Kingdom! Yes, Fiery King was performing Scarlet Kingdom's technique then. The difference compared to Jian Wuxuang's was that the Scarlet Kingdom technique that Fiery King performed was at a peak level. It could cover a total expanse of 10,000 miles. As for Jian Wuxuang, even if he performed Scarlet Kingdom with all his power, the coverage wouldn't be more than 10 miles. Scarlet Kingdom was a precious secret skill of Lineage of Scarlet. Fiery King is an expert from Lineage of Scarlet. Jian Wuxuang was surprised. He finally found out why Fiery King said that he was his man. It turned out that the two of them belonged to Lineage of Scarlet. Rumble. A terrifying rumble sounded across the battlefield. Even if Blood Emperor and Heartless King, who were swallowed by the Crimson Sea of Fire, were to work together, they would still be in a fix from the ferocious attack of the flaming giant that Fiery King transformed into. In a short while, they were trembling in the balance and were dispirited. Consider this a lesson that I teach you. If there's a next time. Humph! Fiery King's loud voice was heard across the universe, and the crimson sea of fire that covered the surroundings slowly stopped spreading. In the sea of fire, Blood Emperor and Heartless King glared at Fiery King in anger. Let's go! The two of them turned and left immediately, without hesitation. The universe quickly calmed down. The flame on Fiery King slowly dispersed, and he returned to his original look of a brawny man. He suddenly plunged forward and appeared before Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang. Fiery King looked excited when he looked at Jian Wuxuang. Thank you, Mr. Fiery King, for lending a helping hand. Jian Wuxuang quickly thanked him. Haha, you are from Lineage of Scarlet, a junior to me. Of course I have to save you. Plus, even if I don't, you should be able to escape, right? Fiery King laughed. Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrow but did not deny it. True. He had already freed himself from Heartless King's consciousness prison, and he had already performed the secret skill of dragon blood. Even if Fiery King didn't appear, he would be able to run away too. Let's go. Find a place and let's have a chat. Fiery King smiled. Very soon, the two of them found a remote cave dwelling in Darkness Mountain. In the cave dwelling, Jian Wuxuang and Fiery King sat opposite one another. Jian Wuxuang, where did you cultivate the secret skill from Scarlet Kingdom? Fiery King asked. At Snow Kingdom in Dao World, on Scarlet Island. Jian Wuxuang briefly explained the process of him cultivating Scarlet Kingdom. After he heard Jian Wuxuang's description, Fiery King nodded his head and revealed a gratified expression. Luckily, although Lineage of Scarlet is on the decline, it has never once been destroyed. Mr. Fiery King, would you be the creator of Lineage of Scarlet? Jian Wuxuang asked. Back when he was on Scarlet Island, the master of Scarlet Island once told him the history of Lineage of Scarlet. He said that Lineage of Scarlet was created by a top-notch expert above Universe God. Lineage of Scarlet was once brilliant, but it was in decline later on. Creator? I guess so. Fiery King nodded faintly. As expected. Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. Then, Fiery King started telling him the story. Many years ago, I created Lineage of Scarlet in the kingdom, and the kingdom was one of the 72 kingdoms that Sky Sword Mountain controlled. Then, because there was a real god, me, who took charge, Lineage of Scarlet was considered a great force in the Holy Kingdom. There was almost no one who dared to provoke us, but then, because of an accident, I offended Sky Sword Mountain, and it could be said that I offended Sky Sword Mountain greatly. Then, I understood that Lineage of Scarlet was in danger. Hence, I made a prompt decision and ordered the experts of Lineage of Scarlet to immediately leave the Holy Kingdom, while I also opted to run away. However, Sky Sword Mountain was too powerful. In the end, I was arrested by experts from Sky Sword Mountain and imprisoned here in Sky Sword Prison. Fortunately, lineage of Scarlet escaped. Fiery King smiled. Jian Wuxuang sighed. The 72 holy kingdoms that Sky Sword Mountain controlled, and the distance to Snow Kingdom was very far. Scarlet Kingdom ran away from the 72 holy kingdoms into Snow Kingdom and steadied its foundation in an ordinary world in Snow Kingdom. They really ran very far away. I thought I'd forever be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison and never meet any junior of lineage of Scarlet. I never thought that I'd be able to meet you today. Fiery King looked at Jian Wuxuang with a smile on his face. Chapter 1472 Hopeless. Chapter 1472 Hopeless. To be able to see a junior from the lineage of Scarlet in my remaining years and know that lineage of Scarlet still exists in eternal chaotic world, I, Fiery King, can die with no regrets. Fiery King smiled and said. Jian Wuxuang could understand Fiery King's feelings. Over the years, he had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, and he was cut off from the outside world. He wasn't sure how lineage of Scarlet was doing and whether if it was destroyed. He had been worried. Then, when he finally met Jian Wuxuang, he found out that lineage of Scarlet still existed and had already steadied their foundation in Snow Kingdom. Fiery King could finally feel at ease. Mr. Fiery King, don't worry. With your ability, there will definitely be a day when you can leave Sky Sword Prison, Jian Wuxuang said. Leave? Fiery King shook his head slowly. It isn't that easy to leave Sky Sword Prison. I'm afraid there won't be a day where I leave here. Why? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. From Jian Wuxuang's point of view, Fiery King was widely recognized as the top expert. Even the other 3 kings had to bow down before him. Such an expert, if he were to carry out a major massacre, should be able to kill many experts. Through accumulation over the years, it would just be a matter of time until he fulfilled the criteria to leave the prison. Jian Wuxuang, you're only a universe god. To a universe god, as long as you kill 100 of universe god of the same level or 10 real gods, you can leave. However, for a real god, the criteria is different. Fiery King smiled faintly as he explained. A real god who wants to leave Sky Sword Prison has to kill 1,000 experts, and they must not take their levels into consideration. In other words, even if you kill real gods of the same level, it will be counted as one. You know everyone's defense power in Sky Sword Prison is very high. They aren't that easy to kill. Plus, there are not many experts in Sky Sword Prison. It is too difficult for a real god to kill 1,000 experts in the prison. It's really difficult, but there's a string of hope, Jian Wuxuang said. Yes, there's a string of hope. The hope is to accumulate over the years. Even if I only kill 1 expert every 10,000 years, I'd be able to fulfill the criteria in 10 million years. However, the mentioned criteria was for ordinary real god, but I am one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. As kings, our criteria to leave is even tougher, Fiery King said. Tougher? Could it be that they ask you to kill 10,000 experts? Jian Wuxuang asked. 10,000? No, as kings, we have to kill 1,000, but the 1,000 that we kill have to be real gods, Fiery King said. What? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. Kill real gods. Kill 1,000 real gods, then he could leave Sky Sword Prison? How could real gods be killed so easily? Plus, comparing real gods to universe gods, the numbers were much less. Since the birth of Sky Sword Prison, including all real gods that had died and left, he reckoned there weren't more than 300 of them. There weren't even more than 300 real gods who had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. How could the 4 kings kill 1,000 real gods? Jian Wuxuang, now you know why I felt hopeless about leaving Sky Sword Prison? Fiery King smiled faintly, but Jian Wuxuang saw the smile and found it extremely sad. Jian Wuxuang grew distressed. At the same time, he pitied Fiery King and the other 3 kings. The 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison looked so enchanting and were treated as overlords in Sky Sword Prison. But in actual fact, the 4 kings were much sadder than any other experts in Sky Sword Prison. After all, Although it was dangerous for the other experts to stay in Sky Sword Prison and the probability of them falling wasn't low, they stood a chance to leave Sky Sword Prison after all. However, the 4 kings seemed to not stand a chance at all. To kill 1,000 real gods. Even Jian Wuxuang himself reckoned that it would be hopeless. Of course, if we 4 kings want to leave Sky Sword Prison, there is another possibility, Fiery King said. How? Jian Wuxuang turned to look at Fiery King. Break through, and become the 2nd stage of Real God. Fiery God explained. The stage is second to Almighty. It is far stronger than ordinary 1st stage Real God. Experts at that stage, even Sky Sword Prison can't imprison them. Hence, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain once said that if we were to break through to that stage, we could leave as well. It's a pity that it isn't that easy to break through to that stage. Eternal chaotic world, there are so many real God experts. But just how many of them could really take that leap? At least, from what I know, I am hopeless in this life. Not only myself, but the other 3 kings don't have any hope either. Jian Wuxuang's face grew grave as he nodded in agreement. All right, forget about that. Let's talk about you. Fiery King looked at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang, why are you imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Why are you chased after by Blood Emperor and Heartless King? This? Jian Wuxuang thought for a while and briefly told Fiery King the story. Oh, lineage of Star? You are a disciple of Star Palace? Fiery King looked at Jian Wuxuang in surprise. He had once wandered in 10 cultivation sanctuaries alone. He had heard of Lineage of Star and Disciple of Star Palace before. Haha, your higher up in Lineage of Star is quite interesting. He sent you to murder in Sky Sword Mountain. It was obviously to provoke the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Fiery King laughed. No one denied it. Jian Wuxuang pouted, then briefly explained why Blood Emperor was after him. Holocaust sect? You mean Blood Emperor is Holocaust sect's man? Fiery King's gaze turned cold as he stood up. I am only guessing, but it should be that. Jian Wuxuang answered. He believed in King of Venomous Worm's judgment. Plus, from his viewpoint, that was the only reason for Blood Emperor to come after him. Humph, the bastard from Holocaust sect. Fiery King's voice was cold. Previously, when I was wandering in Eternal Chaotic World, I once saw Holocaust sect's doings. Their vicious formation refined all living things in 21 worlds in less than 1,000 years. Back then, in the Holy Kingdom, it stirred up a great commotion and even got the owner of Sky Sword Mountain involved. It is said that the owner of Sky Sword Prison personally investigated the case. However, the people from Holocaust sect ran away too quickly and didn't fall in the hands of the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. I never thought that the Sky Sword Mountain that we are currently in had people from Holocaust sect too, and that he would be one of the 4 kings. Chapter 1473 3000 Years. Chapter 1473 3000 Years. Holocaust sect, in Eternal Chaotic World, was hated by everyone. Especially by Fiery King, who once watched the merciless act of Holocaust sect with his own eyes, and loathed them even more. It's a pity that it isn't Eternal Chaotic World, but Sky Sword Prison. Even if we find out about Blood Emperor's true identity, we can't do anything about him. Fiery King continued. The experts in Sky Sword Prison are all prisoners. They have trouble even keeping themselves alive. Who would be bothered if Blood Emperor was one of the experts from Holocaust sect? As for myself, even if I intend to take action against Blood Emperor, under the limitation of divine power, I can only suppress him and torture him. But it's impossible for me to kill him. Fiery King was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in Sky Sword Prison. Even if it was him, under the condition where his divine power was limited, he couldn't kill a king. Jian Wuxuang, if Blood Emperor is really after you because of your blood-killing plate armor, you have to be careful. Fiery King looked at Jian Wuxuang and exhorted. Blood-killing plate armor, to us ordinary universe gods, isn't very useful. However, to Blood Emperor, who is from Holocaust sect, it is very useful. If he were to get blood-killing plate armor, he could figure out a way to enhance the power of blood-killing plate armor over the years. He could level up blood-killing plate armor into blood-killing king armor. Once he obtains blood-killing king armor, I dare say that his fighting power should be able to reach the second stage of real god. By then, he could leave Sky Sword Prison, and this should be his only chance to leave Sky Sword Prison. He definitely won't let the chance slip. Hence, even if I just taught him a lesson earlier and warned him, he will definitely not hesitate to take action against you if he has a chance. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He also knew that blood-killing plate armor was useful to Blood Emperor. Before blood-killing plate armor, Blood Emperor definitely wouldn't be bothered by Fiery King's threat. After all, although Fiery King was strong, he couldn't kill him. At first, I intended to train myself at Blood Emperor's Darkness Mountain for a while. Then, when my Flowing Light Phantom reaches the second level, I will start my massacre plan. However, it seems like my plan has to be delayed. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Blood Emperor had his eyes on Jian Wushuang. If he were to continue training in Sky Sword Prison or launch a massacre plan, Blood Emperor might find him again. Then, he wasn't sure if he could keep himself alive in a fight against Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang, if you want to train, why not just return to Fiery Prison with me? Fiery King said. Fiery Prison? Jian Wushuang was surprised. We, the four kings, each have our territories in Sky Sword Prison. Blood Emperor's territory is here in Darkness Mountain, while mine is in Fiery Prison. It is much bigger than Darkness Mountain and there are more experts there too. Plus, it is my territory. You can fight against anyone as training. Regardless of how much Blood Emperor is dying to get the blood-killing plate armor from you, he doesn't have the guts to barge into Fiery Prison to hunt you down. Plus, he can hunt you down anyway. Fiery King suggested. Great idea! Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. What he lacked was training. There was still room for improvement in terms of his power. Once he improved his power, he would be confident enough to fight against Blood Emperor. By then, even if he were to wander in Blood Emperor's territory, Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor could only sit and watch but couldn't do anything about him. If so, let's depart immediately. Jian Wushuang immediately departed to Fiery Prison with Fiery King. Fiery Prison was just like rolling hills, but most of the hills were made of volcanoes. At that very moment, among the scorching hot volcanoes, Jian Wushuang stood with his sword while there was a short elderly in red armor before him. The short elderly held a red hammer in each hand while he revealed a smile on his face. Jian Wushuang, did you offend Mr. Fiery King? Mr. Fiery King sent us a message that, if we were to ever come across you, we have to try our best to kill you. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and wasn't surprised. After all, it was a requirement that Fiery King had suggested. As he wanted to train himself in Fiery Prison, it naturally had to be a life-and-death challenge. If the experts in Fiery Prison were to hold back their power, the training wouldn't be as effective. Want to kill me? I shall see if you have the ability to. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Kill. The short elderly didn't bullshit anymore. There was a chilly gleam in his eyes as he charged forward. Hong! Hong! The two red hammers pierced the air and slammed down toward Jian Wushuang with boundless power. Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword to block. From that day onwards, Jian Wushuang wandered in Fiery Prison alone and exchanged blows with many experts in Fiery Prison. There were more experts in Fiery Prison than in Darkness Mountain, especially experts on the second level. There were a total of 8 in Fiery Prison itself. The others were made up of many real gods and universe gods on the peak of the third level. These people were suitable for Jian Wushuang to train himself on. Plus, the experts didn't know Jian Wushuang's relationship with Fiery King. They even thought Jian Wushuang had offended Fiery King, which explained why Fiery King was so angry that he wanted him dead. Hence, the experts in Fiery Prison who came across Jian Wushuang tried their best to kill Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang's defense power was extremely strong and he could barely deal with them. During his training, Jian Wushuang's power was increasing gradually. The years flew past. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang had been fighting vigorously with all the experts in Fiery Prison. In addition to the 1,300 years that he had been in Sky Sword Prison, he had been in prison for 4,300 years. 4,300 years was an extremely long time to Jian Wushuang. In Fiery Prison, on the top of a huge volcano, on the border of the volcano crater, Jian Wushuang sat in silence, alone. He slowly opened his eyes and revealed a joyous expression. 3,000 years. I have been cultivating and comprehending in Fiery Prison for 3,000 years. I have finally comprehended the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while he felt a despondent mood. He was a person of quick comprehension, and he possessed high innate advantage in terms of comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine. He didn't use too much time to fully comprehend the first two images of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. However, he had used a total of 3,000 years to comprehend the third image, and he had many related trainings in the past 3,000 years. Chapter 1474 Visiting Darkness Mountain Again. Chapter 1474 Visiting Darkness Mountain Again. Heaven Way is unfathomable. Furthermore, the deeper you dig into it, the more difficult it is to comprehend. Jian Wushuang, you are only a universe god after all, and you are only a universe god in the second heaven. To be able to comprehend the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation in 3,000 years is already very impressive. You must know that an ordinary real god might not even reach your level in 300,000 years or 30,000 years, let alone 3,000 years. King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew that a universe god was different from a real god. Once he reached the level of a real god, it would be much easier to comprehend Heaven Way as compared to a universe god. A universe god who could comprehend a slight bit of power of Heaven Way was already considered a top genius. To a real god, comprehending power of Heaven Way was something common. Although it took me longer, I have reached this step regardless. Jian Wushuang smiled. The step was referring to passing through the first level of Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang, who had fully comprehended the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, had possessed the power to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. In other words, his comprehension of power of Heaven Way alone wasn't any weaker than the four kings in Sky Sword Prison. In terms of divine power, they were on the same level as well due to the fact that real gods were restricted. Then, compared to the four kings, he reckoned their only difference was their created unique skills. Jian Wushuang was only a universe god in the second heaven after all. The highest limit that he could reach was to create a beginner real god unique skill. However, it was different for real god. The unique skills created by the four kings in Sky Sword Prison were much stronger. I am definitely weaker in terms of unique skill. However, I have many trump cards and techniques. On top of that, my divine body is strong. It should be sufficient to fight against Blood Emperor. If so, I can begin my massacre plan very soon. There was light shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Over the years, he had been wandering in Fiery Prison for training and never once left because of the threatening existence of Blood Emperor. He never had the confidence to fight Blood Emperor, which led to a temporary hold on his massacre plan. However, it was different then. On that day, Jian Wushuang had found Fiery King. You're ready to leave Fiery Prison? Where do you intend to go? To wander around and hunt down experts. Fiery King looked at Jian Wushuang. No, I do not intend to wander around. I plan to head over to Darkness Mountain directly. Jian Wushuang said. Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor's enemy's nest? Fiery King's face grew solemn as he looked at Jian Wushuang. You seem to be confident in dealing with Blood Emperor? Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, there shouldn't be anyone who has the power to kill me. Not even Fiery King yourself, I'm afraid. Oh, so confident? Fiery King raised his eyebrows. If so, I will not say more. You already have my communication token. If you run into any trouble in Darkness Mountain, send me a message. All right. Jian Wushwang nodded. Then, he immediately departed. Fiery King looked at Jian Wushwang's shadow and sighed with emotion. 3,000 years ago, when this boy fought Blood Emperor, it was difficult for him to stay alive by giving his all. But today, 3,000 years later, he is so confident that he can stay alive before Blood Emperor and even me. TSK, his speed of improvement is terrifyingly fast. My lineage of Scarlet has an impressive young man. I hope that this young man stands a chance to leave Sky Sword Prison. Sky Sword Prison, Darkness Mountain. It had been 3,000 years since Jian Wushwang last came to Darkness Mountain, which was Blood Emperor's territory. In the void above all rolling hills, Jian Wushwang in a crimson robe, carrying a sword behind him, was walking forward slowly. 3,000 years ago, Blood Emperor and the experts under his command drove me to a miserable corner. I hid in the cave dwelling underground for 100 years but didn't dare to pop up. In the end, he even asked Heartless King to look for me. If it wasn't for Fiery King's arrival, even if I could have escaped Blood Emperor and Heartless King's chase, I could only have found a place to hide again. The debt from 3,000 years ago. Jian Wushwang is coming to take revenge today. Jian Wushwang's gaze was cold, and his soul power spread across wantonly. In 2 days, Jian Wushwang's soul power detected an expert's existence. Universe God? Jian Wushwang towering in the void, and he could clearly feel an expert in a cave dwelling in a mountain afar with his soul power. The expert was just a universe god, and he was only on the 3rd level. Although this universe god has good defense power, it's a piece of cake for me to kill him with my current power. However, he's only a universe god. Even if I killed him, it won't be of much help to me. Jian Wushwang shook his head and left. He was also only a universe god. The criteria for him to leave Sky Sword Prison was that he either kill 100 universe gods or kill 10 real gods. If it were like before, when Jian Wushwang had not had enough power, he could only figure out a way to kill 100 universe gods in order to bail himself out from Sky Sword Prison. But now, he had absolute power, and he was leaning towards the latter option. Killing 1 real god is equal to killing 10 universe gods. It is obviously a worthy choice. Jian Wushwang smiled and continued to search through Darkness Mountain. His soul power was a great advantage that he had. Taking advantage of his soul power, it was too easy for him to find those experts in Darkness Mountain. In a few days' time, Jian Wushwang had found a real god. Real God Huiyuan, on the 3rd level in Sky Sword Prison, a real god that has yet to grasp Heaven Way. Plus, he is an expert under Blood Emperor's command. 3,000 years ago, he was among the real gods who were searching for me within the 1 million miles range. Jian Wushwang smirked coldly, and instantly plunged towards the marsh where real god Huiyuan was at. In the huge marshland that was up to 100 miles wide, real god Huiyuan had opened up a cave dwelling below the marshland. Over the years, real god Huiyuan had been staying there. It was a beautiful cave dwelling. It was spacious and there were various decorations. They were all brought in from outside the prison by real god Huiyuan himself. It was rather luxuriantly decorated. On an exquisite stone bed in the middle of the cave dwelling, real god Huiyuan was lying casually with wine and food by his side. All that was missing were a few beauties and maidservants serving him. If he had that too, no one would have been able to tell that he was a prisoner. Chapter 1475 Real God Huiyuan. Chapter 1475 Real God Huiyuan. Sigh, I should not have done anything to that royal disciple secretly for such a small benefit back then. Otherwise I, Huiyuan, would not have been locked up in this Sky Sword Prison. Moreover, this imprisonment is for 8 million years. Real God Huiyuan sobbed as he lay down. Back then, he was considered a well-respected overlord in a region of the Holy Kingdom. However, due to a rash decision, he had been imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison for a total of 8 million years. Initially, Real God Huiyuan had still had hope that he could accomplish the criterion of the Sky Sword prison to kill 1,000 universe gods and then leave the prison. However, he soon realized that meeting such criterion was merely a futile hope. Not to mention leaving after achieving the criterion, it was already very difficult for him to keep himself alive in the prison. After all, to some of the universe gods who stood at the top in the Sky Sword prison, it would be a lot easier to kill a real god like him than to kill 10 universe gods. As such, it was natural that some universe gods had their eyes on him, such as the 2 demonic universe gods who were of the 2nd level. Under conditions where his divine power was restricted, he was not the 2 demonic universe gods' opponent. Moreover, just keeping himself alive was difficult. As such, he chose to be under the command of the Blood Emperor. Although he lived his life under poor circumstances for 8 million years, at the very least, he would still be able to keep himself alive. I don't even know when Huiyuan, will be able to leave this shitty place. Real God Huiyuan was swearing secretly. However, at that moment, boom! A wave of tyrannical divine power erupted abruptly and struck the swamp that he was in directly. In no time, the whole swamp was lifted up. Furthermore, the impressive divine power also spread mercilessly to the cave that he was in. Whoosh! The cave that real God Huiyuan was in broke into pieces instantly, and he plunged out immediately. Real God Huiyuan appeared at the higher end of the void. As he looked at the swamp that had been completely flattened, he became extremely furious. Jian Wushuang, is that you? Real God Huiyuan stared at the blood-robed youth who was standing in front of him. Real God Huiyuan, I trust you have been well. Jian Wushuang giggled. How dare you! Even though you know that the Blood Emperor is looking everywhere to kill you, you still dare to come to the Darkness Mountain. Moreover, you also destroyed my cave. Do you really think that with the Fiery King as your supporter, no one in the Sky Sword prison will do anything against you? Real God Huiyuan shouted angrily. Ha! The Fiery King is indeed giving me support. However, I have come to the Darkness Mountain alone this time around. Since the Blood Emperor wishes to kill me so much, by all means bring it on. Jian Wushuang laughed. Very good, I shall send a message to the Blood Emperor now. Real God Huiyuan took out a token immediately. Jian Wushuang crossed his arms and stood at his position. He did not interfere and allowed Real God Huiyuan to send the message. After a short while, have you finished sending your message? Jian Wushuang's laughter could be heard. Real God Huiyuan stored his token. However, his eyes had already squinted slightly. This Jian Wushuang did not stop me even though he saw me sending a message to the Blood Emperor. Could it be that he isn't scared due to his strong backing? Real God Huiyuan, since you have finished sending your message, isn't it about time that you think about your own situation? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Why? Could it be that you still wish to use us real gods as your whetstones, just like before? Real God Huiyuan's voice sounded grave. Whetstone? No, my tough training is more or less over. Now I must think of a way to leave the Sky Sword prison. You should know the criterion to leave as well. As I am a universe god, I must either kill 100 universe gods or 10 real gods to leave. As for you, you are my first target. Jian Wushuang grinned. Kill me? By yourself? Real God Huiyuan sneered. What a joke. I am a real god. In the Sky Sword prison, apart from the 4 kings who could kill me? Before this, when I first came to the Sky Sword prison, I also met a person known as Universe God Long Xiu. He was more confident than you and claimed that in the whole Sky Sword prison, apart from the Heartless King, no one could kill him. However, he died later on and he was killed by me. Jian Wushuang said apathetically. You killed Universe God Long Xiu? Real God Huiyuan's eyes narrowed. Universe God Long Xiu's name was famous in the Sky Sword prison. Although he was only a universe god, his ability to keep himself alive was way greater than a real god like himself. However, he had died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. You shall join Universe God Long Xiu as well. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Buzz! Majestic sword essence rose at once. When the foot of Jian Wushuang, who was standing quietly in the void, originally moved, 9 shadows burst forth in a split second at the same time. The 9 shadows pierced through the void easily and appeared in front of real God Huiyuan. This is Universe God Long Xiu's secret skill of martial art movement. Real God Huiyuan was shocked. However, what followed after that was a roar. Humph, no matter what, you are merely a universe god. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Boom! Majestic divine power also burst forth from real God Huiyuan's body. All the hair on his body turned scarlet. His eyes turned stringent, and his body became bigger. It was as though he had become a real fire ape. Moreover, he was holding a completely red stone rod. The stone rod was 3 meters long, and it was as thick as a person's arm. When real God Huiyuan swung the stone rod, he unleashed an earth-shaking power instantly. Go to hell! Real God Huiyuan's face distorted. Under the condition of his divine power being restricted, he had already unleashed all his power, unique skills and secret skills to their maximum. All his power was converged into the stone rod alone. As for Jian Wushuang, who was in front of him, with a flash of the 9 shadows, figures appeared and wielded the Blood Mountain sword. Crimson light! Swish! It was so fast that it was as if a crimson-colored lightning had appeared in midair. It was so fast that it was ridiculous. The crimson-colored sword light and the boundless void. In the places which the sword light passed, a great amount of blood-colored sword light was left behind and did not dissipate even after a long time. In no time, the sword light collided head-on with real God Huiyuan's red stone rod. Both Jian Wushuang and real God Huiyuan had unleashed the unique skills of real gods. Moreover, the divine power that both of them had released were about equal. However, what was different was that the sword light that Jian Wushuang had executed contained the power of reincarnation. Moreover, it was different from 3,000 years ago. At present, his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already achieved the standards of the Doctrine Palace's first level. Hence, when the power of reincarnation was used, its power was at least 10 times stronger than before. This was still in comparison to the past. As for real God Huiyuan, he had never possessed the slightest bit of the power of Heaven Wei. This collision. Puff! Real God Huiyuan coughed out a big mouthful of blood straight away. His blood covered his hair, causing his hair, which was already scarlet in color, to become even redder. The aura on real God Huiyuan's body also decreased by a huge amount immediately. He retreated in a pathetic state, and it was only after quite a while that he managed to regain his posture. Die! As soon as Jian Wushuang's body moved, 9 shadows appeared. He did not give real God Huiyuan any time to catch his breath. Chapter 1476 Massacre began. Chapter 1476 Massacre began. 1 stroke. He caused me severe injury with just 1 stroke? How could he be that powerful? Real God Huiyuan was still dumbfounded. One should know that he was a real god. Although he was the weakest kind of real god and his divine power was restrained, he was at the peak of the 3rd level in Sky Sword Prison. Under the circumstances of them fighting head-on, the sword principle that Jian Wushuang had performed broke his stick and heavily injured him simultaneously? What kind of power was that? Even out of the real gods who were at the peak of the 2nd level, there was barely anyone who had such power. Run! Hurry up and run! Real God Huiyuan was in panic mode. He had entirely lost his courage to fight against Jian Wushuang. After all, his defensive power was ordinary. Jian Wushuang had caused him severe injury with 1 stroke. If he were to perform another few strokes, he would definitely be dead. Jian Wushuang smirked at the sight of real God Huiyuan running away. Then, the divine power in his body started churning within. The secret of dragon blood. The secret skill could be used for making an escape. It could also be used to hunt someone down. Even though it was only the first layer of the secret skill of dragon blood, it had increased Jian Wushuang's speed 10-fold, and the expensive divine power was within Jian Wushuang's endurance. In combination with the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom, Jian Wuxuang caught up to Real God Huiyuan in a short time. Then, he instantly performed the sword principle. No! Real God Huiyuan let out a shrill cry and tried his best to withstand the attack. However, in a short while, Hong! A terrifying power made Real God Huiyuan's divine body quiver madly. In the end, it collapsed. Then, Jian Wuxuang buried Real God Huiyuan's life nuclei in oblivion. Real God Huiyuan, who had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison for a total of 8 million years, died. In the void, Jian Wuxuang stood there, looking at Real God Huiyuan's cold body, and he felt extremely emotional. Real God, he is a real God! I killed a real God! There was an unprecedented light in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. Humph! However, he was only a real God of the bottom rank. So what if you killed him? There's nothing to be excited about. Plus, this real God is in Sky Sword Prison where his divine power was restrained. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to kill him. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in his head. Of course, even when we're out of Sky Sword Prison, a real God with ordinary divine power and unique skill like Real God Huiyuan, and never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei, you could be evenly matched with them with your current power. Jian Wuxuang smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, the divine power of a real God was restrained. It did cut down the real God's power drastically. However, even if Real God Huiyuan could have erupted perfectly, he could really be matched evenly with his current power. I killed Real God Huiyuan. Blood Emperor should be the first to receive the news. I wonder what his response will be. Jian Wuxuang muttered. However, regardless of his response, I will not be afraid of him. Plus, Real God Huiyuan is just the beginning. Then, let's begin the massacre. With boundless rage, Jian Wuxuang continued to start hunting for his prey in Darkness Mountain. In the middle of Darkness Mountain, in the Crimson Castle, the elderly with blade-like eyebrows and a crimson long robe, Blood Emperor, sat on his throne in the utmost position of the hall. Before him, a lady in green stood politely. Jian Wuxuang, he came to my Darkness Mountain again? He has guts. Blood Emperor looked cold. Could it be because he thought I wouldn't dare to kill him with Fiery King backing him up? Blood Emperor sneered at the thought. Although Fiery King was strong and he wasn't his match, he only maintained a respectful distance but was not afraid or fearful of him. After all, Fiery King couldn't kill him. But Jian Wuxuang had blood-killing plate armor on him. It would help him to increase his power tremendously. Plus, it was his only hope to leave Sky Sword Prison. As Jian Wuxuang is so arrogant, that'd be great. I am worried that I will have no opportunity to kill him. Blood Emperor smirked coldly and lifted his head. Go, immediately send Huiyuan a message. Let him figure out a way to drag Jian Wuxuang over. Even if he can't delay him, watch him for me. I am coming after him personally. Yes. The lady in green nodded and immediately sent Real God Huiyuan a message. After a while, the lady in green creased her eyebrows. Why? Blood Emperor asked. I have no idea what happened, but Real God Huiyuan didn't reply. The lady in green said. No reply? Could he be fighting against Jian Wuxuang? Continue to send him messages. Blood Emperor ordered. The lady in green continued to send messages. 2 hours later, the lady in green stopped messaging. The atmosphere in the hall grew creepy. It has been 2 hours. Even if he was fighting Jian Wuxuang, they wouldn't be in a fight for so long and didn't even reply to any messages. However, he really didn't reply at all. There's only one possibility, which is that Real God Huiyuan has already died. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes. If he was dead, he naturally wouldn't reply. That was the only explanation. Huiyuan died. Could it be Fiery King? Blood Emperor creased his eyebrows and then he shook his head very quickly. No way. Fiery King is widely recognized as the top expert in Sky Sword Prison. He is reliant on his own identity. Huiyuan never once provoked him on his own. It's unlikely that he would lower himself to take action against Huiyuan. There isn't any possibility that he would help Jian Wushuang kill Hui Yuan either. In other words, the one who killed Hui Yuan could only be Jian Wushuang. A universe god killed a real god? Blood Emperor's face grew extremely grave. In Sky Sword Prison, in a situation where divine power was capped, there was a possibility for a universe god to kill a real god. For example, the two monstrous universe gods on the second level in Sky Sword Prison had the achievement of killing a real god. Hence, Blood Emperor wasn't surprised that Jian Wushuang had reached such a stage. He was shocked at Jian Wushuang's improvement speed. When he first came to Sky Sword Prison, he was only at the third level and not even on the peak of the third level. But it has yet to reach 5,000 years' time. He has already reached the ability of the two monstrous universe gods and killed a real god. Such a terrifying speed of improvement. No wonder this boy dares to return to Darkness Mountain. It turns out that he is extremely confident about his own power. However, it is because of his confidence that I have an opportunity to kill him and take blood-killing plate armor. Blood Emperor clenched his fist and looked at the lady in green. Send a message to the experts under my command to keep an eye out for Jian Wushuang within Darkness Mountain from today onwards and report to me immediately when they see Jian Wushuang. This time, I will not give him any chance to run away. Blood Emperor was raging in anger. Chapter 1477 Insane Massacre. Chapter 1477 Insane Massacre. Jian Wushuang had killed real god Hui Yuan. Although this matter had shocked the Blood Emperor, he was not too concerned about it. It was merely a real god at the lowest level. Since he was killed, so be it. However, a mere 10 days had passed since the incident with real god Hui Yuan. Similarly, real god Qilin, who was under the command of the Blood Emperor, had sent a message to the Blood Emperor saying that he had met Jian Wushuang. Both of them were engaged in an intense fight, and he wanted the Blood Emperor to rush over quickly. The Blood Emperor was delighted when he received the news. However, on his way to real god Qilin's location, he realized that there were no longer replies to the messages that he had sent. When he arrived at the scene, Jian Wushuang and real god Qilin had disappeared long ago, and only the battlefield, which was in shambles, was left behind. In no time, the Blood Emperor confirmed that real god Qilin had also fallen. 1 month later, another incident occurred within the Darkness Mountain. Jian Wushuang came across a third real god known as real god Huanyu. This real god was different from real god Hui Yuan and real god Qilin whom he had killed. This was because real god Huanyu was someone who had learned a small bit of the power of Heaven Wei, and he belonged to real gods at the second level. When comparing abilities, he was a lot stronger than real god Hui Yuan and real god Qilin. However, the results were 2 rays of flittering light were shuttling back and forth in the void quickly. Real god Huanyu, it is impossible for you to escape. Jian Wushuang was filled with a murderous aura. He had already used the secret skill of dragon blood and unleashed the blazing quicksand region toward real god Huanyu crazily. Although real god Huanyu had used all his tricks, he was still unable to escape Jian Wushuang in the end. In the skies of a giant flatland, there were still remnants of huge amounts of divine power around the void. As for Jian Wushuang, he was looking down at real god Huanyu's body with a cold expression. Real god Huanyu. Among the many real gods in Sky Sword Prison, he was considered a real god who kept an extremely low profile and his ability to stay alive was decent. Under normal conditions, as long as it was not something that was at the level of the 4 kings that took action personally, no one else could kill you. However, it is a pity that the person you came across is me. Jian Wushuang murmured. Comparing abilities, although the Jian Wushuang of that moment still could not be compared to the 4 kings, he was not too far away from them. Moreover, his ability to chase after opponents was extremely great. By using the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood and combining it with the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, even real god Huanyu, who was an expert in speed, would be unable to escape from him. This allowed Jian Wushuang to possess the absolute means to kill a normal real god, and even those who had comprehended a small bit of the power of Heaven Way and possessed the power of real gods in the second stage in the Sky Sword prison. Furthermore, he was different from the four kings. The criterion for the four kings to leave the Sky Sword prison was too demanding, and there was almost no hope. Hence, the four kings had lost hope a long time ago. As such, even though they had very strong abilities, they did not massacre the real gods. Instead, they occupied a small area as their territory willingly and became one of the kings by allowing the real gods to depend on them. After many years, the reigning four kings had come to a mutual understanding, and they would not take action against the real gods easily. Take the Fiery King for an example. Even though he itched for a fight, he would only fight with the other three kings. But how about Jian Wuxuang? His power at the moment was very close or even equal to the four kings. However, he was only a universe god. Hence, his criterion to leave the Sky Sword prison was to kill 10 real gods. As such, Jian Wuxuang would obviously not hesitate and take action directly. Apart from that, there was still revenge to be had against the Blood Emperor. Hence, within the Darkness Mountain, the real god experts under the command of the Blood Emperor would naturally be the first to be affected by becoming the targets of Jian Wuxuang's massacre. Within the Darkness Mountain, Jian Wuxuang was continuing his massacre. As for the Blood Emperor, when he received news that even real god Huan Yu had died at the hands of Jian Wuxuang, he was no longer able to remain calm. It should be known that real god Huan Yu was a real god who had comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Way, and he belonged to real gods of the second level in the Sky Sword prison. Even if the Blood Emperor wanted to kill him, he would need to use quite a bit of effort. However, Jian Wuxuang was actually able to kill him. The Blood Emperor understood at once that Jian Wuxuang's power at the moment had achieved a shocking stage already. In the whole Darkness Mountain, apart from him, no one else could compete with Jian Wuxuang. After understanding this point, the Blood Emperor immediately sent a message to the experts in the Darkness Mountain who were under his command. Listen up. All of you who are in the Darkness Mountain, it doesn't matter whether you are a universe god, real god, or even a real god in the second stage. All of you are to find a place to hide and lay low. In addition, hide your presence. With this, that Jian Wuxuang should not be able to find you. However, if he does find you, no matter who you are, run away immediately. At the same time, send a message to me and I will rush over straight away. Remember, do not leave it to chance. Although that Jian Wuxuang is a universe god, he is extremely powerful. Real god Huiyuan and real god Qilin have already died by his hand. Now even real god Huan Yu has fallen. If all of you do not start to be careful, the next one to die will be you. The Blood Emperor's message was sent out. At once, many experts in the whole Darkness Mountain were in shock. Jian Wuxuang was a universe god. Moreover, it had not been over 5,000 years since he came to the Sky Sword prison. When he first came to the Sky Sword prison, he was only of the 3rd level. However, at the moment, he could even kill real god Huan Yu, who was of the 2nd level. A universe god who was able to kill a normal real god of the 3rd level had indeed appeared before in the Sky Sword prison. However, it was the first time that a universe god who was able to kill a real god of the 2nd level who had comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Way had appeared in the Sky Sword prison. Everyone was surprised by this news. After that, for the sake of remaining alive, the real gods and universe gods in the Darkness Mountain started to find hiding places and kept themselves hidden immediately. Some of them hid in the forest of the tall mountains while some of them hid deep underground. All of them had hidden their presence completely. Under normal circumstances, if a real god were to conceal their presence intentionally, with the consciousness level of a universe god, it would be extremely difficult for the real gods to be discovered. However, in actual fact, no matter how the experts hid themselves or erased their presence, in front of Jian Wuxuang's soul power, they were just wasting their energy. With a sweep of his soul power, any experts within its radius would be unable to escape. Comparing Jian Wuxuang and the Heartless King, this was something that was more frightening about Jian Wuxuang. He continued to wander around the Darkness Mountain as he was seeking the real gods wantonly. As long as they were discovered, he would attack immediately, and the real gods had no chance of escaping from his hands. News poured in continuously. First, it was real god Huiyuan, real god Qilin, and then real god Huan Yu. What followed after that was real god Tian Yu and real god Shui Shao. In a mere 3 months, 5 real gods were killed by Jian Wushuang. It was only a mere 3 months. With this terrifying massacre that was started by Jian Wushuang within the Darkness Mountain, the whole Sky Sword prison was in an uproar in no time. Chapter 1478 Fighting Against Blood Emperor Again. Chapter 1478 Fighting Against Blood Emperor Again. In 3 months he had killed 5 real gods. Jian Wushuang's existence already struck fear in all real gods in Sky Sword Prison. The real gods in Darkness Mountain who had attached themselves to Blood Emperor were seized by extreme fear. However, just when Jian Wushuang had met the 6th real god in Darkness Mountain and was killing the 6th real god, Blood Emperor had finally arrived. Blood Emperor had been searching for Jian Wushuang personally in Darkness Mountain when he had killed real god Huiyuan back then. It was a pity that Darkness Mountain was rather huge. Jian Wushuang was quick in action and Blood Emperor couldn't get there in time when he was killing the few previous real gods. Until the 6th real god. In the spacious void, the breeze blowing was piercingly cold. However, the air was static. Jian Wushuang, in 3 months, 5 real gods under my command were killed. You are really capable. Blood Emperor's gaze was cold, along with boundless murderous intentions, as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Just 5 real gods. Plus, although the 5 real gods were attached to you, there were no substantial benefits to you. Even if I killed them, what effect would it have to you, Blood Emperor? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Blood Emperor's face grew dim. Jian Wushuang made it sound so leisurely. Although there were no substantial effects to the 5 real gods' death, what about his reputation? The 5 real gods were an appendage to him, and they were killed by Jian Wushuang directly in his territory. That had led to great disgrace to him. Among the experts in Sky Sword Prison, it was probably the topic of conversation then. They were probably all making fun of him. As long as I kill you, everything will settle down. Blood Emperor fixed his gaze at Jian Wushuang. True. It'd die down after you kill me and you'll still be widely recognized as one of the overlords in Sky Sword Prison. As for the 5 real gods, there'll definitely be other real gods to go under your command in the future. However, there's only one problem. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Emperor with a cheeky smile. That is, whether you can kill me. You have a death wish. There was a sharp gleam in Blood Emperor's eyes. Roar. There was a fierce aura soaring up. Then his body immediately rose and turned into a 3-meter-tall crimson figure, covered in blood. A terrifying, imposing manner swept out. Wow! There was crimson light that plunged through the void. It was extremely creepy. It was as though the entire universe was drowning in a prison of blood. Blood Emperor! Jian Wushuang glared at the incoming Blood Emperor with his bright, sparkly eyes as he plastered a bloodthirsty smile across his face. Virum. There was an enormous amount of crimson flame which flooded in and formed a vast crimson ocean, while Jian Wushuang was the king of the Crimson Ocean. Simultaneously, an enormous amount of blazing quicksand flowed out. Scarlet Kingdom and Blazing Quicksand were performed at the same time. Over the course of 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang's Scarlet Kingdom had improved under the Fiery King's guidance. He could already perform the 3rd stage of Scarlet Kingdom then. As he performed the mighty Scarlet Kingdom, Jian Wushuang's power increased by double. He moved and there were 9 shadows that appeared all of a sudden. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword. 9th Heaven Stroke! Swoosh! A boundless sword intention soared to the highest heaven. The moment the sword intention exploded, Blood Mountain's sword in Jian Wushuang's hand suddenly increased in size. Then, a towering sword shadow appeared in the void. The sword shadow carried a boundless sword intention just like a nemesis sword. Along with the operation of Jian Wushuang's divine power, the nemesis sword swung out. Nine-shade crimson knife! Blood Emperor let out a low roar too. As his figure moved, a significant horrifying crimson blade light revealed. There were crimson shadows on the crimson blade light, moving just like moving ghosts that were extremely creepy. Suddenly, the two collided. Dang! The collision of fierce force made Jian Wuxuang's face grow grave. He retreated a few steps. Roar, roar, roar. There were roars reverberating in the universe simultaneously. Then, there was a demonic dragon that was formed by 9 strips of soul power plunging in the direction of Blood Emperor along with boundless imposing aura. Go! Blood Emperor waved casually, and there was no blade shadow. Only a crimson light glided past. The 9 demonic dragons shattered into pieces altogether. The void before Jian Wuxuang suddenly shattered, and the 3-meter-tall crimson man that Blood Emperor had taken the shape of suddenly appeared from nowhere. Then, there was a crimson claw that clawed at Jian Wuxuang's head at lightning speed. In the end, it pierced Jian Wuxuang's head, but there was no blood nor brains that flushed out. A shadow? Blood Emperor felt his pupils contract. Jian Wuxuang's figure was already next to Blood Emperor. Then, Jian Wuxuang's body was tense in a bow shape as he gripped Blood Mountain's sword tightly. He looked like he was well prepared. 10,000 shadows! Swoosh! 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 Countless sword lights suddenly erupted. Every sword light was unbelievably fast, and the power was terrifying. In that instant, there were hundreds of sword lights that were cast. The hundreds of sword lights were aiming at Blood Emperor's throat, heart, skull, and the other vital parts. Every sword light's angle was tricky. 10,000 shadows was like ninth heaven stroke. They were created during Jian Wuxuang's training in the past 3,000 years. They were real god-unique skills. Jian Wuxuang had only created 3 real god-unique skills by then. Besides those 2, there was Crimson Light that he previously created. Due to the limitation of his level, the 3 sword principles were merely beginner real god-unique skills. However, they were entirely different in nature. Ninth Heaven Stroke, also known as Nemesis Sword, carried boundless sword intention. It focused on absolute power. 10,000 shadows was more suitable for close combat. Hundreds of sword lights launched attacks at one's vital parts at the same time, so it was hard to guard against. Crimson Light was a combination of speed and power. It'd be more suitable if it were to be used for surprise attack. At the moment the countless sword lights erupted, the vigor in Blood Emperor's body churned and formed a huge crimson beast. The crimson beast blocked Blood Emperor. Not only did it block all the sword lights, it also let out an angry bellow and charged towards Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang's body flashed creepily and he shook off the crimson beast with ease. "Ha, Jian Wuxuang, it seems that I have belittled you. In 3,000 years, your power has increased to the current stage. It seems that even if it is me, I have to perform some tricks to be able to kill you." Blood Emperor's cold voice reverberated across the universe. "Go ahead and perform all sort of tricks." Jian Wuxuang's face grew extremely solemn. "If so, then you, prepare to die." There was a glimpse of murderous intention. Blood-killing demon prison. Virum. A terrifying vigor erupted from Blood Emperor's body, and the vigor formed loud clouds of crimson fog that covered the sky. They flowed towards Jian Wuxuang at a terrifying speed. This technique. The king of venomous worms in Jian Wuxuang's body was surprised. Chapter 1479 Unable to do anything. Chapter 1479 Unable to do anything. This is Holocaust Sex blood-killing demon prison, one of the most terrifying secret skills. Jian Wuxuang, you had better be careful, the king of venomous worms warned. Even without the king of venomous worms mentioning it, Jian Wuxuang could already tell that this move was not normal. Come! Jian Wuxuang's eyes glowed brilliantly and a vast amount of soul power burst forth from his body. In no time, a giant golden divine ape appeared out of thin air. The divine power and soul power from his body had combined beautifully. An immense amount of blood mist came forth. The blood mist contained frightening corrosive power, and it engulfed Jian Wuxuang's golden divine ape with a whooshing sound. The golden divine ape on the body surface of Jian Wuxuang gave a fierce roar, and even its giant body started to change shape under the corrosive power of the blood mist. Jian Wuxuang's expression turned grave. He then manipulated his divine power, and an enormous amount of sword essence burst forth at once. Swoosh! 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 Sounds of the divine power suppressing the corrosive power could be heard continuously, and they carried on for 2 breaths' time. The great amount of blood mist finally dissipated completely, and within it stood Jian Wuxuang. The golden divine ape on his body surface had already disappeared, and what had replaced it was a black tortoise. However, this black tortoise had already been corroded to the point that not much of it was left. Jian Wuxuang's gaze was like lightning, and he stared at the Blood Emperor in front of him. What a horrifying secret skill! Just by blocking this move alone, about 30% of my divine power has been depleted and about half of my soul power has been depleted. If such a secret skill were to be used a few more times, I would be unable to block it. However, it is fortunate that it also takes the Blood Emperor quite a bit of effort to use this move. He could feel that after unleashing this move, the Blood Emperor's aura had depleted considerably as well. At that very moment, the Blood Emperor also looked toward Jian Wuxuang. However, his eyes were filled with surprise. He actually blocked it. This little kid actually blocked my blood-killing demon prison? The Blood Emperor was stunned. He knew very well how strong this attack of his was. Even in the Holocaust sect, this secret skill was extremely powerful. However, Jian Wuxuang had actually blocked it while facing it head-on. It wasn't until this moment that the Blood Emperor finally understood that Jian Wuxuang's abilities were on par with his own. Blood Emperor, that attack just now must have been your strongest attack. Jian Wuxuang's icy cold voice could be heard. Since you have already used your strongest attack, you shall take my attack now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a vast amount of soul energy burst forth from Jian Wuxuang's body again. The golden divine ape, which had been corroded by the blood mist until nothing was left, appeared again. Moreover, its body seemed to be bigger than before. As for Jian Wuxuang, who was shrouded by the golden divine ape, the divine power as well as the 5-star ancient god power in his body erupted from his body and gathered in the index finger of his right hand. As Jian Wuxuang's eyes turned narrow, he pointed his index finger, which gathered a vast amount of divine power, and glowed brilliantly with a golden light abruptly. Ancient God's 4th finger, God's test! Boom! As soon as he pointed his finger, the heavens and earth shook. The void around the area turned completely dark. Within the endless darkness, a dark, golden-colored, giant finger that looked like it had appeared from the ancient times appeared out of thin air. This finger brought along power that could destroy the world just like the God's test which descended from the heaven, and the power headed in the direction of the Blood Emperor. Ancient God's 4th finger. As a 5-star ancient god, this was the strongest attack that Jian Wuxuang could manage. Judging by raw power itself, this finger was a lot more powerful than the real god's unique skills that Jian Wuxuang had created, and it could be considered his strongest attack at that moment. At that moment, Jian Wuxuang unleashed his strongest attack. As he looked at the golden-colored giant finger moving toward him, the Blood Emperor's expression turned grave and an enormous amount of crimson light burst forth again. 9-shade crimson knife! A terrifying, bright crimson knife light appeared and swung in the direction of the dark, golden-colored, giant finger. Bam! The finger was struck by the crimson-colored knife light. This caused most of its divine power to be dissipated crazily, and a hole also appeared in the middle of the giant finger. In the end, not much power was left to do anything to the Blood Emperor. Humph! With a groan, the Blood Emperor's face turned pale and he could not help but retreat a step back. However, he regained his posture straight away. Ha! As expected of the Blood Emperor who is one of the 4 kings. Today, I, Jian Wuxuang, have learnt my lesson and I shall take my leave now. A hearty, loud peal of laughter from Jian Wuxuang could be heard. However, Jian Wuxuang had already unleashed the secret skill of Dragon Skill and plunged into the void far away. The Blood Emperor stared at Jian Wuxuang's back coldly. However, he did not give chase. It was clear that Jian Wuxuang's ability to escape was impressive, and it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, even if he did catch up, he would be unable to do anything to Jian Wuxuang. In just 3,000 years, he became this strong? The Blood Emperor had mixed feelings. However, in no time, he began to send a message to the experts in the Darkness Mountain. I have already fought with Jian Wuxuang. Currently, his abilities are on par with mine. As for all of you, if you do not wish to die, leave the Darkness Mountain quickly and find a place to hide. After finished sending his message, the Blood Emperor swung the sleeves of his robe, turned around and returned to his Crimson Fortress. He had already exhausted all his energy. However, he was still unable to kill Jian Wuxuang. With Jian Wuxuang's abilities, if he were to go on a killing spree in the Darkness Mountain, no one could stop him. Within the Darkness Mountain, when the experts under the command of the Blood Emperor received his message, all of them were dumbfounded. Even though the Blood Emperor had taken action personally, he was still unable to do anything to Jian Wuxuang? The Blood Emperor personally said that Jian Wuxuang's abilities were not inferior to his own. How is this possible? Even the Blood Emperor is unable to do anything. Who else is there in Darkness Mountain who can stop Jian Wuxuang's massacre? Run, get out of the Darkness Mountain quickly! If we were to remain here, as soon as we are discovered by Jian Wuxuang, we will definitely die. The experts in the Darkness Mountain made a move one after another. No wish wished to die. If they were to continue staying in the Darkness Mountain, there was a high possibility of them being discovered and killed by Jian Wuxuang. However, if they were to leave Darkness Mountain and hide within the vast lands of the Sky Sword Prison, it would be extremely difficult for Jian Wuxuang to find them. In the void, Jian Wuxuang plunged toward the front slowly. He soon found a place and stopped so that he could recover his divine power. In the fight with the Blood Emperor, he had unleashed many moves continuously and had depleted a great amount of his divine power. This Blood Emperor is indeed strong, especially that blood-killing demon prison move of his. If not for the blood-killing plate armor protecting my body, I might have been unable to block it completely. However, the fight with him had also proven my judgment. My abilities now are indeed about enough to compete with the four kings. Jian Wuxuang chuckled. With the king of venomous worms present, in no time, Jian Wuxuang's divine power had recovered to its peak. However, at that moment, the fiery king sent a message. Chapter 1480 Jian Wuxuang on the First Level. Chapter 1480 Jian Wuxuang on the First Level. Jian Wuxuang, I heard that you fought Blood Emperor again. And you were so well matched? Fiery King asked casually. Yeah, we were. But if you were to describe it as well matched, it'd be too forceful. In terms of power, Blood Emperor is stronger than I. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The earlier battle looked as though they were well matched, but Jian Wuxuang knew clearly that Blood Emperor was one notch above him during the fight. Don't be humble. Blood Emperor admitted himself that your power is not inferior to his, Fiery King said. Jian Wuxuang kept quiet. Oh yeah, you're still in Darkness Mountain, right? Fiery King asked again. Jian Wuxuang responded. I just received an update. Blood Emperor sent a message to the expert under his command for them to leave Darkness Mountain, Fiery King said. They left? Jian Wuxuang was shocked. What else can they do besides leaving? Fiery King scoffed. You're obviously hunting them down. Even real God Huan Yu on the second level died in your hands. The real gods and universe god in Darkness Mountain are naturally afraid of you. Plus, your consciousness-probing measure is so impressive. No matter how well they hide themselves in Darkness Mountain, they will be found by you. Under such circumstances, unless one has a death wish, why would they dare to stay back? Jian Wuxuang understood then. If these real gods were to leave Darkness Mountain and hide in every corner in Sky Sword Prison covers a large expanse, and even I would find it difficult to find them, Jian Wuxuang said. True, Fiery King smiled. However, As they are already hiding from me, forget about them. Anyway, those who found trouble with me 3,000 years ago weren't just Blood Emperor alone, Jian Wuxuang said. What do you mean? Would you be considering the experts under the command of Heartless? Fiery King said. Yes, Jian Wuxuang nodded. 3,000 years ago, Heartless King came to assist Blood Emperor in killing me. Then I already killed 5 real gods under Blood Emperor's command. As for Heartless King, how can I just let her simply avoid it? I'll go to her territory to carry out a massacre and take revenge on her. Jian Wuxuang, Heartless King is different from Blood Emperor. Her consciousness attack is extremely strong. Are you confident that you can deal with her? Fiery King said. Don't worry. As I dare to visit her territory, I am definitely confident. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Consciousness attack. The attack that Jian Wuxuang feared the least was a consciousness attack. After all, he lit up his soul power. Even though his soul strength only had the limit of Universe God, his soul endurance power was far more impressive compared to real God. After they ended the communication link, Jian Wuxuang immediately departed to where Heartless King's territory was. He arrived at Heartless King's territory and started a massacre again. The time flew past. In Sky Sword Prison, in between 2 remote mountains, there was an exquisite purple pavilion. In the pavilion, there were 2 figures seated at a long, narrow table with wine and delicacies. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, were both young and both Universe Gods. Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong were the other 2 most famous Universe Gods in Sky Sword Prison besides Jian Wuxuang. On top of that, they were also known as monstrous. There were many prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. Excluding Jian Wuxuang, there were only 28 people on the 2nd level. Among the 28, there were 26 real gods, while the remaining 2 were Universe Gods, who were the 2 before him. At that very moment, Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong were drinking as they chatted leisurely. Tianfeng, have you heard about what happened in Heartless Land recently? Universe God Gu Tong asked. Such a major incident, it spread all over Sky Sword Prison so tumultuously. Of course I know. Universe God Tianfeng smiled and continued. Speaking of which, Jian Wuxuang is pretty amazing. He first visited Blood Emperor's Darkness Mountain and killed 5 real gods. Then, he went to Heartless King's Heartless Land and killed 2 real gods. Among the real gods who were killed, there were some who were on the 2nd level. They died by his hand anyway. Then, Universe God Tianfeng was impressed too. He was Universe God himself. Under the circumstances of their divine power being restrained in Sky Sword Prison, he could also kill a real god who was weak as real God Huiyuan. However, if he were to run into real gods on the 2nd level, he could only be evenly matched at most. However, Jian Wuxuang could kill real gods on the 2nd level. He was obviously much stronger than him. I heard that Heartless King took action personally. She even performed her strongest master stroke, Life and Death 9th Heaven, but it didn't cause any effect to him. Universe God Gu Tong exclaimed. Life and Death 9th Heaven? Universe God Tianfeng looked shocked. That's a terrifying dreamland. With Heartless King's capability, if she were to perform it with her all, besides the 3 kings and a few real gods on the top of the 2nd level, theoretically, there shouldn't be anyone else who could withstand the attack in Sky Sword Prison. But this Jian Wuxuang, a Universe God, can withstand that attack. I wonder why his consciousness is that strong. Both Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong were fearful of Heartless King's strongest master stroke. Although both of their fighting powers could be compared favorably to real God on the 2nd level, they were Universe Gods after all. Their consciousness strength was merely on the level of a Universe God's limit. If they were to run into Heartless King need not perform her strongest master stroke. They reckoned that any of her random consciousness attacks could kill them both. Heartless King and Blood Emperor both took action against him, but they couldn't do anything to Jian Wuxuang. Naturally, no one could stop him from carrying out a massacre. Plus, Jian Wuxuang was an accomplished Universe God in terms of his consciousness probing ability. As long as he swept with his consciousness, no one could hide or conceal their aura under his watch. Hence, the experts under the command of both kings were terrified, and they left Darkness Mountain and Heartless Land to hide in the corners of Sky Sword Prison. We are all universe gods. Both of us are known as monsters too. However, compared to Jian Wuxuang, the difference is so vast. With his capabilities, it shouldn't be long until he reaches the criteria needed to leave Sky Sword Prison. Yeah, I'm jealous of him. Universe God Tian Feng and Universe God Gu Tong sighed emotionally as they were both envious of Jian Wuxuang. Then, in Sky Sword Prison, there were people who secretly listed Jian Wuxuang on the first level. In other words, he was on the same level as the four kings. But no one dared to call Jian Wuxuang the fifth king. It was because everyone could tell that Jian Wuxuang wouldn't stay in Sky Sword Prison for long. He had already killed the seventh real god by then, and he could totally continue to massacre and kill 10 real gods. It would definitely be very easy. Chapter 1481 Leaving. Chapter 1481 Leaving. In the dark red sky, cold wind was swirling. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 shadows, one in front and one behind, swept past the void. Real God Kong Ling, it is impossible for you to escape! Jian Wuxuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was staring at the shadow in front of him which was escaping, and he had already used the secret skill of dragon blood. Jian Wuxuang, I am not one of the Blood Emperor's men, and I have never depended on the Heartless King. Moreover, I have never had any dealings with you before. Why must you be so ruthless? Real God Kong Ling's furious voice could be heard from the front. Ruthless? Jian Wuxuang laughed coldly. Everyone, including you and I, have been thrown into the Sky Sword Prison involuntarily. I need to kill 10 real gods so that I can leave. As such, I'm sorry. As soon as his words left his mouth, the divine power that was already burning in a frenzy in Jian Wuxuang's body intensified even further. With the second stage of the secret skill of Dragon Skill, Jian Wuxuang's speed increased by 100-fold immediately, and he caught up with real God Kong Ling instantly. Die! Jian Wuxuang did not hesitate due to pity in the slightest bit, and he attacked straight away. After some time, real God Kong Ling, who belonged to the third stage of real gods, was killed by Jian Wuxuang. The 10th real god! Atop the void, Jian Wuxuang looked down at real God Kong Ling's body with his eyes glowing brilliantly. From the time he had started his massacre in the Darkness Mountain up to the current moment, it had been 2 years. And finally, he had killed the 10th real god. Initially, Jian Wuxuang had planned to release his power against the Blood Emperor and the Heartless King. Hence, the 10 real gods who had died at his hand should have been experts under the 2 kings. However, it was a pity that the experts under the command of the 2 kings were not idiots. Since it was only him executing the massacre, the experts had already left the territory of the 2 kings and found themselves a hiding place in the Sky Sword Prison. As such, Jian Wuxuang had no choice but to kill those real gods who had never offended him. Buzz! Buzz! In the void, a peculiar power gathered all of a sudden. They have come? Jian Wuxuang's eyes were glowing with delight. At the moment that the peculiar power gathered, all the experts in each and every corner of the whole Sky Sword Prison felt it. Within the purple, exquisite attic, Universe God Tian Feng and Universe God Gu Tong raised their heads. This power! Someone is about to leave the Sky Sword Prison. If I'm not wrong, the person who is leaving is Jian Wuxuang, right? Apart from him, the Sky Sword Prison does not have anyone else who has fulfilled the conditions to leave. He left the Sky Sword Prison after less than 5,000 years. I am envious of him. Within the Crimson Fortress in the Darkness Mountain, that little kid Jian Wuxuang has finally left. The Blood Emperor clenched both his fists. However, his eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Initially, he had planned to kill Jian Wuxuang and acquire the blood-killing plate armor. With this, he would have a chance to leave the Sky Sword Prison. However, in the end, Jian Wushuang's speed of growth had completely stunned him. Hence, he had given up hope of acquiring the blood-killing plate armor a long time ago. When he saw Jian Wushuang leaving at that moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Fiery King sat within a sea of fire at the bottom of a lofty volcano in the fiery prison. At that moment, he could not help but raise his head. "This little kid has met the conditions?" The Fiery King murmured, and his face wore a smile. "Fiery King!" A message was delivered. "Jian Wushuang, you're about to leave?" the Fiery King questioned. "Yes." Jian Wushuang chuckled. "I am bidding my farewell to you before I leave. Thank you for taking care of me for the past few years. After I get out, I will definitely find a way to get you out." "Ha! Don't think of trying to get me out. The chances are slim. You should continue training outside. For my lineage of Scarlet to have a junior like you, I can die without any regrets." The Fiery King laughed heartily. "No matter what, I will do my best." After Jian Wushuang repeated himself, the peculiar power in front of him took the form of a giant hand and grabbed Jian Wushuang with lightning speed. Jian Wushuang had no way of defending himself against it, and had also never even thought of defending himself against it. He was caught by the giant hand and sent into a wormhole that had opened temporarily. As the wormhole disappeared, the Sky Sword prison settled down quickly. Within a dim cave, the space opened up, and with a glowing light, Jian Wushuang's body appeared in the cave. "This place is—" As soon as he appeared, Jian Wushuang's eyes surveyed the area. In no time, his attention was focused on a shadow sitting with its legs crossed in the area in front of him. He was a middle-aged man who carried 3 long swords, and he looked like a unique, fierce sword. This middle-aged man caught Jian Wushuang's attention due to the cruel sword essence that he was releasing. This sword essence had caused even Jian Wushuang to be terrified. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In a split second, a vast amount of sword essence burst forth, and his cold eyes locked on to Jian Wushuang immediately. At that moment, Jian Wushuang only felt as if his neck had been strangled with great force by someone. He could neither speak nor breathe. This caused him to experience fear that he had never experienced before. The good thing was that this condition only lasted for a moment before it was undone. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief, and he greeted the middle-aged man respectfully at once. "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain." What a frightening sword essence! Just a simple gaze was enough to deter Jian Wushuang from having any ideas of resisting him. This middle-aged man must be an almighty. This caused the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him to surface immediately. "Little kid, how was your experience in the Sky Sword prison?" the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain asked casually. "Not bad," Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. "Oh?" The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain shot a glance at Jian Wushuang. "That's right. You have been in the Sky Sword prison for more than 4,000 years. Moreover, you have also continued to improve yourself during the 4,000 years. Hence, you will not find it uninteresting. To you, this prison has become a good training place." After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang laughed within himself. Most of the cultivators in the Sky Sword prison had been imprisoned for many years. During these years, their abilities had risen to their maximum a long time ago. Hence, there was not much hope for them to raise their abilities any further even if they wanted to. Moreover, they were unable to leave the prison. Naturally, this was a form of suffering to them. However, Jian Wushuang was completely different. "In the past, you killed one of the white deacons in my Sky Sword Mountain. Moreover, you killed him within the Sky Sword Mountain, ignoring the rules of my Sky Sword Mountain." The voice of the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain turned cold. Jian Wushuang became stupefied. "However, I have already imprisoned you in the Sky Sword prison as it is a rule of the Sky Sword Mountain. Since you were able to leave the Sky Sword prison by yourself, no matter what feuds you had with my Sky Sword Mountain in the past, all of them are written off. You can leave." Chapter 1482 Jian Wushuang's Request. Chapter 1482 Jian Wushuang's Request. When Jian Wushuang saw that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain had allowed himself to leave, he was delighted, but he didn't move at all. "Why, what's up?" The owner of Sky Sword Mountain sounded cold. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and said politely, "Senior, to be frank with you, I have 2 requests. I hope that Senior will agree." "Ha!" The owner of Sky Sword Mountain suddenly laughed. The laughter sounded casual, but as it reverberated, the entire cave dwelling shook vigorously. Jian Wushuang was standing in the middle of the cave dwelling and his face went pale immediately. Luckily, he had already reached the first level of state of mind. Hence, he could continue to stand on his feet in the laughter. If it were to be any ordinary person, even a real god, as long as they wasn't on the first level of state of mind, they might have knelt on the ground. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stopped laughing and his face grew cold. "Such a joke! I am willing to let you go, and I'm nice enough to do so. You have the guts to request something from me?" Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. His mind and soul were quivering madly under the huge pressure that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain imposed. However, he clenched his teeth and persisted. "Humph, as you're a disciple of Star Palace, tell me about it." The owner of Sky Sword Mountain glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He took a deep breath and started saying, "The first thing is that I have an enemy over the years that I've spent in Sky Sword Prison. His name is Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor is one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. I've come across him twice and I'm definite that he's from Holocaust sect. Hence, I'd like to request that you, Senior, eliminate him." "Holocaust sect?" The owner of Sky Sword Mountain looked at Jian Wushuang, and he looked shocked. He previously thought Jian Wushuang was stupid to ask for something at a crucial moment. But from how things were looking, Holocaust sect is the public enemy of countless cultivators in eternal chaotic world. Regardless of when, as soon as an expert of Holocaust sect is found, he must be exterminated immediately. However, are you sure that Blood Emperor is from Holocaust sect? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stared at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. "All right then. Wait for a bit," the owner of Sky Sword Mountain said, and then he closed his eyes. Sky Sword Prison, Darkness Mountain, in the Crimson Castle. Blood Emperor was lying leisurely on a crimson bed. "Now Jian Wushuang has left, my Darkness Mountain has finally resumed its tranquility," Blood Emperor muttered to himself. He had already sent a command to all the experts, who had left Darkness Mountain to avoid Jian Wushuang previously, to return. After all, he was one of the overlords in Sky Sword Prison. If those experts who were an appendage to him weren't around, he wouldn't feel like an overlord at all. In Sky Sword Prison, in such a dull and fearless environment, his only happiness was derived from his feeling as an overlord. Suddenly, vroom vroom. A strange force condensed in the void above Crimson Castle. This force? What's going on? Could it be that someone is leaving Sky Sword Prison again? Blood Emperor was still in astonishment, but the void above substantiated into a towering hand and grabbed him at lightning speed. Blood Emperor had no strength to resist but was caught by the huge hand. At the same time, there was a terrifying, forceful strength that flushed into Blood Emperor's body and marched unhindered in his body. It's the owner of Sky Sword Mountain." Blood Emperor had fear spread across his face. "Humph, it seems like what Jian Wushuang said was right. You're really from Holocaust sect." A cold voice traveled across the universe. At the same time, it rang in Blood Emperor's head. Blood Emperor stiffened in an instant. "Jian Wushuang, it's Jian Wushuang? He met the owner of Sky Sword Mountain and told him about my identity. No, no! The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, please let me off. Please show mercy." Blood Emperor immediately roared and pleaded. "You're a lackey from Holocaust sect and you want me to show mercy? Die!" Then, the huge hand exerted strength, and it was like pinching an ant to death. The hand crushed Blood Emperor's body into pieces. Blood Emperor's aura immediately dispersed too. After that, the huge hand gradually vanished into thin air too. The universe resumed its original state. However, in the shattered ruins of Crimson Castle, the Lady in Green, who was appendage to Blood Emperor, felt an overwhelming billow in her heart. Blood Emperor is from Holocaust sect. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain found out about his identity and killed him? Jian Wushuang. Is it because of Jian Wushuang? In the dim cave dwelling, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain opened his eyes again. Jian Wushuang, you're right. Blood Emperor was really from Holocaust sect, and I've exterminated him. As the owner of Sky Sword Mountain spoke, there was rage in his eyes. These people from Holocaust sect, they deserve to die. They lurk among various cultivators in eternal chaotic world. If they do not reveal some tricks from Holocaust sect, no one would be able to tell their identity. Even if it was me. You helped me this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that I had imprisoned an expert from Holocaust sect in Sky Sword Prison. Tell me, what's your second request? Jian Wushuang felt touched. He could clearly feel that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain was treating him slightly better than earlier. Maybe it was because he took a huge risk to request Blood Emperor's death. From the owner of Sky Sword Mountain's point of view, it wasn't a request but a helping hand from Jian Wushuang. Hence, he had a better feeling about Jian Wushuang. Another request is that I hope Senior can release one of the 4 kings, Fiery King, from Sky Sword Prison, Jian Wushuang said with extreme care. Fiery King? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stole a glance at Jian Wushuang and smiled faintly. You and Fiery King are related? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He took good care of me when I was in Sky Sword Prison. Plus, he and I are from the same lineage originally. He could be considered as one of my seniors. I naturally want him to be released. Of course, if Senior were to have any request in return, I would try my best to fulfill it. Oh? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain immediately waved his hand. If it was an ordinary real god or universe god, I would allow it because you helped me unearth an expert from Holocaust sect earlier. However, Fiery King is one of the kings in Sky Sword Prison. He is quite useful to me, so... Please return. Senior. Jian Wushuang panicked. Return first. In the future, if my Sky Sword Mountain needs assistance from Lineage of Star, we can discuss it then. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain said and then closed his eyes. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang was convinced. He didn't bother the owner of Sky Sword Mountain further but bowed politely to him before he turned to leave. Chapter 1483 Receiving His Awards. Chapter 1483 Receiving His Awards. After the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain had left the cave, Jian Wushuang did not stay on, and he left the Sky Sword Mountain straight away. I have finally left the Sky Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang looked at the giant Sky Sword Mountain behind him, and he felt reluctant. It should be known that he had been imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison for 4,400 years. During Jian Wushuang's training to date, this was the place that he had stayed for the longest period of time. I should send a message to Hall Master Yuan first. Jian Wushuang took out Hall Master Yuan's transmitting token. However, when he looked at the token, Jian Wushuang's expression turned strange. From his point of view, he was a disciple of the Star Palace. In order to fulfill the ultimate disciple task, he killed someone in the Sky Sword Mountain. Hence, he had broken the rules of the Sky Sword Mountain, and was imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain himself. Such a matter must have reached the ears of the Lineage of Star by now. Under normal circumstances, Hall Master Yuan would have shown himself and thought of ways to get Jian Wushuang out. However, even though a total of 4,000 years had passed, Jian Wushuang continued to remain in the Sky Sword Prison and, in the end, he had depended on his own abilities to get out. Moreover, when he met the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain previously, he did not mention anything about it. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang sent a message and he got a reply promptly. Jian Wushuang, you got out of the Sky Sword Prison so quickly? Hall Master Yuan's voice was filled with a bit of surprise. Previously, I had thought that you would be able to get out within 50,000 years. Looking at it now, I was too conservative. In less than 5,000 years, you left the Sky Sword Prison with your own hard work. The Sky Sword Prison is extremely dangerous. My luck must have been good as well. Otherwise, I might not have a chance to send a message to you again, Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang said. Ha! It is obvious that you are trying to blame it on me. However, you must understand that the Sky Sword Mountain is not a small force. Moreover, you were imprisoned by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain himself. In my lineage of star, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain might only be willing to give some face if the Palace Master showed himself. However, the Palace Master is always meditating in seclusion throughout the year. You know this, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. All right, since you have come out, return back here and meet me so that you can receive the additional rewards for completing the ultimate disciple task. After finishing speaking, Hall Master Yuan cut off the transmission. Jian Wushuang kept his token. However, his gaze was abnormal. Jian Wushuang, if my guess is not wrong, when Hall Master Yuan arranged the third part of your task, he had already guessed that you would be imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison. In other words, you could also say that he arranged for you to be imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I have also thought of this point. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. In actual fact, when he was just imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison, he had already had suspicions. After all, back then when he was about to face Universe God Mo Yen, he had made ample preparations and the process had been executed perfectly. Although those real gods near Universe God Mo Yen did not realize it, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, who was in a distant cave, had actually realized it and took action personally. For this to happen, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain must really possess remarkable powers. Even though he was meditating in seclusion, he still had everything that was going on in the Sky Sword Mountain in his eyes. However, there was another possibility. And that was that the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain had had his eyes on the Sky Sword Mountain for that period of time. More accurately, he had his eyes on Jian Wushuang. As long as I make a move, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain will show up immediately and imprison me in the Sky Sword Prison. Jian Wushuang shook his head and giggled. Of course, he knew that Hall Master Yuan had done this to train him, and it was out of goodwill. Moreover, although he was imprisoned for over 4,000 years in the Sky Sword Prison, in terms of abilities, he had improved greatly. Let's return to the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang headed for the Purple Moon Sanctuary immediately. Within the dazzling galaxy of the Starland in the Purple Moon Sanctuary. I have returned. Jian Wushuang appeared in the vast galaxy. As he looked at the neighboring galaxies, he could also faintly see a meta beast playing in the galaxy from the corners of his eyes. Hence, he could not help but wear a smile. In no time, Jian Wushuang returned to within the lineage of Star. As soon as he had returned, he went to see Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, after not seeing you for over 4,000 years, your abilities must have risen considerably, right? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. About there, Jian Wushuang said. I also know a bit about the rules of the Sky Sword Prison. Since you left the Sky Sword Prison with your own abilities, you must have killed a sufficient number of experts. Tell me, how many experts have you killed? Are they universe gods or real gods? Hall Master Yuan questioned. I killed 10 real gods. Jian Wushuang did not hide the truth. Real gods? Hall Master Yuan's eyes brightened. Although the real gods in the Sky Sword Prison have their divine power restricted to some extent, their bodies and unique skills did not weaken. For you to be able to kill 10 such real gods, seems like you must possess the power to rank in the top 30 of the Universe God ranking list. Should be. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. In actual fact, Hall Master Yuan only knew that he had killed 10 real gods. However, he did not know that it was done in a very short period of time. Moreover, among the 10 real gods, some of them had already comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Wei and belonged to the second stage of real gods. In addition, Jian Wushuang's power might even be able to rival that of the 4 kings in the Sky Sword Prison. For him to be able to do this much, Jian Wushuang's abilities could totally earn him a place in the top 20, or even higher, on the Universe God ranking list. All right. There is no need for unnecessary words. Now I shall give you the additional rewards for completing the ultimate disciple task. Hall Master Yuan became stern. Firstly, the additional reward for the first part of the task, 100 million Chaos Gems. For these 100 million Chaos Gems, due to the fact that you owe the Star Pavilion 47 million Chaos Gems, you will only receive 53 million Chaos Gems. Hall Master Yuan took out a Qian Kun ring and handed it to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang received the ring, he swept his eyes past it normally and kept it after that. Although 53 million Chaos Gems was not a small sum, to Jian Wushuang just then, it was not a lot. It should be known that within the Sky Sword prison, he had killed 10 real gods. Among the 10 real gods, there were weak ones as well as strong ones. By killing the real gods, all their valuables and family keepsakes had fallen into his hands. By adding all of them up, the Chaos Gems that he possessed had already exceeded 1,000 million. For the second and third parts of the task, you have acquired the opportunity to enter the Real God Hall. For the second part of the task, you are allowed to enter for a month. For the third part of the task, you are allowed to enter for 2 months. By adding them up, you are allowed to enter for a total of 3 months. I have already sent a message to inform the deacon who is in charge of guarding the Real God Hall. You can go there directly, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Lastly, there is another additional reward. Real God level case unique treasure. Chapter 1484 Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Chapter 1484 Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Real God level Chaos unique treasure was extremely hard to come across, and it was an extremely valuable treasure. Even among real gods in Eternal Chaotic World, there was hardly any who owned real God level Chaos unique treasure. For instance, when Jian Wushuang killed 10 real gods in Sky Sword Prison and retrieved their Qian Kun rings, there was only one real god who owned a real God level Chaos unique treasure, and the real God level Chaos unique treasure that the real god owned was a long spear. The long spear was a divine attack weapon. Jian Wushuang used the sword. Even if he received a real God level Chaos unique treasure which was a spear, he could only look at it. But then, he received a bonus reward from completing the ultimate disciple task in Lineage of Star. The bonus reward was aimed for him. The real God level Chaos unique treasure was definitely something he could use. Jian Wushuang, first tell me which segment of real God level Chaos unique treasure you'd like. Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. This? Jian Wushuang thought for a while, then he lifted his head and answered. To me, the most useful thing will be a real God level Chaos unique treasure in Forming Realm. Forming Realm? Hall Master Yuan stunned. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew clearly how useful a realm treasure would be. In an evenly matched situation, a person with a realm treasure would definitely be at an advantage. Plus, even if one were in danger, he could use a realm treasure to suppress his enemy and make an escape easily, hitting when one pleased and leaving when one wished. That was the biggest advantage of realm treasure. Jian Wushuang had always possessed a realm treasure, Blazing Quicksand Gourd. It was a pity that the stronger his power grew, the less useful the Blazing Quicksand realm would be to him. For instance, when he was in Sky Sword Prison, he gave his all to performing Blazing Quicksand realm, but it only had suppressing power to Universe God in the 3rd and 4th level to a certain extent. To Universe Gods who were stronger, the effect was rather unnoticeable. Hence, he naturally wanted to get another stronger realm treasure. However, after hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, Hall Master Yuan's expression grew strange. He said, Jian Wushuang, how dare you? Out of various kinds of treasure, realm treasure is no doubt the rarest and hardest treasure to come by. Comparing the real God level Chaos unique treasures, a realm Chaos unique treasure could equal a few divine attack weapons. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Hall Master Yuan shook his head and continued, Forget about real God level realm Chaos unique treasure for now. I shall prepare 2 treasures and you can choose from them carefully. Then, Hall Master Yuan waved. A green sword and crimson armor that gave out a strange aura appeared in the void before him. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the 2 treasures. You should be able to see for yourself. The green sword is a divine attack weapon while the crimson armor is a defense treasure. Look! Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, pick the crimson armor. King of Venomous Worm's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Hall Master Yuan, I pick the armor. You're quite smart. Hall Master Yuan smiled too. Among treasures of the same kind, although armor couldn't be compared to realm treasure, it is more valuable than a divine attack weapon. The crimson armor is named Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, and I specially picked it for you. Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor? Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. The armor's name included the word reincarnation. Jian Wushuang, you should have comprehended reincarnation doctrine from the 4 supreme doctrines, right? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted it straight away. That's it then. Not only is Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor great in defense power, it contains a secret skill that can enhance one's power. The secret skill requires the power of reincarnation to trigger it. The higher one's comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine is, the stronger the power triggered from the secret skill. However, relying on your current comprehension level, it should still be rather difficult to trigger the secret skill. Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang grabbed the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor straight away. He touched the armor gently with his palm. Jian Wushuang could even faintly resonate with the armor. Then, Jian Wushuang's smile grew even wider. Oh yeah, as you already have Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Please pass me the Blood-Killing Plate Armor. Hall Master Yuan looked over. Blood-Killing Plate Armor? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Blood-Killing Plate Armor is Holocaust Sect's treasure after all. Previously, you were weaker in power and there was no better treasure. You had no choice but to use Blood-Killing Plate Armor, but now your power had increased tremendously, and you have got yourself a stronger Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. It's best to not keep Blood-Killing Plate Armor with you. The experts from Holocaust Sect possess a certain sensory power to Blood-Killing Plate Armor after all. If you were to wander in eternal chaotic world with Blood-Killing Plate Armor with you, you might catch the attention of the people from Holocaust Sect. Hall Master Yuan explained. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. In Sky Sword Prison, he had been under Blood Emperor's watch because of Blood-Killing Plate Armor. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were definitely more hidden Holocaust Sect experts. There definitely were experts stronger than Blood Emperor, but he had never come across one before. It was naturally best to pass Blood-Killing Plate Armor to Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang removed the owner recognition on Blood-Killing Plate Armor, then passed it to Hall Master Yuan. This Blood-Killing Plate Armor saved my life countless times. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he loathed to hand it over, he had no choice. Blood-Killing Plate Armor was Holocaust Sect's treasure after all. Very soon, Jian Wushuang left Hall Master Yuan's and returned to Sword Star where he resided. He saw Chiu Yu on Sword Star and briefly asked about how the internal affairs and lineage of Star had been over the past 4,000 years. Then, Jian Wushuang opted to cultivate in seclusion. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat down while the crimson Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor floated before him. Start owner recognition. There was a glimpse of light shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes and he started the owner recognition process. Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor was a real god-level chaos unique treasure after all. It wasn't easy for it to recognize a new owner, but fortunately, Jian Wushuang comprehended reincarnation doctrine and he was a person of quick comprehension. There wasn't any accident in the process of owner recognition. A month later, Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor turned into a crimson robe and was put on by Jian Wushuang. After owner recognition, Jian Wushuang started studying the secret skill in Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he started to study it. Haha, Hall Master Yuan only knew I comprehended reincarnation doctrine, but he didn't know how much I comprehended reincarnation doctrine. Its beginner level requires one to possess comprehension level towards reincarnation doctrine that could pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. And I happened to reach the prerequisites. Chapter 1485 Challenging the Star Tower Again. Chapter 1485 Challenging the Star Tower Again. The secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor indeed required a very high level of the reincarnation doctrine. Just the beginner level alone would require the power to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. However, Jian Wushuang had an extremely high level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. During the 4,000 years in the Sky Sword Prison, he had been studying the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation intensively. As a result, he had completely understood the first 3 paintings of the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation. Hence, he possessed the power to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang managed to get the hang of the secret skill. Within the secret room, Jian Wushuang continued to sit with his legs crossed. However, he had already fully activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Gosh, this power! Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and felt the enormous amount of power in his hands. It was the full release of his divine power. However, after he had activated his blood and the secret skill of the reincarnation armor, his divine power increased greatly compared to the past. As of now, my divine power is unable to rival that of a real god. However, the distance between us is no longer as huge as before. Jian Wushuang sighed. The difference in divine power between a real god and universe god was extremely great. Previously, in the Sky Prison Tower, it was because of the fact that the real god's divine power was restricted that Jian Wushuang could kill them. If not for the restriction, he could only fight with the weakest of the real gods. However, at that very moment, with the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, the difference in divine power between him and the real gods had been reduced greatly. Not only does this Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor increase my defense greatly, it has also caused my abilities as a whole to skyrocket. Jian Wushuang chuckled and he was elated. After getting the hang of the secret skill, Jian Wushuang walked out of the secret room. Next, he walked toward the Star Tower. The Star Tower was one of the 3 training grounds of the lineage of Star, and Jian Wushuang had only cleared its first level. Within the second level of the Star Tower, swoosh! Jian Wushuang summoned 9 shadows and unleashed his sword principles. He was extremely swift and fierce. The long-bearded, strict middle-aged man who fought with him also swung his long sword and clashed with Jian Wushuang's attacks continuously. However, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang's sword principles were faster and fiercer. Their power was also a lot greater. Go down! Jian Wushuang gave a shout, and a sword light struck the body of the strict middle-aged man like lightning, and caused him to retreat. The second level was cleared. As for the third level was a lot more difficult than the second level. By relying on his own sword principles and his close combat abilities, he was not the stern middle-aged man's opponent. In the end, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to use the reincarnation doctrine that he had learnt. By adding reincarnation power to the sword principles, their power rose sharply and he cleared the third level straight away. After clearing the third level, Jian Wushuang did not continue. Instead, he left. I have already learned 3 of the 4 secret skills of the lineage of Star. For these 3 secret skills, the secret skills of Star Palace could be learnt when one becomes a disciple of the Star Palace. As for Xianye Golden Body, I only managed to learn it after I cleared the 19th level of the Illusionary Mind C. However, I am still unable to explain the origin of the secret skill of Dragon Blood. But now, I have cleared the 3rd level of the Star Tower. Hence, I am able to learn another secret skill. Thus, it is logical that I am able to learn the secret skill of Dragon Blood. As Jian Wushuang walked across the tall buildings alone, he wore an indifferent smile. Senior Wushuang. Greetings, Senior. During his walk, the disciples of the lineage of Star, who Jian Wushuang had met, all greeted him modestly. As for some of the disciples, they were talking in whispers. Senior Wushuang demonstrated his extraordinary skills in the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, and he is almost on par with Ling Feibai. Later on, he went out to the outside world alone for training, and this journey alone was for over 4,000 years. It is only until when the next battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is about to reopen again that he finally returned. Say, do you think Senior Wushuang will be able to retain his position as a disciple of the Star Palace in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace this time round? No idea. This is hard to say. If Senior Wushuang remains a universe god of the second heaven, then there will be no problem. However, at that moment, he and the equally famous Ling Feibai back then will have both become universe gods of the third heaven. The battle between the Star Palace disciples who were universe gods of the third heaven will be more intense. However, Senior Wushuang is extremely talented. Even if he were to be reduced to a normal disciple in the battle this time round, by waiting for another 5,000 years for the next battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, he would definitely be able to climb up the ranks. That is true. Jian Wushuang. A voice could be heard. Jian Wushuang stopped walking and turned his head. When he saw the person walking over, he wore a smile. Long time no see, Ling Feibai. Jian Wushuang laughed happily. It is because of the fact that you keep on immersing yourself in training in the outside world. The elegant and smart youth Ling Feibai came to the front of Jian Wushuang. Ling Feibai was one of the top geniuses of the lineage of Star. During the previous battle between the geniuses of the Star Palace disciples, at the universe god of the second heavens level, Ling Feibai could be said to be unrivaled. Even Jian Wushuang had lost to Ling Feibai in that battle. After over 4,000 years, Ling Feibai had already passed the god's test for the third heaven and become a universe god of the third heaven. Just a while more and the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace that occurs once every 5,000 years will begin again. Do you have confidence this time round? Ling Feibai looked toward Jian Wushuang. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Back then, when he had first come to the Star Palace, he had paid close attention to the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. After all, if he were unable to keep himself within the top 5, he would be reduced to a normal disciple. In the lineage of Star, the difference in treatment between a normal disciple and a Star Palace disciple was extremely huge. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer that interested in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Looking at the time, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is indeed about to begin soon. Jian Wushuang chuckled and spoke again immediately. I am quite confident. How about you? I have no confidence at all. Ling Feibai shook his head and forced a smile. Jian Wushuang, ever since you made a breakthrough to the universe god of the third heaven, you have been living in the outside world. Hence, you have never fought with the disciples who are universe gods of the third heaven before. As such, there are some things that you do not know. Give me an example. Jian Wushuang spoke with interest. Then I shall tell you. Within the universe god disciples of the 3 levels of the lineage of Star, the number of disciples who are universe gods of the third heaven is the greatest. Ling Feibai said. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and he understood quickly. All the disciples in the lineage of Star were real geniuses and a normal god's tests were unable to stop them. Hence, those disciples would usually not stay at the same level for long as they would be able to make a breakthrough. They would make a breakthrough from universe god of the first heaven to the second heaven, and then, from the second heaven to the third heaven. However, after reaching universe god of the third heaven, Chapter 1486 Look for Someone. Chapter 1486 Look for Someone. There was a huge threshold between universe god and the third heaven and real god. Unlike leveling up to universe god in the second heaven from the first heaven. When the time came, it had happened when one passed the god's test. There were many universe gods in the third heaven in eternal chaotic world. Even in a smaller world, they could give birth to universe god in third heaven and more than one of them. However, real gods, compared to universe gods, there were much lesser real gods. Countless universe gods would stop at the level of universe gods in the third heaven for their entire life. Under such conditions, it was normal that the number of disciples of lineage of star who were universe gods in the third heaven would be more than universe gods in the first and second heaven. Because there are too many disciples who are universe gods in the third heaven, the fight is the most vigorous, especially to fight for the quota as disciples of Star Palace. Ling Feibai explained. Then, among the disciples of lineage of star who are universe gods in the third heaven, the top 2 are listed in universe god ranking list. Besides the 2 of them, the others who are close to having fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, and even those who have fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, are almost a dozen of them. The duration that I've been a universe god in the third heaven is too short. In terms of power, I might not be in the top 20 among the disciples. You mean, when the fight for the quota as disciple of Star Palace starts, I might not be able to retain my position as a disciple of Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was quiet. Ling Feibai was a genius through and through. However, it was a short time since he had broken through and become a universe god in the third heaven. His power had yet to increase to its extreme limit. He still couldn't fight against the genius disciples who had been trapped at the level of universe god in the third heaven for many years. With your gifted talent, even if you became an ordinary disciple, when the next fight comes, you can easily take it back, no? Jian Wushuang smiled. That's true. Ling Feibai nodded with confidence. All right, I shall leave first. I have business to attend to. Ling Feibai left very quickly. Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward, but his facial expression grew strange. Battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace? If Ling Feibai didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about it. However, with my current power, I might play the bully if I were to participate the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang laughed from the bottom of his heart. 4,000 years ago, when he had first passed his inverse cultivation test in the second heaven and comprehended a slight bit of power of reincarnation, he had fought against an expert on universe god ranking list, Zhao Han. Back then, his fighting power wasn't much weaker than Zhao Han's. Then, after he went through 4,000 years of training in Sky Sword Prison, his power had increased tremendously. Previously, Hall Master Yuan never once see him when he launched his full power. He merely heard about him killing 10 real gods in Sky Sword Prison and determined that he possessed the fighting power of the top 30 on Universe God ranking list. One should know that the 2 most outstanding people from the disciples who were Universe Gods in the third heaven, their ranking on Universe God ranking list was not in the top 40s. Hence, neither were Jian Wushuang's match. Hence, Jian Wushuang felt like a bully to participate the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace with the other universe gods in the third heaven. The current me, in lineage of star, or even 10 cultivation sanctuaries, already stands steadily on my feet. Plus, I have many resources to hand, I can go and do that now. Jian Wushuang's eyes gave out a gleam. Vientiane Tower, also known for covering all manifestations of the universe. Its force covered every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. In the secret room of Vientiane Tower on Star Land, Jian Wushuang sat in his crimson robe with a sword on his back. There was tea served before him too. I wonder what Vientiane Tower can do for you. A purple-haired elderly stood before Jian Wushuang with a smile. I want you, Vientiane Tower, to look for someone for me, Jian Wushuang said. Look for someone? The purple-haired elderly was surprised. I know Vientiane Tower does all kinds of deals. Looking for someone should be one of the deals, right? Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look at the purple-haired elderly. Of course. In Vientiane Tower, as long you can afford to pay, there's nothing Vientiane Tower cannot do for you. The purple-haired elderly smiled faintly and then asked, I wonder what's the name of the person you're looking for and where is he from? Her name is Leng Ruxue, or maybe Leng Rushuang. She's a lady from Snow Kingdom, an ordinary eternal world. She only arrived in eternal chaotic world in the past recent 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang said. The level of her power? The purple-haired elderly asked. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Maybe a universe god, also she may have broken through and became real god. You don't know the level of her power? The purple-haired elderly thought and continued to ask. Do you know the person's other characteristics? And she's an inborn sinner, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. What? The purple-haired man's face changed and immediately creased his eyebrows. Why, is there a problem? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, a little. The purple-haired elderly nodded. You should know that inborn sinners represent calamity. The experts in eternal chaotic world deep-seated hatred against inborn sinners, not much better than Holocaust sect. Hence, as long as the inborn sinners aren't stupid, they will intentionally hide their identity, and they will keep a low profile. They won't even use their name. Hence, it'll be rather difficult for us to look for them. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He knew what the purple-haired elderly said was true. After Ling Ruxue left Green Fire World, theoretically, she should first depart to Daiyu World. However, when Jian Wushuang was wandering in Daiyu World, he once requested for the overlord of Daiyu World, Daiyu Palace and Scarlet Island to search for Ling Ruxue carefully. However, after the search, there found no trace. Over the years, he had been looking for ways to find Ling Ruxue's whereabouts, but he had achieved nothing. He knew that it wasn't easy to look for Ling Ruxue. Hence, he had came to Vientiane Tower. In the entire eternal chaotic world, he reckoned that only Vientiane Tower had the ability to look for Ling Ruxue for him. Vientiane Tower is also known to be formidable. No matter how well she has hidden, you should be able to find her. Jian Wushuang stared at the purple-haired elderly as he spoke. That's true. The purple-haired elderly smiled. However, to find a person who has tried all ways to hide her identity in the boundless eternal chaotic world, and without the knowledge of the inborn sinner's power level, it is really not easy. Hence, the payment required is extremely expensive. How much? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. 1 billion case gems. Vientiane Tower can guarantee that we will find Ling Ruxue's whereabouts in 10,000 years' time. The purple-haired elderly said with full confidence. 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. 10,000 years is a little too long. Chapter 1487 The Fight for Prestige. Chapter 1487 The Fight for Prestige. Jian Wushuang was not too concerned with 1,000 million chaos gems. What he was concerned about was time. After all, his wife had been completely suppressed by Ling Ruxue. Moreover, it had been a very long time since Ling Ruxue left the Green Fire World. In that period of time, he had absolutely no idea how Ling Ruxuang was doing. Did her circumstances become worse? Jian Wushuang was as anxious as a burning fire. Naturally, it was better for Ling Ruxue to be found as early as possible. 10,000 years is already considered short, the purple-haired old man said. All of a sudden, his expression changed. By the way, do you have a picture of Ling Ruxue, or portrait-related items? I have her portrait. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He would naturally have a portrait of his own wife. Even if he didn't, he could rely on his own memory and draw one on the spot. After receiving the portrait, the purple-haired old man swept his eyes past it. Afterward, he revealed a smile. What a great beauty! In the whole eternal chaotic world, there are not many people with such good looks. This makes it easier for us to find her. How about this? The cost will remain unchanged at 1,000 million chaos gems. My Vientiane Tower will do our best to give you an answer within 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. No problem. This is the 300 million chaos gem deposit. When there is news, I will give you the remaining amount. All right. The purple-haired old man accepted the chaos gem heartily. Jian Wushuang left his own transmission token behind and left. Inside a pub, Jian Wushuang sat on a side desk and drank wine by himself. Shuang. An extremely beautiful figure that could move people appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. 3,000 years. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Leng Rushuang was his wife, as well as the love of his life. Jian Wushuang. A message was sent over abruptly. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang replied immediately. Where are you? Are you within the lineage of Star? Hall Master Yuan questioned. Nope, but I am about to go back now, Jian Wushuang said. Don't return first, I need your help for a small matter, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh? Jian Wushuang revealed a surprised expression. This is what happened. Hall Master Yuan spoke. Within our starland, there is a weak, small sect known as Green Lightning Sect. The Green Lightning Sect is under the charge of the lineage of Star. Not long ago, Green Lightning Sect and its opponent's Seven Planet Sect agreed on a duel between their disciples. Naturally, this duel concerned the benefits the sects would get respectively. Hence, both sides had a tacit agreement to invite experts from the outside. Naturally, the Green Lightning Sect requested the aid of the lineage of Star at once. The lineage of Star had never declined before, and we sent a Star Palace disciple over. Initially, with a Star Palace disciple who is a universe god of the third heaven, it would be easy to help the Green Lightning Sect win the duel. However, the Green Lightning Sect lost the duel. Oh? Jian Wushuang shuddered. All of the Star Palace disciples were geniuses among geniuses. A Star Palace disciple who was a universe god of the third heaven should have fighting capabilities nearing that of the universe gods on the universe god ranking list. However, the universe god of the third heaven had actually lost to a disciple of the Seven Planet Sect. Could it be that the Seven Planet Palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list? Jian Wushuang questioned. It would be good if the Seven Planet Palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list. After all the experts in the universe god ranking list were extremely famous, and they would be recognized straight away. The lineage of Star and the Green Lightning Sect would be able to take precautions. However, the main point is that the person whom the Seven Planet Palace invited is a universe god that has never been heard of before. His name is Ling Dan. Before this, Ling Dan did not have any reputation. However, he is extremely powerful, Hall Master Yuan said. When that duel began, one of the deacons was present. The deacon believed that although the universe god whom the Seven Planet Palace invited had no reputation, looking at his abilities, he could be ranked within the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he might be in the top 50, or even the top 40. Jian Wushuang became stupefied at once. Top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The two most outstanding Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star were unable to rank in the top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The disciple of our lineage of Star was defeated in that duel. Moreover, the defeat was extremely tragic. Initially, this was nothing. However, the key point was that during the duel between Ling Dan and the disciple of the Star Palace, Ling Dan used every possible means to humiliate the disciple. Moreover, he spoke of the Star Palace and lineage of Star many times. After that duel ended, he also mentioned that he would stay within the Seven Planet Palace for this period of time and wait for the lineage of Star to send an even more outstanding student to fight him. Moreover, this was said in front of many cultivators. What do you think he is trying to do? Hall Master Yuan questioned. That is very simple. He wishes to use our Star Palace disciples as a stepping stone and make a name for himself in the eternal chaotic world so that he can get into the universe god ranking list. Jian Wushuang replied. That's right. Hall Master Yuan laughed. He wishes to make a name for himself by using the Star Palace disciples as a whetstone. How can my lineage of Star allow that? If he really gets his way with it, would our lineage of Star still have face? Understood. You wish for me to go to the Green Lightning Sect and defeat that Ling Dan head-on? Jian Wushuang giggled. That's right. Ling Dan's strength is very impressive. Among the Star Palace disciples, you should be the only one with the power to defeat him. Hall Master Yuan spoke. Moreover, letting you take action is not merely for the lineage of Star's face. It is also for yourself. You already have the fighting capabilities to be in the Universe God ranking list. However, within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, you remained silent and unknown. This is the opportunity for you to prove yourself. I do not wish to prove myself. Being unknown to public might not be bad, Jian Wuxuang said. If you were an expert by yourself, it would be fine even if you didn't have a reputation. However, you are a disciple of the lineage of Star. Since the lineage of Star has such a splendid disciple, how can we not let the people know about it? Hall Master Yuan said. At the end of the day, isn't it for prestige? Jian Wuxuang said. Since you understand, all is well. Stop with the unnecessary complaints, please go. After finished talking, Hall Master Yuan terminated the transmission. Jian Wuxuang, do you feel that you have no choice? Although you are unwilling to make a reputation for yourself, the lineage of Star has forced you to do so. The King of Venomous Worms' voice, which was filled with interest, echoed in Jian Wuxuang's head. Actually, this is very normal. To a sect, especially a great force like the lineage of Star, there is no longer any huge benefit to fight for. Hence, they can only fight for prestige. By having a very powerful disciple under them, it is beneficial to the lineage of Star in terms of recruiting other exceptional disciples or in terms of other areas. I know. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head. As he knew the thought process of the highest administration of the lineage of Star such as Hall Master Yuan, he could understand. Since Hall Master Yuan has given an order personally, I shall make a trip to the Green Lightning sect. At the same time, I will fight for the lineage of Star's prestige. Jian Wuxuang moved his body immediately. Chapter 1488 Jian Wuxuang's Arrival. Chapter 1488 Jian Wuxuang's Arrival. Green Lightning Sect, in a lofty palace. There were 2 figures sitting together. One was an elegant man with long purple hair while the other was an old lady in black robe. Elder Chiu, is there any update from Hall Master Yuan? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. Yes, the old lady in black robe answered. Hall Master Yuan has already arranged for his disciple to come over. Do you know who the disciple is? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. No idea. The lady in black robe shook her head. However, with Ling Dan's ability, among disciples of lineage of Star, there should only be the 2 strongest, Longye and Xian Yi, who are qualified to fight against him. Hall Master Yuan should have sent one of the 2. I hope the one who came is Senior Longye. He's number 51 on Universe God ranking list. If he were to take action personally, he could definitely defeat Ling Dan. The elegant man with long purple hair said. The old lady in a black robe creased her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. She was the deacon elderly from lineage of Star. She watched the fight between the elegant man with long purple hair and Ling Dan clearly. She was the one who had determined that Xian Yi had the fighting power of one on the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. From his point of view, even if Longye were to fight Ling Dan, he would be out of the running. I wonder where did Ling Dan popped out of? I've never heard of him previously. However, he is so strong. The elegant man with long purple hair clenched his fists. He had fought with Ling Dan, but he was heavily defeated. There are countless experts in Eternal Chaotic World, and there are many geniuses that aren't famous but very strong. Ling Dan is just one of them. However, Ling Dan has the guts. How dare he use the disciple of Star Palace as his stepping stone? The old lady in a black robe had rage in her eyes. She really wanted to kill Ling Dan personally. Just you wait. When Hall Master Yuan was talking to me earlier, he sounded rather at ease. He should have a solution for this. The old lady in black robe said. In a few days' time. He's here. The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair who were waiting in the palace stood up simultaneously. They already sensed the existence of the disciple's token on the figure outside of Green Lightning Sect. It is the disciple token of Disciple of Star Palace. It is definitely Senior Longye. The elegant man with long purple hair exclaimed in surprise. Let's go. Let's go and greet him. The old lady in black robe revealed a smile. The two of them immediately got up and came outside of Green Lightning Sect very soon. From afar they saw a figure in a crimson robe who stood calmly in the void. Not Senior Longya? The elegant man with long purple hair creased his eyebrows. When the two of them got closer, they finally get to see the face of the figure in a crimson robe. Jian Wushuang? The elegant man with long purple hair couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It's him? The old lady in black robe was extremely shocked. They originally thought it would be the strongest among disciples of Star Palace, who was also the 51st on Universe God ranking list, Longya. Even if it wasn't, it should be Xian Yi, who was 82nd on Universe God ranking list. But in the end, it was one who had no fame at all in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, one who was never listed on Universe God ranking list, one who had broken through and become Universe God in the third heaven. It was Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair appeared before Jian Wushuang. Elder Chiu, Senior Hufeng. Jian Wushuang greeted them. He knew both of them. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan sent you. The old lady in a black robe, Elder Chiu asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled as he nodded. Just you alone? Senior Longya or Senior Xianyi isn't here together? The elegant man with long purple hair, Hufeng, asked in a deep voice. Just me alone. Jian Wushuang was still smiling. Hall Master Yuan is joking, right? Hufeng's face grew grave. Ling Dan is so powerful and he could definitely be listed on Universe God ranking list. He might even be quite high up in Universe God ranking list. If I am not his match, you have no chance, Jian Wushuang. Since when did Hall Master Yuan not worry much about Lineage of Stars' reputation? Senior Hufeng. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim and unhappy. Hall Master Yuan is one of the 3 Hall Masters in Lineage of Star. How could he not bother about Lineage of Stars' reputation? As he sent me, he naturally has his own intentions. What intentions? Could it be that you could really defeat Ling Dan? Forget about Ling Dan, I'm afraid you won't even stand a chance against me. Hufeng stared at Jian Wushuang. How will you know if you don't try? Jian Wushuang stole a glance at Hufeng. All right. Elder Chiu finally spoke. I believe in Hall Master Yuan. However, Ling Dan is really strong. From what I can see, he could be listed in the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang, are you really confident? Yeah. Jian Wushuang nodded. That's great. We'll look for Ling Dan now. How about that? Elder Chiu said. Okay. Jian Wushuang immediately agreed. Immediately, Elder Chiu brought Jian Wushuang towards where Ling Dan was. As for Hufeng, although he didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could fight evenly with Ling Dan, he followed as well. Heavenly Fire Summit, where Green Lightning Sect fought against the disciple of 7 Planet Palace. After Ling Dan defeated Hufeng, he stayed back at Heavenly Fire Summit and waited for the other disciples of Lineage of Star to come forth. When Jian Wushuang came near to Heavenly Fire Summit, his soul power instantly sensed the existence of countless cultivators' aura. The number of cultivators gathered around Heavenly Fire Summit just then was definitely more than 1 million people. Why are there so many people? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. A bunch of people are here to enjoy the excitement. They came because Ling Dan intentionally spread news to attract them. Elder Chiu said. Because he attracted a large crowd, we of Lineage of Star didn't dare to flagrantly take action. Otherwise, Ling Dan would have died over and over again. However, he wouldn't be happy for too long. When this is solved, Lineage of Star will keep watch of him. We will kill him with our own hands once we get the chance to. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. He could feel the murderous intentions of Elder Chiu. Merely to gain fame and be listed on Universe God ranking list, he could have challenged whichever experts on Universe God ranking list. Of all things, he decided to tease Lineage of Star and provoke us flagrantly. This Ling Dan is so irrational. Or maybe, his provocation isn't simply just to gain fame? Jian Wushuang muttered. Who knows? Elder Chiu pouted. Regardless, let's go and meet him. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang's figure plunged towards Heavenly Fire Summit. Ling Dan! A low bellow was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it reverberated through the universe. Chapter 1489 Ling Dan. Chapter 1489 Ling Dan. Inside a cave that had been opened temporarily in the Heavenly Fire Summit, two shadows sat upright in front of a long, narrow table. They were chatting and drinking wine. If nothing goes wrong, the disciple that the lineage of Star has sent should be arriving soon. A young man whose face emitted a slightly evil aura chuckled. This evil man was Ling Dan. Mr. Ling Dan, the lineage of Star contains countless geniuses. They even have 2 experts in the universe God ranking list. Are you sure that you can take them on? A bald-headed old man beside Ling Dan frowned. He was the master of the 7-planet sect. However, at that moment he felt restless. After all, Ling Dan stayed on purely because he was willing to do so, and it had nothing to do with the 7-planet palace. Even in that duel between the 7-planet palace and Green Lightning sect previously, it was Ling Dan who had invited himself in. He said that he would fight for the 7-planet palace, and he would do so for no cost. At that moment, the 7-planet palace master felt extremely suspicious. However, when he thought about the benefits, he gave the green light. However, he had never thought that Ling Dan would actually provoke the lineage of Star after the duel. They were in the Starland, and the lineage of Star was the overlord. Who would be able to live a good life after offending the lineage of Star? However, things had already become as such. Even if the 7-planet palace master were to regret it, it was too late. The lineage of Star contains countless geniuses? Ling Dan laughed loudly. The lineage of Star contains many geniuses. However, in this generation, there isn't a genius who is very exceptional. Moreover, only 2 of them managed to make it into the universe God ranking list. For the 2 of them, one of them ranked 51st on the universe God ranking list, while the other ranked 82nd. Hence, I do not think anything of them. In other words, among the disciples of the lineage of Star of the current moment, there is no one who can fight against me. That is what you think. However, that is the lineage of Star. Mr. Ling Dan, now you actually wish to use the lineage of Star as a stepping stone to build your reputation. This would offend the lineage of Star greatly, and after that, the 7-planet palace master did not manage to finish his speech. After that? We shall talk about what happens after that another time. Ling Dan grinned. On the surface, Ling Dan looked as if he did not care. However, he knew everything clearly from the bottom of his heart. According to that great person's agreement, as long as I can make the lineage of Star lose their prestige and use my own abilities to make it into the universe God ranking list, he will agree to take me on as his disciple. Ling Dan's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He is an expert in the real God ranking list. Moreover, he is an extraordinary existence that is in the top 5 of the real God ranking list, and is almost able to compete with an almighty. If I could be under the supervision of such an expert, how lucky would that be? Now, the opportunity is right in front of me. Even though there is some risk involved, how is it significant? The lineage of Star was one of the overlords of the Purple Moon's sanctuary. Hence, they were definitely one of the great forces in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, the lineage of Star also had its own enemies. Among the enemies, one of them was a real god who was so frightening that he could get into the top 5 of the real god ranking list. Ling Dan had seen the real god before and even had an agreement with him. As such, he did not hesitate to spend a great amount of energy and use the duel between the disciples of 7-Planet Palace and the Green Lightning sect as an opportunity to provoke the lineage of Star. In other people's eyes, they thought of him as an idiot who aspired to be famous and only wished to use the Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star as a stepping stone. Just look on, I will definitely get myself accepted by that great person. Ling Dan clenched his fists tightly and felt extremely eager. At that moment, Ling Dan! A shout resounded across the universe, and naturally, it also traveled to the inside of the cave. They have come! Ling Dan stood up and he wore an icy cold smile. He moved his body at once, and he appeared outside the cave. As for the seven-planet palace master, he was frowning. He then gave a sigh and followed after Ling Dan. The vast sky stood Jian Wushuang with a cold expression. At the same time, many cultivators had also appeared by the side of the Heavenly Fire Summit. The cultivators were all looking at Jian Wushuang and talking to one another. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Looks like he is also a disciple of the lineage of Star. The people with the rights to challenge Ling Dan should only be Longya and Xian Yi, the two experts in the universe God ranking list. However, this person in front of us is obviously not either of them. Amidst the talking voices, a fluttering light was shot onto the Heavenly Fire Summit. A loud, hearty laugh reverberated across the universe at the same time. Haha, they have finally come. I thought that the disciples of the lineage of Star were a bunch of cowards. It was obvious that this voice was filled with disdain. Ling Dan's body also appeared in the void, and he was standing in front of Jian Wushuang. Oh? As Ling Dan looked at Jian Wushuang, he raised his eyebrow. I have seen the portraits of Longya and Xian Yi before. You are not them. Senior Longya and Xian Yi are busy with their work. Hence, do you think they have the time to fight with you? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Moreover, not just any average guy can pick a fight with the both of them randomly. Oh? Ling Dan's gaze turned cold, and he laughed indifferently. You have a sharp tongue. Tell me, who are you? Jian Wushuang of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang said magnanimously. Jian Wushuang? I've never heard of this name before. Ling Dan shook his head. However, since you are a Star Palace disciple, you should be capable. Go ahead and make your move. As you wish. Jian Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. His Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands, and remarkable sword essence rose slowly. Swish! As soon as Jian Wushuang moved his body, 9 shadows appeared at the same time. At the next moment, he had already appeared beside Ling Dan. Yes, this speed and martial art motion are both not too bad. Ling Dan chuckled and he remained unconcerned. A large hammer could be seen appearing in his right hand, and he swung it with a swing of his hand. Although the swing looked random, it contained an extremely shocking strength. In the places that the big hammer passed through, the air rumbled. Jian Wushuang's body stretched and became a huge bow. As for the Blood Mountain sword, it became an arrow and shot forward abruptly. Clang! With a loud sound, the quake caused by the collision of great strengths caused Ling Dan's body to shake, and he could not help but retreat a step. Ling Dan raised his head with surprise. He then realized that Jian Wushuang had already turned his body around, and a bright sword light appeared with a whistle. 10,000 shadows! Swoosh! 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 Countless sword lights appeared and headed toward Ling Dan. Every sword light was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Ling Dan's expression changed, and he immediately swung his big hammer to block crazily. This resulted in heavy collision sounds one after another. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed. Go down! Swish! A scarlet sword light which looked like a crimson lightning in the sky was unleashed. Real God's unique skill. Crimson light. The crimson lightning pierced the big hammer and struck Ling Dan's body. Puff! Ling Dan spit out a huge mouthful of blood straight away, and he retreated pathetically. Chapter 1490 Defeat. Chapter 1490 Defeat. The originally noisy voice suddenly turned deadly quiet. It was dead silent. There were more than 1 million cultivators spectating Heavenly Fire Summit. Every one of them was surprised at the sight. How could he? Hu Feng stood there with his eyes wide opened. As for Ling Dan himself, he was dumbfounded too. 3 moves! From when Jian Wushuang had started taking action until then, he had only made 3 moves. In a short time, like the blink of an eye, Ling Dan spurted blood and retreated. What did it mean? Ling Dan, you lost! Jian Wuxuang held his sword with one hand as he towered in the void, and he looked at Ling Dan. Lost? What kind of joke is that? I was merely careless and you seized the opportunity. You think you're stronger than I am? That's a joke. Ling Dan's face was distorted in agony, and his gaze towards Jian Wuxuang was cold. As he bellowed, there was a terrifying aura that his body gave out. Jian Wuxuang, die! Ling Dan's figure turned illusionary as he took action again. This time, his action brought about a terrifying murderous intention, just like a furious beast with raging anger. Jian Wuxuang's face grew cold as he saw the sight. Ling Dan was already defeated, but he didn't accept failure. He wanted to fight again. Humph! A cold harumph and Jian Wuxuang took a step forward. The moment he took a step, Blood Mountain sword in his hand led an imposing sword intention and suddenly swung out. Ninth Heaven Stroke! Hong! A boundless sword intention soared out of ninth heaven and a huge, towering sword shadow suddenly appeared in the void out of nowhere. The sword shadow brought a long sword intention. Just like Nemesis' sword, it struck at Ling Dan like lightning. At the same time, the secret skill from the blood feather reincarnation armor that Jian Wuxuang was wearing was triggered and Jian Wuxuang's power was instantly pushed to a brand new, explosive level. Earlier, when Jian Wuxuang had been fighting against Ling Dan, he didn't trigger the secret skill of blood feather reincarnation armor. But then, bang! A low thud and in the instance, the surrounding void shattered into pieces from the force. A terrifying divine power storm swept out. From such divine power storm, a crimson figure that was covered in fresh blood suddenly plunged out. Everyone could see clearly that the explosion was from Ling Dan. Then, Ling Dan's aura was extremely weak, and he was just like a dead dog when he was slammed back at Heavenly Fire Summit. Rumble. Heavenly Fire Summit was instantly pierced while Ling Dan fell under a ruin. He didn't move an inch and no one knew if he was dead or alive. In the middle of the battlefield, the divine power storm gradually dispersed and revealed Jian Wuxuang's figure. Such an idiot! Jian Wuxuang glared at the ruin where Ling Dan was as his anger soared to the air. It was deadly quiet in Heavenly Fire Summit. Dead silent. If they were to say that Jian Wuxuang had severely injured Ling Dan 3 moves earlier, it might be Ling Dan who was careless. But then, merely with one stroke, Ling Dan had obviously gone all out. However, with one stroke, no one knew if he was dead or alive. He was in an even more pathetic state than before. What was going on? The people on the scene were not fools. They could see clearly. One stroke and he defeated Ling Dan? This Jian Wuxuang is so strong? The funniest part is that Ling Dan regarded himself as infallible. He said that he was careless, but now he has been defeated by one stroke. Too strong. This Jian Wuxuang is too strong! Countless exclamation was heard in the air. The millions of cultivators surrounding Heavenly Fire Summit were in unprecedented shock. Hu Feng, who was not far behind Jian Wuxuang, had his eyes wide opened. He couldn't believe the sight before him. While Elder Chiu, who was next to Hu Feng, clenched her fists tight as her eyes beamed with joy. In the universe, everyone's focus was on Jian Wuxuang. Right then, Jian Wuxuang's figure suddenly became illusionary. When he reappeared, he was already before 7-Planet Palace Master. 7-Planet Palace Master! A bright, loud voice was heard from Jian Wuxuang, and it reverberated through the entire void. 7-Planet Palace Master is definitely involved in this. So, fight! Jian Wuxuang pointed at 7-Planet Palace Master with his sword. Suddenly, the entire universe was in shock. This Jian Wuxuang challenged 7-Planet Palace Master after he had defeated Ling Dan? 7-Planet Palace Master, he is a true real god expert. This Jian Wuxuang, he wants to challenge real god? Stunned. Everyone was stunned. 7-Planet Palace Master was stunned on the spot too. Aye. 7-Planet Palace Master stuttered and he then explained. Jian Wushuang, this is a misunderstanding. Our 7-planet palace never once thought of provoking lineage of star, nor do we have the guts or capability to do so. You save your bullshit to explain yourself to the higher-ups in lineage of star. Now you have 2 options before you. Either you give your all and defeat me or I'll kill you and exterminate 7-planet palace. You can make your own decision. Jian Wushuang sounded cold. On the way there, Jian Wushuang had thought clearly. He fought to save Lineage of Star's reputation. However, Hall Master Yuan also told him to display his power. As he had already decided to display his power, he might as well make a scene. So what if he defeated Ling Dan? His goal was 7-planet palace master. He wanted to challenge a real god. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 7-planet palace master's face grew grave. 7-planet palace master, as you're not moving, I will not be courteous, Jian Wushuang said, and his figure immediately turned illusionary. Wow! A sword shadow suddenly wreaked havoc next to 7-planet palace master and slashed towards 7-planet palace master's head. 7-planet palace master's face changed and he moved backwards to dodge the sword light. Then, Jian Wushuang dashed forward and lifted the tip of Blood Mountain sword in his hand. In the void before him, there were 3 crimson snowflakes. Swoosh! 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 The 3 sword lights aimed in between 7-planet palace master's eyebrows, throat, and his heart at the same time. Every angle was extremely critical. 7-planet palace master moved his body and made a narrow escape from the 3 sword lights. 7-planet palace master, why aren't you moving? Jian Wushuang wielded his sword again as he roared. If you do not try your best to kill me, I will kill you without hesitation. You have no choice. Jian Wushuang's roar reverberated in 7-planet palace master's ears and his face grew grave. Then there was madness that flashed through his eyes. Rumble! Boundless aura that only a real god expert could give out exploded from 7-planet palace master's body. 7-planet palace master finally wanted to fight back. Looking at the scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Chapter 1491 Fighting a Real God. Chapter 1491 Fighting a Real God. A real god! Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and his eyes glowed with excitement. He had fought with real gods before. Moreover, 10 of them had fallen by his hands. However, the real gods were those within the Sky Sword prison. Hence, their divine power was restricted to a great extent, and they were unable to display the true abilities of a real god. But at that very moment, the 7-planet palace master in front of him was not under any restrictions. It would be the real fighting capabilities of a real god. Jian Wushuang also wished to experience exactly how strong a genuine real god was. Let's fight! With a shout, Jian Wushuang's figure changed magically and 9 shadows appeared immediately. The 9 shadows plunged across the void with amazing speed and appeared beside the 7-planet palace master. At the same time, they also swung their swords. Crimson lightning came forth at once. Real god's unique skill, crimson light. The 7-planet palace master's eyes squinted slightly. A great amount of divine power moved about, and became a thick layer of black light on his body. The black light was like black armor which covered the 7-planet palace master's body completely. At the same time, a black long gun appeared on the 7-planet palace master's hands. By cocking the gun and exerting strength upon it, the 7-planet master shot the black light directly. Boom! It was as if the universe around the area was affected by the black long gun, and a giant, jaw-dropping black vortex appeared abruptly. The 7-planet palace master also used the unique skill of a real god. Moreover, he had also unleashed his full abilities. Go head-to-head. A head-on confrontation. Bam! The pitch-black long gun and the crimson lightning clashed, and the space broke into pieces. The terrifying divine power then became shockwaves which swept past all areas in a frenzy. This was due to the head-on collision which generated reverse shockwaves, and they headed toward Jian Wushuang and the Seven-Planet Palace Master at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body shook and he resisted the reverse shockwave easily. What? The Seven-Planet Palace Master's expression changed. At that moment, he could not help but retreat a step. It was this retreated step that caused the power of the Seven-Planet Palace Master's long gun to be utterly defeated. He is merely a universe god. In a head-to-head battle with one another, he is actually stronger than me? The Seven-Planet Palace Master raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with shock. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was a universe god of the second heaven. However, due to his inverse cultivation, his divine power had already achieved the peak of a universe god of the third heaven. Moreover, he also possessed the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. By activating the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, the power that he had released was not very different from a normal real god. The most important thing was still his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. His comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already reached the stage where he could clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. But what about the Seven-Planet Palace Master? He belonged to real gods of the lowest end, and he had never comprehended even a small portion of power of the Heaven Way before. With the amplification by the reincarnation power, the full power that Jian Wushuang had released was a tad stronger than the Seven-Planet Palace Master. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang grinned. His Blood Mountain sword followed along the pitch-black long gun of the Seven-Planet Palace Master. By slanting his sword slightly, he struck the Seven-Planet Palace Master's hands like lightning. The Seven-Planet Palace Master was so astonished that he shuddered. Although he wanted to retreat, with a random stride of Jian Wushuang, he appeared in front of the Seven-Planet Palace Master. This martial art motion! The Seven-Planet Palace Master was astounded. Jian Wushuang had already launched his next attack. His body had changed into a sharp sword. His body served as the back of the sword whilst the Blood Mountain sword served as the edge of the sword. Whoosh! With a simple front pounce, the sword light came forth like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. Clang! The Seven-Planet Palace Master swung his gun continuously to block with difficulty. However, Jian Wushuang turned his body nimbly, and the long sword headed straight for the Seven-Planet Palace Master's head. Clang! 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 Intense sounds of collision resounded across the void. Jian Wushuang had either changed into a sharp sword or a ferocious beast. By combining his transformation with the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, he displayed his ability to fight in close combat. It must be known that he had used a few thousand years to hone his close combat abilities in the Sky Sword Prison. Moreover, he could still combine it with the Flowing Light Phantom, a secret skill of the martial art motion. By using them together, it could be said to be stunning. Too fast. His speed is too fast. His sword principles are also fast. One stroke after another, continuous and unending. This does not give me any opportunity at all. Moreover, his body is abnormal. A real god like me actually cannot find an opportunity to counterattack. The Seven-Planet Palace Master's face was filled with fright. He had already displayed the strongest abilities that he had as a real god. His divine power and unique skill, as well as his gun motion, had been unleashed thoroughly. In spite of that, he was still being pushed back by Jian Wushuang. Yes, he was being pushed back. Moreover, he was pushed back in all areas. The Seven-Planet Palace Master retreated continuously whilst being pushed back, and he was in an extremely difficult position, to the point that he did not have any chance to counterattack. On the sidelines of the Heavenly Fire Summit, millions of cultivators were looking at the fighting scene with awe. A universe god was fighting with a real god. However, the result was a one-sided match with the real god being pushed back. How is this possible? Ah! The Seven-Planet Palace Master was infuriated by Jian Wushuang's crazy suppression. With a furious howl, the black armor that the Seven-Planet Palace Master wore grew abruptly. In no time, it had transformed into a black, giant exotic beast. The black exotic beast had 3 heads and it was extremely hideous. The 7-planet palace master's eyes turned completely back. The long gun in his hands was brimming with appalling power, and he cocked the gun. Dark heavenly song! Boom! The whole universe turned completely black. Not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. The long gun that had been cocked abruptly became the only focal point of the universe. It was extraordinarily powerful and earth-shaking. Ha ha, bring it on! Jian Wuxuang laughed loudly and an enormous amount of soul power erupted, forming a giant golden divine ape. As soon as the golden divine ape appeared, it roared fiercely. The giant long sword in its hands followed Jian Wuxuang's movement, and was swung abruptly at that very moment. Among the 3 real gods' unique skills that Jian Wuxuang created, the skill with the greatest power. 9th Heaven Stroke. A Nemesis sword which carried supreme sword essence descended again. The Nemesis sword and the black long gun clashed. Boom! The universe shook. The minds of everyone by the sidelines of the battlefield could not help but ring with the terrifying sound. After the sound had disappeared, the 7-planet palace master gave a groan, and some blood came out of the corners of his mouth. He retreated in an extremely sorry state. As for Jian Wuxuang, although he had experienced an extremely strong shockwave, the shockwave was weakened by his blood feather reincarnation armor. By the time it reached his body, it was unable to affect him at all. He still stood firmly in the void, and did not move. His aura remained tremendous, and it did not look like it had weakened. The 7-planet palace master had lost the battle. Chapter 1492 His name is well known in the universe. Chapter 1492 His name is well known in the universe. Lost? 7-planet palace master, a real god, lost? More than 1 million cultivators at the scene were dumbfounded by the outcome. When Jian Wuxuang defeated Ling Dan with 1 stroke, they were already astonished. But then, Jian Wuxuang had defeated a real god directly, a true real god. Top 20! Fighting power of a top 20 on Universe God ranking list! Definitely do. Only experts in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list have the power to fight against a real god face to face and be at an advantage, and even defeat a real god. This Jian Wuxuang turns out to be a super genius that is qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. He's a superb expert. Everyone at the scene, there was a commotion stirred in the bottom of their heart. Universe God ranking list was full of experts. However, to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, every one of them were monstrous monsters. Such a monster, they didn't normally get a chance to witness. But then, the cultivators on the spot saw him, and witnessed the battle of a rising monstrous expert. They saw Jian Wuxuang's thundering manner, and how he had defeated Ling Dan with their own eyes. They also witnessed how he had defeated the real god expert, 7-planet palace master. They could only imagine Jian Wuxuang's name would definitely be famous all across 10 cultivation sanctuaries and across the entire eternal chaotic world. In the void, Jian Wuxuang stood coldly and Blood Mountain's sword was sheathed in his scabbard. His gaze was cold as he glanced at 7-planet palace master from afar and said, 7-planet palace master, this is a lesson for you. If there is a next time, you'll suffer Lineage of Star's true rage. The dignity of Lineage of Star definitely isn't something that anyone could provoke. Jian Wuxuang's voice reverberated in the universe and didn't disperse until much later. 7-planet palace master forcefully recovered the churning vital energy and blood in his body and stole a glance at Jian Wuxuang. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had lost to Jian Wuxuang before everyone and he had been discredited, the incident came to an end regardless. At least, Lineage of Star wouldn't find trouble with them in the future. Discrediting in exchange of 7-planet palace, in exchange for his life, 7-planet palace master was grateful for Jian Wuxuang. 7-planet palace master immediately bowed politely before Jian Wuxuang to show his respect. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly at his action and didn't bother with 7-planet palace master, but walked towards Elder Chiu and Hu Feng. Elder Chiu, it has been done. I shall return. Jian Wushuang stood before Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu nodded, his gaze full of admiration. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately left without giving a second look to the surrounding spectators. At the end, Jian Wushuang took another look at Hu Feng. Hu Feng was still in amazement. Until Jian Wushuang had walked far away, he finally came back to reality. He said in surprise, Elder Chiu, Jian Wushuang. No, Senior Jian Wushuang, how can he be that strong? Lineage of Star, one speaks with his power. They were both disciples of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang's power was obviously not something he could compare to favorably. He naturally had to refer him as Senior Jian Wushuang. Strong? Why didn't you look up to him earlier then? You even commented that he wasn't your match. Why? Your attitude has changed entirely. Elder Chiu said playfully. Elder Chiu, don't tease me. How should I know? Senior Jian Wushuang broke through and became Universe God in the third heaven not too long ago. Plus, he isn't famous at all, but he is so strong. I reckon even Elder Chiu didn't expect it yourself, right? Hu Feng said. Previously, he had really held Jian Wushuang in contempt. However, he had his reasons. After all, Jian Wushuang really did have too short of a time for growth. Forget about him. Among disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven and lineage of Star, he reckoned not many would be bothered about Jian Wushuang's power. That's true. Elder Chiu nodded. She admitted that although she believed in Hall Master Yuan's arrangement, she was in doubt of Jian Wushuang's power. Until then, she had only understood when Jian Wushuang revealed his true power. Oh yeah? How's Ling Dan? Is he dead? Elder Chiu looked down into the ruin that Heavenly Fire Summit had become. Long Dan was still in the ruin, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Humph, he had the guts to provoke Lineage of Star. Who cares if he's alive or dead? Hu Feng smirked coldly. But Senior Jian Wushuang is really amazing. He defeated Hu Feng with one stroke and defeated a real god head-on, a true real god. If not mistaken, with Senior Jian Wushuang's power, he is already qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Elder Chiu smiled and replied, On Universe God ranking list, only geniuses in the top 20 are capable of defeating a real god. When Jian Wushuang was fighting against 7-Planet Palace Master earlier, he was on the winning side the whole time. With such power, he definitely can be listed in the top 20. Vientiane Tower should receive the news very soon. Then, they'll amend the ranking on Universe God ranking list. This young man will also be well known in the universe. Fame was based on absolutely compelling battle achievements. Just like 4,000 years ago in the Boundless Void, when Jian Wushuang had met Xiao Han and they had had a vigorous fight. Not many people saw the fight, and the fight was too close to call. Those who watched the battle couldn't determine if Xiao Han had used all his power too. Hence, even if the news travel, no one could determine if Jian Wushuang possessed the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. Let alone putting Jian Wushuang on Universe God ranking list after the battle. That was why Jian Wushuang still wasn't famous after the battle. However, it was different then. Then, there were 1,000,000 cultivators. Before 1,000,000 pairs of eyes, Jian Wushuang defeated Ling Dan with one stroke, and he was also on a winning streak and had defeated 7-Planet Palace Master who was a real god. Everyone approved of Jian Wushuang's battle achievements, and his power naturally could be determined. Just as Elder Chiu had said, on the day Jian Wushuang defeated 7-Planet Palace Master, Vientiane Tower received the news, and there were even images of the battle. Vientiane Tower covered all manifestations of the universe. It held an extremely special position in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The Universe God ranking list and Real God ranking list were created by Vientiane Tower. Then, after they had obtained the image of Jian Wushuang in the battle, the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower watched carefully and determined that Jian Wushuang really did possess the fighting power of one in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Hence, very soon, a brand new Universe God ranking list appeared. The brand new Universe God ranking list listed Jian Wushuang as the 20th member. Along with the announcement of the brand new Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang's name spread across every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang became truly well known in the universe because of this. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Inside a cave created by special gems in the lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan and the 10 deacons of the lineage of Star had gathered together. Everyone, this is the most updated Universe God ranking list by the Vientiane Tower. Please take a look. Hall Master Yuan smiled and passed down a ranking list. The deacons looked through the ranking list. After some time, they focused their attention on the name in the 20th position of the Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang is ranked 20 on the Universe God ranking list? Jian Wushuang? That little kid in our lineage of Star? Number 20, how can this be? After the deacons had seen the rankings, none of them were able to remain calm. Jian Wushuang. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, we saw him display his outstanding talent among the disciples who were universe gods of the second heaven. After he made a breakthrough and became a universe god of the third heaven later on, we thought that he would still need a period of time before he could get into the universe god ranking list. But now, in less than 5,000 years, he got into the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he got into the 20th place straight away? According to our information, Jian Wushuang defeated the 7-planet Palace Master. We know that although the 7-planet Palace Master belonged to the lowest end of the real gods, he was still a genuine real god. Haha, top 20 of the Universe God ranking list. How long has it been since a genius disciple who could get into the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list appeared in the lineage of Star? The previous appearance of such a disciple was 3 million years ago. When Elder Wu was still a universe god, he got into the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list before. I remember that Elder Wu was ranked 19th back then, one rank above Jian Wushuang now. That Elder Wu remained universe god of the third heaven for a total of 300,000 years. Moreover, it was only because of him obtaining many opportunities and treasures that he got into the 19th position of the Universe God ranking list. However, how long has it been since Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough to the Universe God of the third heaven? Comparing talent, it is obvious that he is more talented than Elder Wu. This little kid has an unimaginable future. Many deacons were gasping with admiration, and the whole cave was filled with delighted laughter and cheerful voices. As for Hall Master Yuan, who was the leader, he was also over the moon. Previously, he knew that Jian Wushuang had killed 10 real gods in the Sky Sword prison and thought that Jian Wushuang had fighting capabilities to get into the top 30 of the Universe God ranking list. However, looking at it then, Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than he had thought. It is rare for such a genius to appear in the lineage of Star. This is great news. However, keep in mind that we must always protect Jian Wushuang. After all, although the 10 cultivation sanctuaries at moment look peaceful, they have actually been doing something behind the scenes. The lineage of Star also has some dangerous enemies. Hence, there is no guarantee that they will not lay their hands on the geniuses of our lineage of Star, and naturally, Jian Wushuang will be the first to be affected. Hall Master Yuan warned. Naturally. All the deacons present nodded their heads in succession. The lineage of Star had always paid great attention to their disciples, especially the most outstanding Star Palace disciples. Hence, there should be no problem in terms of protection. By the way, Jian Wushuang himself might not even know the news about him making into the 20th position of the Universe God ranking list. Let me send him a message. Hall Master Yuan chuckled and sent this piece of news to Jian Wushuang, who had just returned to the lineage of Star. Inside a secret room in the Sword Star, the complete list of the Universe God ranking list was floating in front of Jian Wushuang. In particular, he was looking at his own introduction. Jian Wushuang. In the Heavenly Sky Summit, he defeated Ling Dan, who was ranked 39th on the Universe God ranking list, with 1 stroke. Afterwards, he had an intense battle with the 7-planet Palace Master, a real god expert. He pushed back the 7-planet Palace Master throughout the whole battle and finally defeated him in the end. Such powerful abilities have allowed him to get into the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list. However, as he has never fought with the other top 20 experts, he will be ranked in the 20th position in the Universe God ranking list temporarily. Ranked 20th temporarily? Jian Wushuang felt strange. Jian Wushuang, with the abilities that you displayed, you should be able to get into the 16th or 17th position of Universe God ranking list. However, you have never fought with an expert in the 16th and 17th position. In addition, the Vientiane Tower has always been conservative when it comes to the ranking of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, they only placed you at the 20th position. After all, if they had placed you in the 16th or 17th place based on your fighting results, they would be unable to get the trust of everyone. However, by placing you at the 20th position, no one will say anything. As for the temporary part, the Vientiane Tower probably hope that you will come across experts that are of a higher rank and, after going through a fight, they will raise your ranking. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Back then, when he had fought with the 7-planet Palace Master, he had more or less used his full power. Although he still had trump cards remaining, there were not many of them. If he had shown all his trump cards, there might be a chance that his fighting capabilities would bring him into the top 15 of the Universe God ranking list. However, top 15 was his limit. He still lacked the power to get into the top 10. According to the information on the Universe God ranking list, the top 10 experts of the list have accomplished the feat of killing a real god. Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue. He had also killed real gods. However, the real gods that he had killed were those whose divine power was restricted and they were unable to display their full prowess. Hence, it was different. As for the real gods that the experts in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list had killed, all of them were able to release their power to its full extent. However, they were still killed in the end. Therefore, it could be seen how frightening the 10 people in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list were. The Universe God ranking list had also named them the 10 monsters. Compared to the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list, I am still quite a distance away right now. Moreover, I am merely a Universe God of the second heaven. There is still room for my abilities to rise. Jian Wushuang laughed. He was extremely confident in his own abilities. The Jian Wushuang of the very moment was under the restriction of being a Universe God of the second heaven. Hence, his unique skills could no longer be improved. Otherwise, he might be able to compete with the 10 monsters. Moreover, as soon as he got past the third heaven's inverse cultivation test and become a real Universe God of the third heaven, he would be able to go against the 10 monsters easily. My journey is still long. Let me continue to train. Jian Wushuang giggled and put the Universe God ranking list away. As for that Ling Dan. Previously, after taking 1 stroke of Jian Wushuang's, he was seriously wounded. However, he did not die. Due to the fact that he had fought a few times previously, the audience took note of him. The experts of the Vientiane Tower also felt that Ling Dan had the fighting capabilities to get into the top 40s of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, he was ranked 39th. For the next period of time, be it the lineage of star or the movements in the outside world as a result of getting news about Jian Wushuang did not bother about them. He stayed on the Sword Star to meditate in seclusion so that he could train. In the blink of an eye, another 400 years passed. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace in the lineage of Star had arrived. Chapter 1494 Not in the least bit suspenseful. Chapter 1494 Not in the least bit suspenseful. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace was held at Titanic Star located in the middle of the Milky Way. The rules of the battle were the same as they had been previously. It was segregated into 2 parts. The first part was to go through Supreme Tower. The second part was to fight rotation battle. It first began with the disciples who were universe gods in the first heaven, lineage of star, where many geniuses gathered. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace among disciples who were universe gods in the first and second heaven went extremely ferociously. It lasted for more than half a day's time until it ended. Then, it was finally the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven. Walala. There was a large number of figures that appeared on Titanic Star. In Lineage of Star, disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were obviously many more compared to universe gods in the first and second heaven. Among the disciples, there was one who was extremely conspicuous. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? That's Senior Jian Wushuang. The superb existence of a top 20 member of the universe god ranking list. Outside of Titanic Star, many universe gods in the first heaven and second heaven looked over at Jian Wushuang in admiration and reverence. While surrounding Jian Wushuang, the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were staring at Jian Wushuang. Hu Feng, when Jian Wushuang fought against Ling Dan and Seven Planet Palace Master, you were there too. Is he really strong enough to deserve being placed in the top 20 on universe god ranking list? A brawny man in red armor asked. The brawny man was the one who was previously in the first place among disciples in Lineage of Star, Longya. He was also an expert on universe god ranking list and at number 51. He was widely recognized as the top member in Lineage of Star. However, due to the rise of Jian Wushuang, the top place in Lineage of Star had naturally fallen to Jian Wushuang. How can I put this? Senior Jian Wushuang should be even stronger than his given ranking on universe god ranking list. Hu Feng said solemnly. I watched the fight between Senior Jian Wushuang and Seven Planet Palace Master with my own eyes. He, who is just a universe god, cornered Seven Planet Palace Master and caused him to be in a fix. He forced Seven Planet Palace Master to perform his strongest unique skill. Even so, he was defeated by Senior Jian Wushuang head-on. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Jian Wushuang has never fought against the top 20 geniuses on Universe God ranking list, he could even be on the 16th or 17th on Universe God ranking list. That amazing? Longya and Xianyi next to him exchanged a look and both shook their heads in silence. Jian Wushuang only broke through and became a universe god in the third heaven for less than 5,000 years, and he has already become this strong. In the future, he definitely has extremely great room for improvement. Who knows, he might stand a chance to stand side by side with the 10 monsters. Longya complimented. It's really possible. At least, he isn't someone both of us could match evenly. Xianyi agreed. The two of them were experts on Universe God ranking list too. However, they well understood the difference in the rankings of Universe God ranking list. The top 10, top 20 and those below rank 30 were three entirely different tiers. Jian Wushuang. Someone called. The elegant-looking Ling Feibai walked before Jian Wushuang. You amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. I asked you if you were confident about the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace previously, and you told me you were sort of confident. But in the end, you gained fame in one battle and got listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Ling Feibai complimented as he sighed emotionally in his head. When he heard the news previously about Jian Wushuang being listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, he had got a shock. One should know that he had fought against Jian Wushuang during the last battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Then, both of them had broken through and became Universe God in the third heaven. Ling Feibai thought that although Jian Wushuang would become stronger, he thought the distance between them wouldn't be so vast. But who knew that Jian Wushuang would amaze the world with his great achievements? Ling Feibai, I finally understand your feelings when you participated the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago. Jian Wushuang joked. Ling Feibai raised his eyebrows and teased. How is it? A great feeling, huh? SOSO. Jian Wushuang shrugged. In the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago, out of disciples who were Universe God in the third heaven, Ling Feibai was widely recognized as the number one. His power made the rest of the disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven hopeless. They didn't blindly strive to keep up with Ling Fei Bai. Things was lonely at the top back then. But Jian Wushuang was at the same state as Ling Fei Bai then. Compared to the other disciples who were universe god in the third heaven around him, he was at a totally different level. No one had the intention to compete with him. Even Longye and Xianyi had no intention to contest and see who was better. To me, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is meaningless. It'd be best if it ends sooner, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Very soon, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace for disciples who were universe god in the third heaven started. The disciples took turns to enter Supreme Tower, and Jian Wushuang naturally went in too. In the end, Jian Wushuang stayed in Supreme Tower for a total of 103 breaths before he came out. Compared to Longye, who was second, he had stayed for 40 extra breaths. There's a difference of 40 breaths. The distance is too vast. Longye shook his head in silence. Hall Master Yuan outside of Titanic Star and Milky Way, and the other deacon elderlies saw the scene of Jian Wushuang going through Supreme Tower clearly. They were all astonished by the sight. This Jian Wushuang is impressive when it comes to close combat. Yes, not only that, his techniques are very amazing. Most importantly, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine is too high. If I'm not mistaken, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine should already be able to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. He's really amazing. After passing through Supreme Tower, it was followed by rotation battle. The rotation battle ended in merely 4 hours. Jian Wushuang naturally won 9 out of 9 battles and took first place. No one was shocked by the result. Everything was natural, not in the least bit suspenseful. In the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang stood before Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, according to the rules and lineage of Star, those who performed outstandingly in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace will receive an extra bonus. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, I gave you the exquisite mirror as a reward to help you pass through the second inverse cultivation test. This time your reward is a month's cultivation time in Real God Hall. What do you think? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. A chance to cultivate in Real God Hall was hard to come by in Lineage of Star. Previously, when I completed the ultimate disciple task, I received 3 months cultivation time in Real God Hall. In addition to this 1 month's time, I have a total of 4 months. It is not a short time at all. Maybe I can head to a Real God Hall for cultivation. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. After he left Hall Master Yuan's, Jian Wushuang came to Real God Hall directly. The deacon elderly guarding Real God Hall had already received Hall Master Yuan's message and knew that Jian Wushuang would be qualified to enter Real God Hall for cultivation. He naturally didn't stop Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1495 The Mysterious White Fruit. Chapter 1495 The Mysterious White Fruit. Jian Wushuang was sitting with his legs crossed in the vast Heavenway River in the Real God Hall. He could feel that his surroundings were filled with a tremendous amount of the power of Heavenway. The Supreme Four Doctrine and the 9 Heaven God Doctrine were all within the Heavenway River. Previously, I only stayed at the Real God Hall for a month and I comprehended a portion of the reincarnation power. Hence, my abilities skyrocketed. This time round, I have 4 months, which is a lot more time. In these 4 months, I cannot even waste a second. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He closed his eyes soon after and began his comprehension with great concentration. During his comprehension, time passed by. The eternal chaotic world was boundless and had no limits. Hence, it contained all kinds of wonderful things. Within this far-reaching land, an extremely valuable treasure was hidden. The Red Dragon Sanctuary of the 10 Cultivation Sanctuaries. There was a vast sea with waves surging forward with great momentum. This sea was a big, perilous place in the Red Dragon Sanctuary, and it was known as the Wind-Fire Sea. The Wind-Fire Sea was extremely dangerous, and even the sea water was dyed the color of blood. At that moment, within a normal island that no one was aware of in the middle of the Wind-Fire Sea. Boom! A piercing voice burst forth fiercely, and the whole island shook violently, as if the universe was shaking. Under the tremendous shaking, whiz, 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 3 shadows plunged out from the deepest part of the island, and it was only until they were in the void millions of miles away from the island that they stopped. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. At that very moment, they were puffing and panting. At the same time, they were also looking in the direction of the island with an extremely horrified look. Too frightening, that place is too frightening. Among the 3 of them, the red-clothed woman, who was the only woman, muttered. 3rd sibling, 5th sibling and the 6th sibling have died. Only the 3 of us walked out alive. The slim, bald young man clenched both his fists tightly. His face was filled with sorrow. This is all my fault. I underestimated how dangerous that place was. Previously, I thought that was only a cave left behind by a normal expert, but who could expect that? Among the 3 of them, the old man, who was the leader of the group, was wearing silver armor, and he had the ghastliest expression. Both the red-clothed woman and the bald young man looked at the silver-armored old man. However, they could only shake their heads. They knew that this matter was decided by the 3 of them, and it was not the idea of the silver-armored old man alone. Since things have already become as such, there is no use regretting it. Second brother, didn't you get a fruit just now? Take it out and let us have a look, the red-clothed woman said. The bald young man's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a sweet-smelling white fruit. The white fruit was extremely delicate and pure. It's this fruit that got the 3 of them killed. The bald young man stared at the white fruit, and his eyes were glowing fiercely. We have never seen nor heard of this fruit before. However, I have a feeling that this fruit is special, the silver-armored old man said. I have this feeling as well. The red-clothed woman nodded her head as well. First brother, what do we do with this fruit? The bald young man looked toward the silver-armored old man. The silver-armored old man muttered to himself for some time and spoke after that. We have no idea what this fruit is, nor its uses. Hence, it would be a waste to keep it with us. Therefore, we should sell it to someone who knows about it. Someone who knows about this fruit. Both the red-clothed women and the bald young man each revealed a puzzled expression. The Vientiane Tower! The silver-armored old man's eyes were glowing brilliantly. In a secret room of the Vientiane Tower, the silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit and handed it over to the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower for inspection. However, even the owner did not know about the background of the mysterious white fruit. My guests, please wait a moment. I will send the information of this fruit to the higher-ups, and the high-level experts of the Vientiane Tower will appraise the fruit personally, the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower said. Understood. The silver-armored old man pocketed the mysterious white fruit and waited at his position quietly. After an hour, the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower took out a token and broke it into pieces. Boom! A strong aura burst forth and became a big and dim shadow. Next, a pair of sharp eyes which could pierce through everything appeared. This is Tower Master Chifu of the Vientiane Tower, the second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary? The branch owner himself who took out the token was surprised as well. The second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary? Tower Master Chifu? He was an expert of the highest level of the Vientiane Tower, and his consciousness had actually come down personally. Greetings to Tower Master Chifu! The branch owner bowed and greeted him immediately. Where is that fruit? An extremely dignified voice could be heard from the enormous shadow. My lord, the fruit is with me. The silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit, and his voice was very respectful. He could tell that the big shadow was a super expert who could shake the world. As expected, it's that fruit. When the big shadow saw that mysterious white fruit, his eyes glowed with a substance-like light immediately. After that, he shot a glance at the silver-armored old man and frowned. A universe god? Yes. The silver-armored old man felt a bit fearful. He was indeed a universe god. However, he was a universe god who stood at the peak of the third heaven. However, he was still very far away from the universe god ranking list. A mere universe god can actually find such a treasure? After muttering to himself for some time, the big shadow said with dignity, I will give you two choices now. Firstly, hand this fruit over to the Vientiane Tower. In addition, tell us everything you know about this fruit, including how and where you obtained it. After that, the Vientiane Tower will give you 200 million Chaos Gems. As for you, you must forget everything you know about this fruit from today onward. Secondly, the fruit will still remain in the Vientiane Tower, but you refuse to say anything. The Vientiane Tower will not blame you for that. However, after you leave, I guarantee you that countless experts from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries who stand at the top will think of all kinds of ways to find you and get you to spit out information of the fruit, even if they have to hack you into pieces. Among these two choices, pick one of them. My lord, I choose the first choice. The silver-armored old man picked the first choice without hesitation. He could also tell how important the fruit was. Hence, he would naturally not dare to withhold any information. Even though he knew that the fruit was extraordinarily valuable, and it could not be compared to a mere 200 million Chaos Gems, he agreed without hesitation and dared not bargain at all. 200 million Chaos Gems is more than all the family keepsakes and valuables of a real god. For a universe god like me to obtain so many Chaos Gems is more than enough. If I were to ask for more, I would just be asking for death. The silver-armored old man was clear about this point. Speak. Chapter 1496 Emergency Summon. Chapter 1496 Emergency Summon. After he had shared everything he knew about the mysterious white fruit, the silver-armored old man took the 200 million Chaos Gems and left. After that, he and his two brothers found a concealed place to hide. For 100,000 years, they would be off the trail. In a lofty tower, Tower Master Chifu, who had only revealed his consciousness shadow in Vientiane Tower's sub-branch previously, was standing there in person. White blaze fruit! It's really white blaze fruit. According to what the universe god said earlier, the place where he got the white blaze fruit is most likely a cave dwelling that was left behind by an expert. There was light shimmering in Tower Master Chifu's eyes. He thought for a while, and he took out one token after another. Holy Emperor Jiuyu, weren't you looking for a white blaze fruit all this while? Vientiane Tower found one for you. Emperor Qiyun, let me tell you good news. It's about white blaze fruit. Owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Tower Master Chifu sent out a dozen messages in a short while. The people that he sent messages to were all top experts on high positions in Eternal Chaotic World. For instance, Holy Emperor Jiuyu, Emperor Qiyun, owner of Sky Sword Mountain. They were all almighties. After they received the messages, the dozens of almighties were all excited. The news has spread. Vientiane Tower has already received enough advantages. As for how the almighties want to fight for it, that is their concern. Tower Master Chifu smiled maliciously. Go ahead and fight. The fiercer the fight, the more ferocious the fight, the better. Vientiane Tower will be here watching all of you fight. Ha! In Lineage of Star, after the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace ended, Jian Wushuang entered Real God Hall to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 4 months' time flew past. The door of Real God Hall opened and Jian Wushuang walked out slowly. When he walked out of the Real God Hall, Jian Wushuang was obviously smiling and he was rather delighted. At first, during the time of comprehension of 4 months, I wanted to improve my comprehension level of reincarnation doctrine. Who would have guessed? I didn't improve much on reincarnation doctrine but achieved beginner level in space-time doctrine. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Back when he had entered Real God Hall to comprehend the doctrine for the first time, he could feel that his response towards reincarnation doctrine was the clearest. It was also the easiest to comprehend. Hence, He had fully concentrated and comprehended reincarnation doctrine for 1 month. In turn, he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. However, besides reincarnation doctrine, the other clearest response he had received was towards space-time doctrine. During the 4 months' time of comprehension, he was finally at the beginner level of comprehension of space-time doctrine, and he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. In other words, he then understood both reincarnation and space-time doctrines simultaneously. He had mastered 2 power of heaven way at the same time. Space-time doctrine is about space-time. It is unfathomable. Although I have only mastered a slight bit of power of space-time and it is far behind my understanding towards reincarnation doctrine, the slight bit of power of space-time is sufficient to increase my moving speed, swordsmanship, and many other aspects tremendously. Even in terms of power, when the 2 power of heaven way are amplified together, it will also increase madly. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Comprehension of an extra doctrine no doubt brought about a huge improvement in his overall power. Space-time doctrine could cover many different areas and lead to an increase in power in various aspects. Previously, I was not confident enough to compete with the 10 monsters in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. But now, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips while he gave a chilly smile. Jian Wushuang. A hoary voice was heard, and the one who spoke was the deacon elderly who guarded Real God Hall. Hall Master Yuan sent me a message earlier and commanded me to inform you to see him immediately after you came out of Real God Hall. He is looking for you for an urgent matter. Oh? Jian Wushuang was surprised. For the past 4 months, he had stayed in Real God Hall for cultivation and Hall Master knew about it. Hence, Hall Master Yuan didn't send any messages to him or bother him but told the deacon elderly to inform him instead. Jian Wushuang, of course, didn't delay any further but immediately departed to the cave dwelling that Hall Master Yuan resided in. In the cave dwelling made of unique crystals. Jian Wushuang, how did the cultivation in Real God Hall for 4 months go? Hall Master Yuan smiled and asked Jian Wushuang. Not bad. My power has increased compared to before. Jian Wushuang replied. Your power increased again? Hall Master Yuan looked delighted and he continued. That's great. There's something that I need you to do. The stronger you are, the higher the chance. Hall Master Yuan, what is it about? Jian Wushuang asked. The story starts from a unique treasure. The treasure is a fruit, named White Blaze Fruit. Have you heard of it? Hall Master Yuan looked down. White Blaze Fruit. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but King of Venomous Worms in his body was caught by surprise. White Blaze Fruit. There's a White Blaze Fruit? King of Venomous Worms, you know about White Blaze Fruits? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, it is a very precious and rare treasure. King of Venomous Worms sounded excited. Hall Master Yuan continued. This White Blaze Fruit is very precious. Even to Almighties, it is rather useful. There are countless genius treasures in Eternal Chaotic World, but out of all of them, White Blaze Fruit is absolutely in the top 10. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. One that could be in the top 10 among all genius treasures in the entire Eternal Chaotic World? Extremely useful to Almighties. The White Blaze Fruit was so precious. The more precious and the more useful a treasure is, the more difficult it is to nurture. During an ancient time that was far away, there was once a White Blaze Fruit tree. The White Blaze Fruit tree ripened and fell in various corners in Eternal Chaotic World. Later on, the White Blaze Fruit tree was destroyed. Since then, White Blaze Fruit has been near to extinction. Over the years, we found 1 or 2 occasionally, but very rarely. A few thousand years ago, in a unique environment, there was a brand new White Blaze Fruit tree and it was only a sapling. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted a large amount of experts, including many Almighties. They participated in the fight for the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree. After a ferocious battle, the sapling of the White Blaze Fruit tree was won by Real God Wu Bei in the end. Real God? Jian Wushuang was shocked. A battle among many Almighties, but the sapling had fallen into the hands of a real god. How was that possible? If he was an inverse cultivator? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang and said. Jian Wushuang stunned. Inverse cultivation was beyond comparison with one on the same level. A real god who was an inverse cultivator taking the treasure from the hands of many almighties. It wasn't impossible. Real god Wu Bei happens to be an inverse cultivator on the real god level. He was extremely strong and no weaker than the almighties. After the battle, he took the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree under the watch of all almighties. The almighties couldn't do anything to him, Hall Master Yuan said. Chapter 1497 Wu Bei's Cave. Chapter 1497 Wu Bei's Cave. After acquiring the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree, real god Wu Bei went into hiding and no one knew where he was. Naturally, no one knew what had happened to the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree either. It wasn't until later on that a great battle broke out, and it lasted for a long period of time. Real god Wu Bei lost his life in this great battle and the information regarding the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was gone. Up until now, when millions of years have passed, no one knew where that sapling of the white blaze fruit was. However, a month ago, the Vientiane Tower obtained a white blaze fruit. At the same time, they found out that the white blaze fruit was found in a cave that was concealed cleverly. There is a high possibility that that cave was left behind by real god Wu Bei. As soon as the news got out, many almighties in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries were astounded, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang could imagine the situation. The white blaze fruit was already so precious. Hence, the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was more than enough to cause many almighties to fight for it crazily. Since the cave left behind by real god Wu Bei had been discovered and the sapling of the white blaze fruit might be inside, it would be strange if the almighties were not shaken up. Since so many almighties had been shaken up, the fight for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree would definitely be between them. Hence, how is this related to us? Jian Wushuang said doubtfully. So many almighties were participating in the fight for the sapling, and he was merely a universe god. Hence, why would he head to the cave and fight with the almighties? This matter is not as easy as you think. Hall Master Yuan laughed and said, I have just said that real god Wu Bei's abilities are extraordinary, and he has many tricks up his sleeve. Now, it has been confirmed that the cave was left behind by him. However, he set up a very special seal. The seal is extremely high class and it is not known where it came from. Moreover, the almighties in the eternal chaotic world are completely helpless against the seal as they cannot break it. Due to the presence of the seal, almighties and real gods are unable to enter the cave. Only real gods and below, meaning universe gods like you, are permitted to enter. Only universe gods are permitted to enter? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Why did real god Wu Bei leave behind this kind of seal? Who knows? Since the almighties are blocked off from the cave, they have no choice but to allow universe gods like you to enter the cave and fight for the white blaze fruit. The most important thing is to fight for the white blaze fruit tree, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Hall Master Yuan, you looked for me this round as you wanted me to enter real god Wu Bei's cave and fight for the white blaze fruit, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. White blaze fruit is very useful to almighties. My family's palace master has some use for it as well. Since there is an opportunity to obtain it, we would naturally not miss it. Hall Master Yuan chuckled. Also, even if there were no white blaze fruits in the cave that real god Wu Bei left behind, you would still have to make a trip there. You're right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Real god Wu Bei was an inverse cultivator. By relying on the inverse cultivation methods, he had achieved the peak of a real god and could even compete with the almighties. As for Jian Wushuang, the inverse cultivation method heavenly creation skill that he possessed could only be honed to the level of the universe gods. He had never possessed training methods higher than that of the level of universe gods. Without the method, even if his abilities were enough, he would forever be unable to make a breakthrough and become a real god. Previously, Jian Wushuang had already made plans. After making it through the third heavens inverse cultivation test, he would depend on the lineage of Star and the Vientiane Tower to find the cultivation method for the heavenly creation skill of the real god's level. At that very moment, real god Wu Bei's cave was in sight. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang might have a chance to obtain what he wanted. All right, if there is nothing else, you should make a move immediately, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Without any delay, he made a move and headed toward Wu Bei's cave. The wind-fire sea of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. The cave, which was originally unheard of, was filled with people at that moment. Many experts gathered in the island. Those experts include a great number of real gods and a decent number of almighties. However, it was a pity that Wu Bei's cave had only allowed universe gods to enter. Hence, even though the real gods and almighties possessed exceptional abilities, they could only stay outside the cave and watch. The most they could do was send some universe gods into the cave and help them fight for the white blaze fruit. Russell. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the island, he was surprised by the situation on the island. So many experts. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power, and he could feel that in the island, hundreds of real gods had gathered. In addition, most of the real gods were extremely strong. As for the almighties, Jian Wushuang's soul power was still unable to sense the existence of the almighties. Aside from being filled with admiration, Jian Wushuang focused his attention on a space passage in the deepest part of the island. That is the entrance to enter Wu Bei's cave? After mumbling to himself, Jian Wushuang flew up and plunged toward the entrance. Quite a number of people on the island had noticed the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Another universe god has come. By the looks of this universe god, it seems to be Jian Wushuang, who is ranked 20 on the universe god ranking list. Yes, it's Jian Wushuang, a Star Palace disciple of the lineage of Star. Hee. The lineage of Star is far away at the Purple Moon Sanctuary. However, they are also interested in Wu Bei's cave. Previously, they sent Longya and Xian Yi, the two disciples who have made it onto the universe god ranking list. At the very moment, they have also sent Jian Wushuang over. Could it be that they are not scared that the three of them will die in this fight? Some of the experts on the island were sighing. However, they were not too concerned. This fight for the white blaze fruit involved many almighties. With these almighties taking action, many experts on the universe god ranking list were invited. Although Jian Wushuang was ranked in the top 20 on the universe god ranking list, among the experts of the universe god ranking list who were participating in this fight, there were a few of them with rankings higher than his. Buzz. After passing through the entrance in the deepest part of the island, Jian Wushuang arrived in a vast and independent space. The independent space was similar to the outside world. There was a sun in the sky. Mountains, forests, and water were present as well. Jian Wushuang, Longya, and Xian Yi entered Wu Bei's cave a month ago. I have also tidied up some information and sent it to you. Please take a look. This information contains what happened to Longya and Xian Yi in Wu Bei's cave over the month, as well as the basic situation of this cave. Hall Master Yuan messaged. Also, Lei Chao is about to go to the island personally. At that time, he will pay attention to what is happening outside from time to time. This includes which experts of the universe god has come as well as the changes in the cave. He will also send all this information to you immediately. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and cut off the transmission. Although a special seal exists in Wu Bei's cave, communication with the outside world is not completely cut off. Within this cave, we are still able to communicate with the people in the outside world, Jian Wushuang muttered. Chapter 1498 Grand Banquet. Chapter 1498 Grand Banquet. Many mystery lands and some unique places, such as Sky Sword Prison, had sealed off connection with the outside world entirely. But Wu Bei's cave obviously hadn't. Jian Wushuang immediately started going through the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent over. Very soon, he had a rough idea about Wu Bei's cave. Firstly, regarding the experts. Since the news about Wu Bei's cave had spread until then, there were many Almighties that were shaken by the news. However, the Almighties couldn't enter Wu Bei's cave personally. Hence, they could only make use of their influence and send the universe gods under their command to enter Wu Bei's cave. Some Almighties had even paid a high price to hire experts on universe god ranking lists, including universe gods who were extremely famous, to participate. Each and every force and sect in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries did the same too. Besides, there were even people passing a message that they had promised to give a real God Chaos unique treasure in exchange for white blaze fruit. The real God Chaos unique treasure was not limited by category. In other words, one could also request a real God Chaos unique realm treasure with one white blaze fruit. Many forces were willing to do the trade. As such, countless universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries heard the news and came, including a large number of solo experts. Regardless of if they were famous or not, they all participated in the battle for white blaze fruit. It had only been 1 month's time since the news had spread, but there were more than 100,000 universe gods who entered Wu Bei's cave. The 100,000 universe gods were not any ordinary universe gods. Every one of them was confident in their power. The weakest among them should be a peak universe god of the third heaven. As for the stronger ones, experts who were listed on the universe god ranking list, there were at least 60 of them in the place, and there were many who were on their way there. It could be described as a grand fight banquet of universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. An unprecedented grand banquet. Almost 100,000 top universe god are gathered here, and there are many more universe gods on their way here? Jian Wushuang looked around and sighed in amazement. In the eternal chaotic world, probably only when the involvement of the Almighties and also the temptation of real God Chaos unique treasure could attract so many top universe gods. If I'm not mistaken, some of the universe gods aren't here for white blaze fruits, but for fame. This grand banquet attracted half of the experts on universe god ranking lists that are hard to meet on normal days. With all eyes watching, with all experts gathered, one only need to slightly reveal their power to be famous all over the universe. Plus, some might even be looked upon by real gods and almighties outside of the cave dwelling, and become their disciples. To many universe gods who aren't famous, it is a great attraction for them. King of Venomous Worms said. If I have never joined Lineage of Star and I am not famous, I'll definitely participate in this grand banquet without hesitation. After all, it is the grandest banquet for universe gods level in eternal chaotic world. If one were to miss the grand banquet, it would be a chance hard to come by again in the future. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang, you're quite famous now. As you came to Wu Bei's cave, I'm afraid many people might eye you. It is inevitable that there will be people who come to challenge you. You'd better be prepared. King of Venomous Worms. I prepared long ago. Tell them to bring it on. Jian Wushuang smiled. Almost 100,000 universe gods. It was a large number, but they were then scattered all over Wu Bei's cave. The universe gods were scattered all around the cave dwelling to look for an exotic beast, Iron Wing Beast. The exotic beast was very rare in eternal chaotic world too. However, there was quite a large number of them in Wu Bei's cave. No one knew how real god Wu Bei had got them. In the Iron Wing Beast's body, there were very few who had a Qian Kun ring with them, and there was white blaze fruit in the Qian Kun ring. The universe gods in Wu Bei's cave was then looking for those Iron Wing Beasts wantonly and trying to kill them to get the Qian Kun ring in the Iron Wing Beasts' bodies. He put white blaze fruits in the stomach of those Iron Wing Beasts. On top of that, not every Iron Wing Beast carries them. Real god Wu Bei is quite strange, Jian Wushuang muttered. Then, he started searching the cave dwelling too. Virum. A boundless soul power spread recklessly and permeated the surrounding 10,000-mile range. The 10,000-mile range that he had covered appeared before Jian Wushuang clearly. Within the 10,000-mile range that I covered, there are 8 universe gods. It is so crowded. Jian Wushuang frowned. Although the cave dwelling was spacious, it was naturally crowded when 100,000 people were scattered all around. In such a crowded environment, Even if I found an iron winged beast first, the very moment I launch an attack, my movement will definitely attract the surrounding universe god. By then, a fight will be inevitable. That'd be a little troublesome, Jian Wuxuang thought to himself. In the independent space, he was at an extremely great advantage. His advantage was because of his soul power. According to the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent, the aura of Iron Winged Beast was unique. One would not notice them if they only covered the area with consciousness, and only probed inch by inch with consciousness carefully. However, the process of probing inch by inch was very slow. Just like back then in Sky Sword Prison when Blood Emperor had invited Heartless King to help to look for Jian Wuxuang within the 1 billion mile range. Even Heartless King, who was a real god and good at consciousness attacks, required a long time to probe a 1,000,000-mile range inch by inch. It was naturally even more difficult if the universe gods in the independent space wanted to probe inch by inch. Hence, even though there were more than 100,000 of universe gods who had stayed for more than a month but they didn't probe many places. Many iron-winged beasts remained hidden. On the other hand, if Jian Wuxuang were to probe using soul power, it would definitely be easier by 1,000-fold for him than the other universe gods. It was a pity that in the situation where the experts were scattered and so densely populated, even if he was the first who found the iron-winged beast, it wouldn't be easy to get the Qian Kun ring in the iron-winged beast. Regardless, let's find an iron-winged beast first. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and immediately started searching wantonly in the independent space. Swoosh! Jian Wuxuang's figure pierced the void like a flowing light. While he plunged through the void, his soul power probed the surrounding thousands of miles, and he confirmed that there weren't any iron-winged beasts. While Jian Wuxuang traveled at such terrifying speed, universe gods that he flew by were shocked. Such a swift speed! This person can't be looking for iron-winged beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be traveling at that speed. The universe gods didn't know that when Jian Wuxuang flew past them, he had already swept through their surrounding area. Chapter 1499 Iron Winged Beast. Chapter 1499 Iron Winged Beast. At the island where Wu Bei's cave was situated. Swoosh! A red-robed woman with a bewitching figure arrived. The red-robed young girl was carrying a giant black sickle. After taking a glance at the entrance of the cave, she plunged into it immediately. On the island, many experts revealed a shocked expression after seeing the red-robed young girl. That's Demon Girl Ling Luo! It's her! She actually came as well? Those experts sent a message to the universe gods in the cave immediately. Jian Wuxuang also received Lei Chao's message in a split second. Demon Girl Ling Luo? The monster ranked number 3 on the universe god ranking list? Jian Wuxiang's eyes twinkled slightly. When the news of Wu Bei's cave got out, many universe gods came in succession. Even the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list were attracted as well. From the start, 4 of the top 10 of the universe god ranking list had come. Demon Girl Ling Luo had the highest ranking as of the very moment. The person ranked 3rd has come. I wonder if the 2 monsters ranked 1st and 2nd respectively will come? Jian Wuxuang laughed indifferently. He was filled with a bit of anticipation. On the 4th day after Jian Wuxuang entered Wu Bei's cave. Jian Wuxuang stopped on a void. The soul power that he had released had detected the presence of an iron-winged beast that was 10,000 miles away in front of him. After entering this cave, I have been using soul power to search. In 3 days, the distance that I have covered has already exceeded hundreds of millions of miles, and finally, I have discovered an iron-winged beast. Jian Wuxuang laughed apathetically. He wanted to check if the body of the iron-winged beast still contained a Qian Kun ring. However, before his soul power was able to permeate the iron-winged beast, it was blocked by a special power. I can't check it now. Jian Wuxuang frowned slightly. As his soul power was unable to seep into the body of the iron-winged beast, he was unable to determine if the body of the iron-winged beast still contained the white blaze fruit. Moreover, Jian Wuxuang also realized that in the surrounding area, there were 7 other universe gods apart from him. Among the 7 universe gods, the one furthest away from him was more than 30,000 miles away, while the one closest to him was less than 5,000 miles away. In such a close vicinity, as soon as he attacked the iron-winged beast, the 7 universe gods would realize immediately and rush over rapidly. Although it's troublesome, there's no other way. I have to do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone fiercely. In the next moment, his body had already made a beeline for the iron-winged beast that his soul energy had marked. The iron-winged beast had got its name due to the fact that its whole body was filled with completely black scales like pieces of iron. The scales covered its whole body just like a layer of iron armor. However, it did not have wings. The iron-winged beast had a small body and 4 hooves. At that moment, there was an iron-winged beast strolling about in a thick forest. Jian Wushuang hid his own presence and showed up in the forest quietly. As he looked at the iron-winged beast, which was only hundreds of meters away from him, he took out the Blood Mountain sword and headed over silently. Jian Wushuang naturally covered the hundreds of meters in an instant. However, when Jian Wushuang was 10 miles behind the iron-winged beast, which was taking a walk leisurely, became terrified abruptly and turned vigilant instantly. Die! Jian Wushuang stopped concealing his aura. His frightening sword essence burst forth, and the Blood Mountain sword on his hands became crimson lightning instantly. His divine power was released as well. Real God's unique skill, Crimson Light. Roar! The iron-winged beast gave off a furious and loud roar. It then turned its body swiftly. While it was turning its body, one of its front claws attacked quickly as well. Likewise, its front claws were composed of the pitch-black scales. In spite of that, it was exceptionally sharp like a saber. Clang! The sounds of metals colliding with one another could be heard. The black scales on the front claws of the iron-winged beast were cut off. The crimson lightning that Jian Wushuang unleashed paused for a short moment, and struck the iron-winged beast's body soon after. Roar! A shrill neigh could be heard from the iron-winged beast, and this voice was very unconventional. With its small body, the iron-winged beast retreated immediately. It's actually not dead? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. Previously, he had obtained some information. Hence, he knew that the iron-winged beast had strong defense. Moreover, they were very agile. As such, a normal peak universe god of the third heaven would be helpless against them, even if they were to come across one. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect the iron-winged beast's defense to be so strong. He had released all his divine power, which was combined with reincarnation power. With that, he unleashed the crimson light. However, he still didn't manage to kill the iron-winged beast. Swoosh! A black, glittering light appeared quickly. It was the iron-winged beast. Trying to escape? Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. He unleashed his speed, and at the same time, the blaze quicksand gourd flew over and used all its power to prevent the iron-winged beast from escaping. This iron-winged beast's speed is faster than that of a normal universe god of the third heaven. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and the first stage of the secret skill of dragon blood was already activated. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang attacked the iron-winged beast, his shocking sword essence and vast divine power started to spread around. Within tens of thousands of miles of Jian Wushuang, the 7 universe gods sensed the sword essence and divine power at the same time. What a strong sword essence! Someone is fighting in this area. Over there! Could it be 2 cultivators fighting, or could it be someone has found an iron-winged beast? No matter what, I have to head there straight away. The 7 universe gods did not hesitate, and hurried over to the forest instantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures, one in front and one behind, plunged out of the forest in a flash. However, the distance between the both of them was closing at an amazing speed. It's an iron-winged beast! Haha, I have finally come across one. One person alone is actually able to push back the iron-winged beast to the point that it is trying its very best to escape. The 7 universe gods who rushed over had already realized the existence of the iron-winged beast. Previously, the iron-winged beasts stayed inside the forest. If they had not passed by the forest or done a thorough check, they would definitely be unable to discover the existence of the iron-winged beast. However, at that moment, the iron-winged beast had dashed out of the forest and trying its best to escape. As a result, they found the iron-winged beast immediately. I wonder if the body of this iron-winged beast contains a white blaze fruit? I hope there is. The 7 universe gods' eyes were burning with excitement, and they were also approaching Jian Wushuang and the iron-winged beast at an amazing speed. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who had unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of dragon blood which would increase his speed by tenfold, had already caught up with the iron-winged beast. Die! This time around, Jian Wushuang did not hold back. The same sword principle Crimson Light had been used, and it was completely filled with reincarnation power. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had also activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Rustle! Sword light erupted, and with just one attack, the layer of black scales on the body surface of the iron-winged beast was shattered into pieces, and this caused a bloody wound to appear on the body of the iron-winged beast. What followed after was another stroke which went along the bloody wound and penetrated the body of the iron-winged beast. Chapter 1500 The First White Blaze Fruit. Chapter 1500 The First White Blaze Fruit. The moment the iron-winged beast died, the layer of black scales on its surface lost its spirituality, and its defense power was reduced tremendously. Jian Wushuang flipped his wrist and his divine power shattered the body of the iron-winged beast. After the body of iron-winged beast shattered into pieces, a Qian Kun ring hidden in his body revealed itself. Qian Kung ring? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He quickly picked up the Qian Kun ring and swept it with consciousness. He then saw a white blaze fruit floating in the Qian Kun ring quietly. White blaze fruit! Jian Wushuang gripped tightly and there was light in his eyes. I'm quite lucky. The very first iron-winged beast that I came across had a white blaze fruit in it. Only some of the iron-winged beasts in Wu Bei's cave carried a white blaze fruit. Most of them didn't have one. It led to a situation whereby some universe gods found an iron-winged beast and went through the trouble to kill it, but all the effort was in vain. From how it seemed, Jian Wushuang was quite lucky. Just then. Swoosh! 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 A few figures plunged over simultaneously and appeared around Jian Wushuang. They were the 7 universe gods. He killed the iron-winged beasts. I was the closest to him earlier. I saw clearly that he really did take out a Qian Kun ring from the iron-winged beasts. In other words, he has a white blaze fruit with him. The 7 universe gods naturally fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. Crimson robe, carrying a sword, this look, you're Jian Wushuang. One of the blue-haired old ladies recognized Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? A top expert in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list? A white blaze fruit is in his hands. The few universe gods' faces grew grave. If it was an ordinary universe god who had gotten the white blaze fruit, they definitely would take action to fight for it without hesitation. However, the one who had the white blaze fruit was Jian Wushuang. He was in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. A person's name could protect them, just like a tree's shadow could shelter one from heat. The few universe gods naturally were reluctant. Humph, so what if he's an expert on Universe God ranking list? We are all universe gods, and I don't think these people on Universe God ranking list are stronger. They could kill peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven easily, and I can do that too. Plus, there are 7 of us. What's there to be afraid of? A middle-aged man with dark skin bellowed. Hearing what he had said, the other universe gods looked at each other in surprise and started hesitating. If you want to take action against an expert on Universe God ranking list, it's your choice. I'm not interested, the blue-haired lady said and retreated. That's great. We have one less person to fight with us. The middle-aged man with dark skin smirked coldly. He's just an expert on the Universe God ranking list, and he is only at the 20th rank. He's not even a real god. With the 6 of us joining forces, why should we be afraid of him? The few hesitating universe gods suddenly shimmered with joy, and they nodded heavily after giving some thoughts. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit and we will let you off. The middle-aged man with dark skin roared. Pass us the white blaze fruit! Don't make us take action against you! The remaining 5 universe gods fixed their gazes upon Jian Wushuang and cornered him. Jian Wushuang smirked at the sight. He flipped and took out the Qian Kun ring he had got from the Iron Wing Beast's body. The white blaze fruit is here. If you are capable enough, come and take it, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Looking at the Qian Kun ring in Jian Wushuang's hand, there was madness in the 6 universe gods' eyes. The middle-aged man with dark skin sounded cold. As he is courting death, let us grant his death wish. After we kill him, we shall fight for the white blaze fruit with our own power. All right. The other 5 universe gods nodded simultaneously. Then, swoosh! The 6 figures plunged towards Jian Wushuang to launch an attack at the same time. There was a murderous intention that flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. His figure turned illusionary, and he appeared before the middle-aged man with dark skin who was at the far front. Then, he wielded the Blood Mountain sword. Fast, too fast. At least to the middle-aged man, it was extremely unbelievable. He couldn't react at all, and his throat was pierced by Jian Wushuang's sword light. How could it be that fast? Before he died, the middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. After he killed the middle-aged man with one stroke, Jian Wushuang's figures became illusionary again. Swoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang's figures appeared in 5 different positions creepily, and he performed the same sword principle when he appeared. It looked like an ordinary stroke, but because it contained a slight bit of power of space-time, the sword principle was so swift that the 5 universe gods were unable to respond in time. Pist! 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 The sound of 5 blades piercing into bodies was heard. In an instant, the entire universe quieted down. The 6 universe gods who had coveted Jian Wushuang's white blaze fruit and taken action against him were killed by Jian Wushuang's quick attacks. After killing the 6 universe gods, Jian Wushuang slowly reined in his sword and stole a glance at the blue-haired old lady who had retreated far away. The blue-haired old lady, who was covered in fear and astonishment, noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, and she immediately bowed politely at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't make it difficult for the blue-haired old lady. He moved and immediately left. The blue-haired old lady stood in the void as she watched Jian Wushuang leave. She then let out a breath of relief as she looked at the 6 dead bodies scattered on the ground. There was disdain in her eyes. These 6 idiots didn't even know who they were. They had the guts to take action against an expert in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Just how stupid were they? The blue-haired old lady said, but she also knew that the 6 universe gods definitely belonged to those solo experts who weren't experienced. They cultivated to that point, and they might not see any true experts on Universe God ranking list. Usually, they would only hear legends about experts on the Universe God ranking list. But hearing legends and witnessing with one's own eyes were 2 different matters. Most of them didn't believe in legends. Naturally, they were in doubt of an expert on Universe God ranking list's power. To the point where they thought that even if they weren't as strong as the experts of the Universe God ranking list, they shouldn't be too far off. Just like the middle-aged man with dark skin earlier, who had reckoned so. She was different. She came from a medium-sized sect in Red Dragon Sanctuary. She once saw an expert on Universe God ranking list in action. The expert was only 70th on the Universe God ranking list, but he was extremely powerful. She felt totally hopeless and didn't have any intention to counterattack. The one earlier who had appeared before them was a superb existence from the top 20. Such an existence could match evenly or even defeat a real god. How could the few universe gods join forces and expect to be able to match evenly with him? The blue-haired old lady was glad that she hadn't taken action. Otherwise, she definitely would be the same as the other 6 people and have become one of the dead bodies scattered on the ground. She sighed with emotion. Then, the blue-haired old lady took out a token. Sect Master, there's a white blaze fruit here. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.